Chapter 13 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ma Briskow had always been known as a woman without guile, but of late she developed rare powers of dissimulation. She was, in fact, leading a double life. Neither her husband nor her daughter suspected the extent of her deception. To the patrons of the Burlington Notch Hotel she was merely a drab, indistinct, washed-out old woman, unmarked except by a choice of clashing colors in dress. To her family she remained what she always had been. Nobody dreamed that she was in reality a bandit queen, the leader of a wild, unfettered band of mountaineers. But that is what she was, and worse at times. Yes, Ma had slipped the leash. She was a robber baroness. She dwelt in a rocky fastness, whatever that was, surrounded by a crew of outlaws as desperate as any that ever drew cutlass and dagger. She ruled them not only by native strength of character, but also by the aid of other forces, for she was on friendly terms with the more prominent wood sprites, fairies, and the like, and they brought her wisdom. Moreover, she had learned the language of dumb animals, and she could talk to squirrels, beetles, porcupines, frogs. All this, as may be surmised, had come about as the result of Ma's early reading, a haphazard choice of story books, in which there were tales of treasure trove, of pirates, of wronged maidens and gallant squires, romantic stories peculiarly designed to stir a cramped imagination like hers. It was from them that she had gained her ideas of the world, her notions of manners, even her love of the mountains, and that unquenchable desire to see them she had confided to Calvin Gray. He it was, by the way, who had selected the Notch for these Texas nesters. It had proved a happy choice, for the hotel sat upon the top of the world, and beneath it lay outspread the whole green and purple vastness of the earth. The Briskows were entranced, of course, and once they had established themselves here, they never thought of moving, nor did it occur to them that there might be other mountains than these, other hotels as good as this. To them, Burlington Notch became merely a colloquial name for paradise, and life in the great hotel itself was a beautiful dream. The place was famous the country over as a health resort, and, indeed, it must have possessed miraculous curative powers. Otherwise, Gus Briskow, strong and vigorous as he was, could never have survived the shock of receiving his first week's bill. It was with conflicting emotions that he divided the sum at the foot of the statement into 7 parts, and realized the daily ransom in which he and his family were held. It had given him a feeling of tremendous importance and extreme insignificance. He spoke freely that night about the high cost of loafing, but Ma showed such dismay at the mere suggestion of leaving that he had resigned himself. And thereafter the sight of his weekly bill invoked nothing more than a shudder and a prayer that none of his wells would go dry overnight. But lifelong habits of prudence are not easily broken. The Notch Hotel was altogether too rich for Gus Briskow's blood, so he sought a more congenial environment. He found it in the village, in a livery stable, there amid familiar odors and surroundings both agreeable and economical. He spent most of his time, leaving Ma to amuse herself and Allie to pursue the routine of studies laid down by her tutoress. Now Ma had not gone wild all at once. Her atavism had been gradual, the result of her persistent explorations. She had never seen a real waterfall, for instance, and the first one proved so amazing that she was impelled to seek more, after which she became interested in caves, and before long her ramblings had taken her up every watercourse and into every ravine in the neighborhood. This sense of treading untrodden ground roused in Ma a venturesome spirit of independence, an unsuspected capacity for adventure, and when the wealth of her discoveries failed to awaken the interest in her family, she ceased reporting them and became more solitary than ever in her habits. Every morning she slipped out of the hotel, meandered through the grounds apparently without purpose, but in reality pursuing her circuitous route and taking sudden twistings and turnings to throw pursuers off the scent. Ever deeper into the wilderness she penetrated, but with the sly caution of an old fox returning to its lair. She was always being followed by wicked people, such, for instance, as minions of the law, members of the Black Hand, foreign spies, gendarmes, and detectives. Having baffled them all, she laughed scornfully, flung deceit to the winds, then hurried straight to the fastness, and there uttered her tribal call. At the sound, her gypsy band came bounding forth to meet her, and she gave them her royal hand to kiss, raising them graciously when they knelt, giving a kind word here or a sharp reprimand there. They were the fiercest gypsies in the world, and quarrelsome too. They were forever fighting among themselves and crying, "Curse you, Jack Dalton, take that," and plunging swords into one another. But they had good hearts, and they loved Ma, and were devoted to her lost cause. She could handle them where others would have failed. Having accepted their homage and heard the details of their latest raids against the enemy, the false Duke of Dallas, he whose treachery had made her what she was, she assumed her throne and held formal court. The throne was a low, flat rock beside a stream, and usually Ma removed her shoes and stockings and paddled her feet in the water while she gave audience to visiting potentates. Those enlarged joints never seemed to accommodate themselves wholly to the sort of shoes Allie made her wear. Court let out when Ma's feet had become rested, after which there were less formal affairs of state to settle. These out of the way, it was time for the Queen's recreations, which took the form of singing, dancing, conversations with animals, visits with the invisible fairy folk who lived in flowers and gave them their pretty smells. Ma never had any trouble putting in the whole day in some such manner as this. Evening came all too soon, as a matter of fact. Then it was she that bade good-bye to her faithful subjects and prepared once more to fare forth and mingle in the cunning guise of an old woman with the followers of the false and lying Duke of Dallas. But courage, patience. The day of reckoning was at hand when she would come into her own, and the world would recognize her as the wronged but rightful Princess Pensacola. Thus would Ma Briskow spend one morning. Another, perhaps, she would be an altogether different character, but always she was young and beautiful and full of grace, and only when it came time to go did she assume the disguise of an aged, wrinkled, bent old woman. Sometimes she ran miles and miles at a stretch, darting, springing like a fawn, rushing through the soft green leaves, leaping rock and rill, her laughter echoing, her bare limbs flashing, her gold hair streaming, her scanty silken draperies whipped to shreds behind her by the very swiftness of her going. Oh, the ecstasy of that, the excitement! Of course, Ma did not actually run, neither did her bare limbs flash, being encased in flannels, and her hair was not gold. It was gray, what little there was of it. No, she ambled a bit, perhaps, where the grass was short and the ground smooth. Then she stood still, closed her eyes, and ran and leaped and swayed and darted with her arms. Anybody can do it. At other times she defied gravitation, a secret accomplishment all her own, which she manifested in this wise. She would begin to jump higher and higher, and the higher she jumped, the lighter she became, until finally she weighed no more than a thistledown, and the effort of leaping became a pure joy and an exhilaration. Having obtained this perfect state of buoyancy, she would set out upon wonderful journeys, springing lightly as far as it pleased her to spring, soaring gracefully over obstacles, and deriving a delirious pleasure from the sensation, One cannot appreciate the enjoyment to be had from this method of locomotion without trying it. And always, when Ma came back to earth and opened her eyes, there were the great smiling mountains, the clear, clean waters foaming over the rocks, and underfoot was the cool, green grass, not that hot, hard 'dobe clay she had always known. Trees, too, beautiful, whispering trees, with smooth leaves instead of burrs and spines and stickers. Nor was there the faintest choking smell of dust, no sand blowing up her nose and smarting her eyes. Ma Briskow had never dreamed that the world was so clean. She blessed God for making oil to lie in the rocks of the earth, and she prayed that none of them hotel people would discover her retreat. But of course somebody did discover it. Mr. Delamater, the dancing instructor for one, stumbled upon it while Ma Briskow was in the midst of one of her imaginary games, and he reported his discovery to the day clerk. "What ails that old dame, anyhow?" he inquired, after recounting Ma's peculiar behavior. "Not a thing in the world except money," the clerk declared. Doubtfully, Mr. Delamater shook his handsome auburn head. "People with good sense don't act like that. She was doing an Isadora Duncan when I saw her dancing, if you care to call it that. Anyhow, her hair was hanging, she was flapping her arms and jiggling up and down." Delamater laughed at the memory. "There's a big awkward bird, some sort of crane or buzzard of some kind, that dances. I never saw one, but she reminded me of it. And she sang. Gee, it was fierce." "Did she see you?" "Scarcely. I don't mind being alone with Allie." Delamater's teeth shone in a smile. Then, seeing his reflection in a convenient mirror, he studied it with complacent favor. He tried to smile again, and getting it to his better satisfaction, concluded, "Don't mind it a bit, but a bosky dell with a mad woman is my idea of no place to be." "Allie?" The clerk lifted his brows. "So Allie has it gone as far as that, Dell?" "Oh, you know how it is. A lesson every day, soft music, arm around the waist, a kind word. The girl is human. I'm probably different to anything that ever came into her young life. Look at my wardrobe. She's not so bad to take, either, and yet—" The immaculate speaker frowned. "Father smells like a horse and mother's a nut. Gee, it would take some coin to square that." "That's one thing they've got," asserted the clerk. "Nothing but." Mr. Delamater debated further. "Think of marrying the powerful Katrinka. I'll admit it has its points. If anything went wrong with the bank roll, Allie could make a good living for both of us. Suppose, for instance, the old Statue of Liberty slipped and fell. Allie could jump over to Bedloe's Island and take a turn at holding the torch. If they've got that coin you say they have, I think I'll have to see more of her." "You won't see any more than you do. She's hitting on all four." "What is she up to all day?" "I don't know. Working, studying, exercising, rehearsing for the movies, I guess. She has worn that companion of hers down to a frazzle. She has her own masseuse in the bath department. She rides a horse 3 days a week, and every morning she takes a long walk." "I've got it." Mr. Delamater slapped his thigh. "Road work. She's getting ready to take on Dempsey." He laughed musically. "If she marries me, her days of labor will be over. It will mean for her the dawn of a new life, provided, of course, those oil wells are what you say they are. Kidding aside, though, I don't dislike the girl, and I've got a notion to give her a chance." What the clerk said was true. Allie Briskow was indeed in training, both physical and mental, and the application, the energy she displayed had surprised not only her parents, who could but dimly understand the necessity of self-culture, but also Mrs. Ring, the instructress. Mrs. Ring, a handsome, middle-aged woman, whose specialty was the finishing of wealthy young ladies, had been induced to accept this position partly by reason of the attractive salary mentioned in Calvin Gray's telegram, and partly by reason of the fact that she needed a rest. She had met the Briskows in Dallas only a short time before their departure for the North, and although that first interview had been a good deal of a shock to her, almost as much of a shock as if she had been asked to tutor the offspring of a pair of chimpanzees, nevertheless she had nerved herself to the necessary sacrifice of dignity. After all, Allegheny was only an overgrown child in need of advanced kindergarten training, and in the meantime there was the prospect of a season at Burlington Notch. The latter was, in itself, a prospect alluring to one suffering from the wear and tear of a trying profession. After some hesitation, Mrs. Ring had accepted the position, feeling sure that it would rest her nerves. But never had the good woman suffered such a disillusionment. Allie, she soon discovered, was anything but a child, or rather she was an amazing and contradictory combination of child and adult. What Mrs. Ring had taken to be mental apathy, inherent dullness, was in reality caution, diffidence, the shyness of some wild animal. Nor was that the most bewildering of the teacher's surprises. Allie possessed character and will power. For some time she had accepted Mrs. Ring's tutorship without comment or question. Calvin Gray had recommended it, therefore she obeyed blindly. But one day, after they had become settled in the mountains, she came out with a forceful declaration. She knew full well her own shortcomings, so she declared, and she was not content to learn a few things day by day. She demanded intensified training, education under forced draft. They took green country boys during the war. During the war. Don't drop your G's, my dear. During the war, and learned 'em. Taught them. Taught them to be soldiers in 6 months. Well, I'm strong as a horse, and I've got a brain, and I'm quick at picking. I pick things up quick. You pick them up quickly. Quickly is an adverb. Quick is an... Allie's dark eyes grew darker. Imperiously she cried, "All right, but let me say this my own way. It won't be right or elegant, but you'll understand. And that's what we got to have first off, a good understanding. After I've said it, you can rub it down and curry it. I've been watching you like a hawk, Miss Ring, and you're just what he said you was. You've got everything I want, but I can't go slow. I got to get it quickly. You've been teaching me to read and talk, and how to laugh, and how to sit, but we've been playing. We got to work. Oh, I know I'm forgetting everything for a minute. Miss Ring, I've got to learn how to act pretty and talk pretty and look pretty, and I got to learn how quick." "You are a fine-looking girl as it is, Allegheny." "Oh, I guess I look dressed up, but I'm awkward. I'm stiff as a hired hand, and I fall over my feet. Look at 'em. Biggest live things in the world without lungs. I've got to get slim and graceful. I'll teach you a setting up routine if you wish, although it is scarcely my line. Goodness knows you don't need physical culture." "But I do," cried the girl. "Very well. Riding is a smart accomplishment. Can you ride a horse?" "Pshaw, I can carry a horse." "You'd look well in a habit, and with baths, massage, dancing, and a little diet, I dare say you can reduce." "I'll starve," Allie asserted fiercely. "But that ain't half enough. You got to give me more studying. I got calluses on my hands, and I'm used to work. We'll get up at daylight." "Good heavens!" Miss Ring exclaimed faintly. "You'll learn me how to do the sitting up things first off. Then I'll do 'em alone. Ride me hard, Miss Ring. I'll remember. I'll work. You won't have to tell me twice. But I got to make speed. I ain't got the time the other girls have." "My dear child, all this cannot be done in a day, a week, a month." "How long you allow it will take?" The elder woman shrugged. "Years, perhaps." "Years?" "Real culture, social accomplishments, are the results of generations of careful training. I'm not a miracle worker, but why this impatience?" I got? I have. I have a reason. I can't take a generation. I'd be too late. Too late for what? But Allie refused to answer. We'll start in today, and we'll work double tower till one of us plays out. What do you say?" At first Mrs. Ring took this energetic declaration with some reserve, but before long she realized, with consternation, that Allie Briskow was in deep earnest, and this was not a soft berth. Instead of obtaining a rest, she was being worked as never before. Allie was a thing of iron. She was indefatigable, and her thirst for knowledge was insatiate. It grew daily as she gained fuller understanding of her ignorance. There was a frantic eagerness to her efforts, almost pitiful. As time went on, she began to hate herself for her stupidity and to blame her people for her condition. She was a harder taskmaster than her teacher. Most things she apprehended readily enough, but when she failed to learn, when mental or physical awkwardness halted progress, then she flew into a fury. Her temper appalled Mrs. Ring. At such times Allie was more than disagreeable. Hate flamed in her eyes. She beat herself with her fists. She kicked the furniture. She broke things. Once she even butted her head against the wall, uttering language meanwhile that all but caused her companion to swoon. Mrs. Ring resigned after this final exhibition, but lacking the courage to face Allie in a mood like that, she went to Gus Briskow. "It is simply impossible to remain," she told him. "Already I'm a physical wreck, for I never get a moment's rest. The salary is attractive, but Allegheny is too much for me. She saps every ounce of vitality I have. She keeps me going every hour, and her terrific tempers are actually dangerous." "She don't ever get mad at you, does she?" "Oh, no. She repents quickly enough. As a matter of fact, I'm afraid she is overdoing her studies, but there's no holding her back." "You're kind of worked up, Miss Ring. Maybe I can make it pleasanter for you." "In what way, may I ask?" "Well, by paying you more." "You are generous. The salary we agreed upon isn't low." "Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am." "I wouldn't feel right to accept more." "Try it, ma'am, for a little while. Maybe it won't bother you so much after you get used to it. Allie likes you." "And I'm interested in her. She is progressing, too. In fact, I have never seen any one learn more rapidly. But she is so unusual. Still, perhaps I am the one. Perhaps it is my duty, under the circumstances." With this disposition to compromise, the father had little difficulty in dealing, so the daily routine was continued. Allie applied herself to the cultivation of the ordinary social niceties with the same zeal that she followed her studies and her physical exercises. Fortunately, these exercises afforded outlet for the impatience and the scorn she felt for herself. Otherwise, there would have been no living with her. As it was, she showed herself no mercy. Daylight found her stirring. Her Swedish drill she took with a vigor that fairly shook the floor, and having finished this, she donned sweater and boots and went for a swift walk over the hills. At this hour she had the roads to herself, and was glad of it, for she felt ridiculous. At breakfast, although she had a ravenous appetite, she ate sparingly. The day was spent in reading aloud, in lessons in deportment, voice modulation, conversation, and the like, in learning how to enter and how to leave a room, how to behave at a tea or a reception, how to accept and how to make an introduction, how to walk, how to sit, how to rise. Allie did sums in arithmetic. She studied grammar and geography and penmanship. In short, she took an intensified common school course. Here was where her tutoress had trouble, for when the girl's brain became weary or confused, she relieved her baffled rage in her most natural way, the while Mrs. Ring stopped her ears and moaned. It was a regimen that no ordinary woman could have endured, and it would have taxed the strength of an athlete. Late in the afternoon Allie went riding, and here was one accomplishment in which she required no coaching. Frequently she vented her spite upon her horse, and more than once she brought it home with its mouth bleeding and its flanks white with lather. She rode with magnificent recklessness that finally caused comment among the other guests. Allie was sitting alone in her room one evening, fagged out from a hard day. Some people were talking on the veranda outside her window, and she heard one say, "That girl can look really stunning." "Exactly. I don't understand where she gets her looks, for her parents are impossible. Wouldn't you know what they were?" Allie needed no clear indication of who was under discussion. Instinctive resentment at the reference to her father and mother was followed by amazement, delight at the compliment to herself, the first she had ever received. She leaned forward, straining to hear more. What mattered how these contemptuous outsiders referred to her parents? They agreed that she was stunning, which was their way of saying that she was pretty. Nay, more, beautiful, perhaps. "She's a glorious rider," the first speaker was saying. "She passed me the other day going like sin, with her face blazing and that big lively chestnut running flat. The way she took that curve above the Devil's Slide brought my heart into my mouth." The breathless eavesdropper felt a hot wave of delight pour over her. Her very flesh seemed to ripple like the fur of a cat when it's stroked. "Oh, she's a picture, mounted. She seems to have complete confidence in herself, and the strength of a giantess, too. But, my God, when she's on her feet! And have you heard her talk?" Evidently the other speaker had, for there came the sound of low laughter, a sound that stabbed Allie Briskow like a bayonet and left her white and furious. She sat motionless for a long time, and something told her that as long as she lived she would never forget, never forgive that laughter. She was unusually silent and somber for the next 3 or 4 days. She went through her exercises without vim. At her studies she was both stupid and sullen. When Mrs. Ring's patience was exhausted and her frayed nerves finally gave out, Allie rounded upon her with a violence unparalleled. Those previous exhibitions of temper were tame as compared with this one. The girl spat scorn and bitterness and hatred. She had become a volcano in active eruption. In a panic, Mrs. Ring sought out Gus Briskow and again resigned. By this time, however, the novelty of her resignation had largely worn off, for seldom did more than 2 weeks elapse without a hysterical threat to quit. But this one required more than the usual amount of persuasion, and it was not without long and patient pleading, coupled with the periodical raise, that the father induced her to change her mind. Gus told himself somberly that the price of Allegheny's education was mounting so rapidly that it might be the part of economy to take Mrs. Ring in as a full partner in the Briskow oil wells. He decided, after some consideration, to wire Calvin Gray and to offer to pay his traveling expenses if he would come to Burlington Notch for a few days. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. A Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One accomplishment that Allegheny mastered with gratifying ease was dancing. It came naturally to her, for both she and Buddy were full of music. At first she had been extremely self-conscious. Professor Delamater had found her to be as heavy as a stone and as awkward as a bear. But later, as her embarrassment became less painful, she relaxed. She regained her power of speech also, and in time she voiced an eager desire to learn all there was to learn. Having quickly schooled her in the simple forms of ballroom dancing, Delamater suggested a course in the deeper intricacies of fancy dancing. "You're getting on," he told her one day. "That last was splendid. Top hole. Absolutely." Delamater, who was quite thoroughly American, affected at times an English turn to his conversation, believing that it gave him an air. It went particularly well, he thought, with light trousers, spats, and an afternoon coat cut close at the waist. "Don't fool me," panted the red-faced Juno. "You must have iron feet." "My word, spoof you, indeed! Not for worlds. If you know what I mean, I shall expect to see you in the ballroom every evening." But Allie's confidence forsook her at this. "I'd be scared stiff. Folks would laugh. They haven't anything to do but laugh at other folks, and I don't like to be laughed at." "Laugh at you? Fancy that! You're too modest." Delamater adopted the cooing note of a dove. "'Pon my word, you're too modest. If you could hear the things I hear." He paused, not knowing exactly what to say he had heard, but his vagueness, the very eloquence of his hesitation, caused Allie's face to light up. This was the second compliment paid her since her arrival at the Notch. Therefore, when the phonograph resumed its melodious measures, she yielded herself with abandon to the arms of her partner, and her red lips were parted. Her somber eyes were shining. That day she began a course of exhibition dancing. It was on the afternoon that Delamater had told the clerk of discovering Ma Briskow alone in the woods. There was an open golf tournament at the Notch. Prominent amateurs and professionals were competing, and the hotel was crowded to its capacity with players, fashionable followers of the game, and a small army of society reporters and sports writers. This being the height of the season, social doings at the resort were featured in all the large Eastern papers, for famous names were on the register, and the hotel switch was jammed with private cars. Allie Briskow was in one of her trying moods today, for the out of doors called to her. Sounds of laughter and gaiety, strains of music, had distracted her from her studies. Her monotonous routine had become hopelessly unbearable all at once. From her window she could see young people, hear young voices, and envy flamed in her soul. Those girls were her age, those men easy, immaculate, different from anything she had ever seen except Calvin Gray. They, too, were young, and they courted those girls. Contemplation of the chattering throngs showed Allie more clearly than ever the chasm separating her from these people, and reawakened in her that black resentment which at times made her so difficult to manage. She was thankful that her mother had disappeared and that her father was at the livery stable. She hoped they would stay away all day. At least, they were safe from ridicule. She wondered if she might not induce them to dine in their rooms that evening, and thus spare her the embarrassment she always suffered when she accompanied them into the public dining room. It seemed to her that whenever they went to dinner, Gus in his baggy pepper and salt sack suit, his loose lay-down collar, and his wide-toed shoes, Ma in one of her giddy, gaudy dinner dresses, it seemed as if the entire assemblage was stricken dumb, and as if every eye was turned upon them in mockery and amusement. Even the waiters, Allie felt sure, noted the difference between the Briskows and the other guests, and only with difficulty concealed their contempt. The occasional presence of Mrs. Ring, handsome, dignified, unruffled, intensified that contrast and fairly shouted the humiliating announcement that here were three nobodies who wanted to be somebodies but never could. Invariably, when they went out in public together, Mrs. Ring made Allie feel as if she belonged to a lower, cruder order of animal life, as if she were an inhabitant of another sphere. And yet Mrs. Ring was poor. She worked for wages. Allie could not understand this phenomenon. Thought of it now caused her resentment to kindle. Of course it was the lot of the hapless tutoress to select such a moment as this in which to sweetly chide the girl for some lapse of form. Allie exploded. She reduced the elder woman to tears. Then, ashamed of herself, she flung blindly out of the room, crashing the door to behind her. She decided to dance her anger away. It was some consolation to know that she could dance as well or better than those slim and pampered beauties outside her window. Some consolation, even though she had never expected to have a chance of proving it. Delamater was especially agreeable today, more than usually nattering. Not for some time did his scholar become conscious of the subtle change in his demeanor, and even then its significance awoke only a shadowy contentment. Allie hated herself too thoroughly today to believe that anybody could really approve of her. As for him, he entirely misconstrued the meaning of her silent acceptance of his flattery. They had become well acquainted by now and were on a basis of easy familiarity. Nevertheless, it came as a shock to Allie to be called by her first name, such a shock that she missed a step and trod on Delamater's foot. They came to a pause. The dancing master was tall and slim. His face was on level with hers, and now he smiled into it, saying, "My mistake, my dear." "I reckon it was." The girl's eyes were glowing queerly, and the man was amused at her evident agitation. His first word had thrown the poor girl into a flurry. They began to dance again, and after a moment, with a gentle rising inflection, Delamater muttered, "You heard what I called you?" He approved of the sachet that Allie used, and he became acutely conscious of the jewels resting in the palm of his left hand. The girl was rich, and she was different, unusual. Ever since she had learned to yield herself to his embrace, he had been conscious of her strong physical attraction, and now it got the better of him. "You don't care," he said, with his lips close to her ear. "Humph! I'm not caring for anything or anybody today." "Somebody has hurt my little girl?" Allie threw back her head and stared at him with quick suspicion. "Your little girl?" she repeated. It is the lot of any man in the heat of his desire to make mistakes, and Delamater erred gravely at this moment. He kissed Allie. Without warning he kissed her full and fair upon her red, half-open lips. For the brief instant of amazement the two stood motionless in the middle of the polished floor, while the phonograph brayed on. Then Allie shook herself free of her partner, and in the same movement she smote him a mighty slap that sent him reeling. Delamater saw stars. The constellation of Orion gleamed in dazzling splendor within his tightly shut lids. He collided with a chair and went sprawling. With a cry, he scrambled to his feet. "What the hell?" he growled savagely. Allie's face was chalky. Breathlessly, curiously, she inquired, "What'd you do that for?" "What did I do it for? Say, you ought to be complimented. Tickled to death." Delamater rubbed his cheek and glared at her. "By God, I wish you were a man. Oh, don't worry, I won't touch you again. Who the hell would, after that?" Allie opened her lips to speak, but he ran on more angrily as the pain bit into him. "Thought I meant it, huh? Why, you lumbering ox." "Then you ain't in love with me or anything?" "Love?" The speaker uttered an unpleasant sound indicative of scorn. "Wake up, sister. What'd you take me for? Why, your mother talks bird talk, and your dad lives in a box stall and eats oats with his knife. Here I kid you along a little bit, slip you a little kiss as I would any girl, and you Delamater stuttered impotently. "Love? I guess I'm the first regular fellow that ever gave you a chance." Delamater was surprised when his pupil turned her back upon him, strode to the nearest window, flung it open as if for air. His surprise deepened when she faced him again and moved in his direction. Her expression caused him to utter a profane warning, but she continued to bear down upon him, and when she reached out to seize him, he struck at her as he would have struck at a man. To those who are familiar with Burlington Notch, it will be remembered that the hotel is pitched upon a slope, and that the rooms on the first floor of the east wing are raised a considerable distance above the lawn. The windows of the east rooms overlook the 18th green, and during tournaments they are favorite vantage points of golf widows and enthusiasts who are too old to follow the competitors around the course. Today they were filled, for an international title was at issue, and Herring, Prince of Amateurs, was playing off the final round of his match with the dour Scotch professional McLeod. A highly enthusiastic gallery accompanied the pair, a crowd composed not only of spectators but also of officials, defeated players, newspaper writers, cameramen, caddies, and the like. They streamed up the final fairway behind the gladiators, and for a moment they were enveloped in gloom, for Herring had sliced off the 17th tee, and a marvelous recovery, together with a good approach, had still left his ball on the edge of the green, while McLeod, man of iron, had laid his third shot within 3 feet of the flag. It meant a sure 4 for the latter, with not less than 5 for Herring. One of those golfing miracles, a 40-foot putt, would half the match, to be sure, but in tournament golf miracles have a way of occurring on any except the deciding hole. Sympathy usually follows the amateur, therefore it was a silent throng that ranged itself about the gently undulating expanse of velvet sod in the shadow of the east wing. Herring had played a wonderful match. He stood for all that is clean and fine in golf. The end of the balcony was jammed. Nearly every window framed eager faces. Amid a breathless intensity of interest the youthful contender tested the turf with the head of his club and studied the run of the green. A moment, then he took his stance and swung his putter smoothly. The ball sped away, taking a curving course, and followed by 500 pairs of eyes. It ran too swiftly. Herring in desperation had overplayed. But no, it lost momentum as it topped a rise, then gathered speed, all but died at the edge of the cup, and toppled in amid a salvo of handclaps and roar of bravo. That was nerve, courage, skill. That was golf. The miracle had happened. Another hole to decide the match. Quickly the crowd became still again as McLeod, his teeth set upon the stem of his pipe, his stony face masking a murderous disappointment, stepped forward to run down his 4. The silence was broken by a cry. Out of the air overhead came the sound of a disturbance, and every face turned. A most amazing thing was in the way of happening, a phenomenon unique in the history of tournaments, for a man was being thrust forth from one of the hotel windows, perhaps 25 feet above the ground, a writhing, struggling, kicking man with fawn-colored spats. He was being ejected painlessly but firmly, and by a girl, a grim-faced young woman of splendid proportions. For a moment she allowed him to dangle, then she dropped him into a handsome Dorothy Perkins rosebush. He landed with a shriek. Briefly the Amazon remained framed in the casement, staring with dark defiance down into the upturned faces. Her deep bosom was heaving, her smoky hair was slightly disarranged. She allowed her eyes to rest upon the figure entangled among the thorns beneath her. Then she closed the window. Nothing like this had ever occurred in Scotland. The mighty McLeod missed his putt and took a 5. As Allie Briskow passed through the lobby with her head erect and her fists clenched, she heard the sound of a great shouting outside, and she believed it was directed at her. She fled into her room and flung herself upon her bed, sobbing hoarsely. Mrs. Ring was waiting on the veranda for Gus Briskow when he returned to the hotel about dark. He had learned to dread the sight of her on that veranda, for it was her favorite resigning place, what Gus called her quitting spot, and it was evident tonight that she was in a quitting mood. a mood more hysterical than ever before. It was some time before he could get at the facts, and even then he could not fully appreciate the enormity of the disgrace that had overwhelmed Allie's instructress. "She chucked her dancing teacher out the window," he repeated blankly. "What for?" "Goodness knows, Mr. Briskow. Something he said or did. I couldn't make out precisely. I found her in a dreadful state, and I tried to comfort her. I did really. But oh, if you could have heard her! Where she learned such language I don't know. My ears burn. But that isn't the worst. You should hear what He must have said something pretty low down." Briskow spoke quietly. His bright blue eyes were hard. "I reckon she'll tell me." "You don't understand," chattered the woman. "She flung the man bodily out of the window and into a bed of thorns. It nearly killed him. He was painfully lacerated and bruised, and right in the middle of a golf game. It did something dreadful, I don't know what, just as the world's champion caught the ball or something." "If he's crippled, I'll get him that much easier," said Briskow, and at the purposeful expression upon his weather-beaten face, Mrs. Ring uttered a faint bleat of terror. She pawed at him as he undertook to pass her. "Oh, my heavens! What are you going to do?" "Depends on what he said to Allie." The woman wrung her hands. "What people! What savages! You're going to shoot him, I suppose, just because?" "Yes, ma'am," the father nodded. "You got it right, motive and all. Just because." "You can't. I shan't permit it. I'll call the police." "Don't do that, ma'am. I've stood a lot from you, in one way or another." "But it's murder. You can't mean it." Moans issued from the speaker. "Whatever possessed me to accept this position? It's unendurable, and I'll be involved." "I saw your last raise, Miss Ring." "Do you think I'd stay after this?" "It's bad enough to be made ridiculous. The whole hotel is in laughter. Laughter at me, I dare say, as much as at her. Imagine hurling a full-grown man from a window." "I don't hear nobody laughing." Briskow swung his head slowly from side to side. "But to contemplate murder!" "What's more, I don't intend to hear nobody laugh. By God, now I've come to think about it, there ain't a-goin' to be no laughin' at all around here." Gus continued slowly to swing his head like a bear. "She's my kid." He pushed past Miss Ring, still muttering, "My kid. There ain't going to be no laughin' at all." Going directly to the desk, he asked for the manager, then stood aside, hat in hand, until the latter made his appearance. The manager began a hasty and rather mixed apology on behalf of the hotel for what had occurred in the dancing room, but his tone of annoyance was an accusation in itself. It was plain that, to his mind, the catastrophe on the 18th green outweighed the importance whatever may have led up to it. There was something actually tragic, something frightful, appalling. It involved the good name of the hotel and affected the world's golf title. "Very unfortunate," he lamented. "We haven't heard the last of it by any means. McLeod may file a protest, and there is something to be said on both sides. Rather a nice question, in fact." "Probably so," the father agreed. "And I got something to say about it, too. Get that dancing professor off the place quick, or I'll kill him." The manager recoiled. His startled eyes searched Briskow's face incredulously. "I beg your pardon?" "I ain't heard my kid's side of the story yet, but I'm going to see her now. So you'd better get word to that jumping jack in a hurry. That is, if you want to save him. He is discharged, of course, for we tolerate no rudeness on the part of our employees, or our guests, for that matter. But I believe he is suffering some effects from the shock. I couldn't well ask him to go before." "It'll take me probably 20 minutes talking to my girl. That'll give him time if he moves fast, but I may get through in 15." At the door to his suite, Gus Briskow paused to wipe his countenance clean of the expression it had worn for the last few minutes, and when he entered it was with his usual friendly smile. Allie and her mother were waiting. They were white and silent. Gus kissed his daughter before saying, Don't worry, honey. He won't bother you no more." Allie averted her face. Mrs. Briskow inquired, "Did you see the skunk?" "No, I give him a few minutes to clear out." "Hadn't we better leave, too?" ventured Allie. "Oh!" In Ma's eyes was such a bleak dismay, such a piteous appeal, that Gus shook his head. "What for? We got nice quarters, and your Ma likes it here." "They're laughin' at me. I heard 'em hollerin'." "They won't laugh long." "No, you're learning fast, and we're all having a nice time. Only one thing, I'm kind of tired of that Miss Ring. I let her go, but I'll get you another." "She quit, huh?" Not exactly. I don't blame her. I've been mighty mean, but I couldn't help it, Pa. When you put a wild horse in a pen, it don't do to prod him and throw things, and that's what they've done to me. I bite and I kick like any bronc. When you're hurt constant, you get spells when you got to hurt back. I've been rotten to her, and now this coming on top of it. What'd that dancing dude do, anyhow?" Allie related her experience with Professor Delamater. She told it all up to the burst of shouting that followed her through the lobby. You should have heard 'em yelling, clapping their hands. She choked. Her voice failed her miserably. She concluded, "I wish to God we'd never struck oil." "You're just wore out, dearie," her mother said comfortingly, and Briskow agreed. He assured her that all would be well. All was not well, however. The next morning, when Gus Briskow was about to leave the hotel as usual, Professor Delamater having departed hurriedly the evening before, with fully 4 minutes of his 20 to spare, he was stopped by the manager, who requested him to give up his rooms. The Texan was bewildered. He could not understand the reason for such a request. "Ain't I paid my bills?" he queried. The manager assured him that he had. He was profoundly regretful, as a matter of fact, but it so happened that the Briskow suite had been reserved early in the season, and the party who had made the reservation had just wired that he was arriving that day. He was a gentleman of importance. It was, indeed, unfortunate. The management appreciated Mr. Briskow's patronage. They hoped he and his family would return to the Notch sometimes. "Maybe you got some other rooms that would do us," Gus ventured. It was too bad, but the hotel was overcrowded. Later, perhaps. Now at that very moment the lobby was filled with tournament golfers who were leaving on the morning train, and Briskow knew it. He studied the speaker with an expression that caused the latter extreme discomfort. It was much the same expression he had worn the night before when he had served warning upon Delamater. "Let me get this right," he said. "You can talk straight to me. Being ignorant, I ain't got the same feelings as these other folks got. I got a shell like a land turtle." "It is quite customary, I assure you. No offense, my dear sir." "That's how I figgered. Just bouncing a low done varmint ain't offense enough to be throwed out about when you pay your bills." "You quite misapprehend. Fired, eh? It'll go hard with Ma. She's gaining here, and she likes it. That's why I never told her you was charging us about double what you charge these rich folks." The manager stiffened. "I regret exceedingly, sir, that you take it this way, but there is nothing more to be said, is there?" It was with a heavy heart and a heavy tread that Briskow returned to his room. Ma took the announcement like a death blow, for it meant the end of all her dreams, all her joyous games of pretend. Her mountains, those clean, green, friendly mountains that she loved with a passion so intense that she fairly ached, those and her caves, her waterfalls, her gypsy band, were to be taken from her. She was to be banished, exiled. She did not weep a great deal, but she seemed suddenly to grow older and more bent. Listless, laboriously, she began to pack, and her husband noticed with a pang that her hands shook wretchedly. As for Allie, she told herself that this was the end. She had tried to make something of herself and had failed. She had crucified herself. She had bled her body and scourged her soul only to gain ridicule and disgrace. There was no use of trying further. Gray had been mistaken in her, and her misery, her shame at the realization was intolerable. There was no facing him after this. Allie decided to do away with herself. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gus Briskows was waiting at the cashier's desk for his bill when the bustle of incoming guests told him that the morning train had arrived. Probably it had brought that gentleman of importance to whom the manager had referred. "To hell with people like that manager," the Texan muttered. He would take his family back home and chance no more humiliations like this. And to think that he had allowed that dancing monkey to escape when he could have shot him as well as not. Briskow's chain of thought was broken by a slap on the back that nearly drove him through the cashier's window, then by a loud, cheery greeting. The next moment he found himself actually embraced by, Gus could not believe his eyes, by Calvin Gray. The latter's affectionate greeting, his frank delight in seeing the Texan, caused people in the lobby to center amused attention upon them, and induced those behind the desk to regard Briskow with new respect. "Gus, you precious pirate! My, but I'm glad to see you. Ma and Allie are well, I know. They couldn't be otherwise here. Great place, isn't it? Nothing in this country or Europe that compares with it. I've sent dozens of my friends here. I came north on business and couldn't bear to go back without seeing you. Come, give me a welcome, for I've traveled across 3 states to get here." The two stood hand in hand. Gray beamed approvingly. Gus, too, was smiling, but earnestly he said, "I'm right glad to see you, Mr. Gray, for we're in trouble." "Trouble? What sort? Not illness?" "No, we're leaving. Been throwed out." The younger man's face sobered. "Don't joke!" he cried sharply. "I ain't joking. Fella insulted Allie, and she throwed him out of a window." "Exactly. It's in the morning paper." "They don't seem to think it was refined, so they throwed us out." "Nonsense. Why, it's a corking story, and Allie was splendid. She gave the championship to Herring, who deserved it, thereby delighting every golfer on this side of the Atlantic. Jove, that girl is developing, and I'm going to hug her if there's no window handy." "Throw you out? Why, there's some mistake, surely." Briskow shook his head. In greater detail he made known the facts. When he had finished his halting recital, Calvin Gray's face was flushed with anger. There was a dark frown between his eyes. "We'll see," he muttered. "Wait here, or go back and tell Ma to commence unpacking." Then he was gone. For perhaps 10 minutes Gus waited nervously. He was amazed finally to see Gray approaching arm in arm with the manager. Both were laughing. The hotel man's face was radiant with good humor. To the departing guest he said genially, "You are not going to leave us after all, Mr. Briskow. On the contrary, we are going to keep you at the Notch as long as you will stay. Stupid misunderstanding on my part, and I apologize. I'm going to ask you to move, but into a better suite, the very best one we have, and the rate will be the same. Come, what do you say?" When he was met by a stammered protest, he insisted forcefully, "I shan't take no for an answer, my dear sir. We simply refuse to let you leave. The best we have is yours, and I guarantee that you will be made comfortable." "He offered to extend you the courtesies of the house, make you guest of the hotel," Gray added, "but I knew you wouldn't accept." "Dunno I want to stay at all," Gus murmured angrily. "We ain't no better than we was half hour ago." "To be sure, but I've made you better known. You were too shy. You didn't afford my friend here the pleasure of making your acquaintance, and I had to tell him the sort of person you really are." "Serves you right, Gus, for being so exclusive. Gad, I think I'll give you a few lessons in democracy. Now then, come along. I'm dying to see Ma." As the father trotted down the hall beside his swiftly striding deliverer, he gasped, "How did you do it?" "Nothing simpler. I merely showed Mr. What's his name that he was making an ass of himself. I spent a fortune here. Know the owners, too. Nice chap, that manager, but he has no business running a hotel, and so I informed him. He'll probably annoy you to death with his attentions. He'll let you play shinny in the halls if you want to. Now, wait." The speaker laid a finger upon his lips. His eyes were dancing. He knocked sharply at the Briskow door and cried, "Baggage ready, ma'am?" There was a stir from within. The door was slowly opened by a bent, pathetic figure of grief. "Ma!" Gray cried, and held out his arms. Perhaps it was his virile personality radiating confidence, security, or perhaps it was Gus Briskow's shining face that told the story. Whatever the fact, Ma Briskow uttered a thin, broken wail, then walked into those open arms and laid her head upon Gray's breast. She clung to him eagerly, and the tears she had been blinking so hard to restrain flowed silently. "Oh, we ain't going away," she said. "We ain't going away." "Of course not." Gus misunderstood. "The manager merely wanted you to move in to a larger, finer suite, and he is positively distressed at the thought of your leaving. The poor man is dashing about collecting an armful of roses for you and Allie. He wants to come in person and apologize." There was another sound, and Gray looked up to see Allie standing in the doorway to her bedroom. With one hand she clutched the jamb, the other was pressed to her bosom. She was staring at him as at an apparition. The girl was quite colorless. There was a look almost of fright in her eyes, and when he came toward her she swayed weakly. Her hands, when he took them, were icy. It shocked him to see how worn, how weary she had grown. It was several hours later, in the parlor of the new suite, a spacious, sunny room, fragrant with flowers and cheerful with brilliant cretonnes. Gray and Briskow were talking. Allie and her mother could be seen in their bedrooms putting away the last of their belongings. Gray's eyes had been drawn at frequent intervals to the younger woman, for the change in her became the more amazing the more he observed her, and he was still striving to reconcile this creature to the picture he had held in his mind. In a few months Allie had become almost a stranger to him. It was a marked and yet a subtle change that had come over her. She was anything but a polished young woman, of course. Nevertheless, she had been modified, toned down, vastly improved, and not until her first queer emotion at seeing him had disappeared was the full extent of that improvement manifest to the newcomer. He wondered why she had acted so oddly at first. Surely she did not fear him. No, Allie's face at this moment was alight with supreme joy and satisfaction. She appeared to be quite as happily at her ease as Ma, who was singing steadily in a thin, rusty voice. Gray sent the father away on some pretext. Finally, then he called to Allie, "Come in here and talk to me. I am a guest, and I demand entertainment." He observed with silent approval her carriage as she entered the room and accepted the chair he offered her. "Faint traces of the nester's daughter here. I want a good chance to look at you." Allie colored faintly. "I guess I'm not much to look at." You don't in the least resemble that girl I found hoeing in the garden. You are terribly thin." "Spinach," said Allie. "Dieting, eh?" "Yes, spinach and water and a rubber suit. Sometimes I have a party and eat a whole soda cracker." "It isn't too high a price to pay for beauty. Beauty, the fading rainbow's pride. We men should thank heaven for woman's courage in pursuing it. It is all that makes this world an attractive dwelling place for nice people. Sometimes I think it's kind of wicked to spend so much time and money that way, but I guess it's all right. I want to look as good as other people." I'm in a mood for quotations. Is beauty vain because it will fade? There are earth's green robe and heaven's light vein. Pride, even vanity, is less of a vice than slovenliness, my dear. Now then, do you like Mrs. Ring?" Allie nodded. "I like her, but I hate her. She makes me feel awful mad because she can't understand that I ain't. I am not mad at her, but at myself. I don't hardly know how to explain it. If I was her, I'd hate me like I do." "Would you like to have her remain?" "Oh, I would. She knows everything, and she makes me learn. But she won't stay. I just found out that she's been quitting every few weeks, and Pa's been raising her wages. Know the disgrace and our being thrown out?" "My dear girl, let me assure you, once and for all, that there is no suggestion of disgrace about this affair. You behaved with spirit, and those who have heard about it admire you. I have talked with a number of them, and I know. I have talked with Mrs. Ring also, and she will remain if you wish her to do so." "You're a good man, aren't you, Mr. Gray? You fix everything." "Not a good, but a convenient man. My specialty is making things easier for my friends." "Are these other folks, these rich ones around the hotel, like you?" "Oh, much nicer than I," Gray laughed. "You must meet some of them." Allie's face whitened at this suggestion. "Please, sir, I'm scared." "Very well, as you wish. Tell me, what are you going to do with me this afternoon?" "I dunno." Allie looked blank. "I don't do anything but study. I suppose I got to study." "Nothing of the sort. You have circles under your eyes from overwork, and this is your vacation. I'm a visitor, a restless visitor. I abhor being asked to make myself at home, and I never do. I demand amusement. Do you know what I'd like to do best of all?" Allie did not know. "I'd like to sit here and smoke while you show me all your pretty dresses. Ah, those dark eyes brighten. You're dying to show them to me, aren't you?" "Would you? Honest?" "Cross my heart. But remember, I have a color sense, and I'm not easily pleased. I'll probably condemn some of them." Allie breathed deeply. "Oh, gee!" she said. "Run along and try them on. Then I'll borrow a pair of puttees and we'll go for a ride." For the next 2 hours Allegheny Briskow was in heaven. Never had she dreamed of anything like this. To have Calvin Gray alone, all to herself. Ma, as usual, had disappeared, and to discuss with him exciting questions of dress and good taste that she could not discuss with her own people, to meet his occasional hearty approval, well, it was enough to make a girl drunk with happiness. Gowns that he liked became precious. She hated those that he condemned. Her fingers grew clumsy with haste. Her cheeks burned. He said she wore her clothes well, and she carried herself well. He approved of her, liked her, God above! And to think that she had contemplated suicide. Of course she was pitifully ignorant as yet, and she had not even learned to talk as he talked. But there were books. She would study. Oh, the fury with which she would apply herself after this! She would beat the contents of those books into her head with her fists, if necessary. She would show him how fast she could learn. She would astonish him. Her heart sang at the thought that she was rich, richer than he. That would count, too, for men liked money. "Where's Ma?" Gray inquired, when the last gown had been paraded and when Allie appeared in her riding suit. "Out with the fairies, I suppose. She won't tell Pa or me where she goes or what she does. Says it's all foolishness." "Perhaps she will tell me, for I believe in fairies," Gray said, seriously. Allie smiled at him. "I reckon she will. Folks tell you 'most anything you want them to, I reckon." This was the busiest hour of the afternoon. Gray had purposely ordered the horses sent around at a time when he knew that the veranda, the walks, and the tennis courts would be filled, for ever since his interview with the hotel manager a plan had been shaping in his mind, and already he had dropped a few words, a hint or two here and there, that were calculated to stimulate interest in Allie Briskow. It gratified his craving for the theatric now to lead the girl out before so many curious eyes. For himself, he knew that he commanded attention, and as he noted the lines of this young Juno, he could find nothing in her that needed betterment. Allie's suit was the latest, smartest thing in riding habits, and it set off her magnificent figure as nothing else could. Systematic exercise and hard work, like the final touch of a skilled sculptor, had given it beauty and refinement. Harmony and proportion had destroyed the impression of unusual size. How deep was her bosom, how smooth and flowing were her curves, how superbly tall she was. As a thing of flesh and blood, she made these other women look like females of an insignificant race. It thrilled him pleasantly to observe the confidence with which she swung herself into the saddle, and the instant mastery she exercised over her restless mount. No timidity there, no need of assistance, no absurd hampering skirts and artificial posture, either, but a seat astride, as befits anyone who chooses to honor the king of four-footed creatures. Under cover, Gray noted Allie's effect upon her attentive audience, and he smiled. If only he could spend a few days here, he would make her a woman to be sought after by some of the best people. She refused to meet them, huh? Well, that would have to be as it was to be. "We've been having supper in our rooms lately," she told him, when they returned at dark. "You're going to eat with us, aren't you?" "I am, to be sure, but not in your rooms," he declared. You'd rather do exactly what would please me, now wouldn't you?" "Yes, sir." "Then run along and put on that dinner dress that I liked best, and tell Ma to look her prettiest, too. We'll not spoil this day." It was 7:30 when Gray, in evening clothes, appeared at the Briskow suite. Allie told herself there had never been a man so handsome, so distinguished, so godlike as he. God, she now felt sure, must wear full dress. Gus Briskow beamed as the visitor smiled approvingly at his daughter. "She is purty, ain't she? Don't look much like the girl I sent to Dallas for fixin's." "Allie is more than pretty, she's regal. Such another peerless queen only could her mirror show. But her head is turned already, Gus. Don't spoil her." The speaker stood with arms folded and head lowered while he studied the girl impersonally. Allie wore an expensive black lace dress, sleeveless, and sufficiently low of neck to display her charms. "Plain, a little too somber," Gray declared. "She can afford colors, ornaments. Jove, I'd like some time to see her in something Oriental, something barbaric. The next time I'm in New York I'll select a gown." Ma Briskow entered at the moment, greatly flustered and extremely self-conscious, and here certainly was no lack of ornamentation or of color. Ma wore all her jewelry, and her dress was an elaborate creation of brilliant jade green, from one shoulder of which depended a filmy streamer of green chiffon. In her desire to gild the lily, she had knotted a Roman scarf about her waist, a scarf of many colors, of red, of yellow, of purple, of blue, of orange, a very spectrum of vivid stripes, and it utterly ruined her. It lent her an air of extreme superfluity. It was as if she had put on everything except the bedspread. "You said to look my nicest," she bubbled, "so I done the best I could. You are lovely, both of you, but this is my party, isn't it? I can do anything I please." Gray looked from one to the other in eager inquiry. "Then let me fix you my way, Ma Briskow. Your face is too sweet, too gentle to be spoiled. Your charm is in your simplicity. Here, I have it." With swift impetuosity he untied the scarf and whipped it from Ma's waist. "Watch me now, and you'll see I'm right." With his penknife he cut the threads that held the chiffon streamer in place and removed it. Voila! even so little, and we see an adorable motherly person, richly but unostentatiously gowned. Don't you agree with me?" Without pausing for an answer, he wheeled upon the daughter and drew her into the range of a pier glass. "Now close your eyes and keep them closed." Around Allie's hips he flung the scarf, drew it snug and smooth, then knotted it. Next he snatched the length of chiffon and bound it about her head. His touch was deft and certain. A moment, and it had been fashioned to suit him. Then he stood back and eyed the tout ensemble. "Gorgeous!" he cried, genuinely enthusiastic. That was the touch. I defy any costumer to better it. Open your eyes, O gypsy princess, and what do you see? It sort of makes a difference, doesn't it?" Allie said. "A difference?" Gray flung aloft his hands in exaggerated despair. "Heaven help me! I am inspired. I have a flash of genius, a divine impulse, and with a magic pass I work a miracle. I transform you from something somber, dark, morose, into a creature of life, of passion, of allurement." He groaned. "And you stand there like a stalagmite. Why, girl, look at yourself." "Darned if she don't look like a picture I seen somewhere on an almanac," Gus declared. "Aha! A man with soul, a human being who sees beauty where I see it, an artist with my fire." Gray burst into infectious laughter, and the others joined him. This proved to be an evening when people really did turn their heads as the Briskows were shown to their table. But for once Allie suffered no embarrassment, for she felt sure they were looking at Calvin Gray, and in the shining glory of his presence she knew that she and her parents were invisible. It was a sort of situation in which Gray appeared to best advantage, so he talked incessantly during the meal, and in a key that kept his companions unconscious of their surroundings. On their way out they passed the entrance to the ballroom and paused to look in. The beat of the music swayed Allie unconsciously. Then, before she knew it, Gray's arm was around her waist and he was guiding her out upon the floor. "Oh, no!" she gasped. She stumbled, but he drew her closer, saying, "I'm proud of you, and I want you to show these people that you dance even better than you ride." Allie rose to the challenge. About midnight Calvin Gray strolled out of doors for a breath of fresh air before retiring. He glowed with the consciousness of a worthy deed well done. He had come to the Notch expecting to spend one night, but events of the last few hours had induced him to change his plans, and now he made up his mind to stay several days. He was burning to be back in the oil fields. To be sure, every hour away from them was an hour wasted, and although he told himself it was his feud that drew him, he knew better. As a matter of fact, when he thought of Texas, it was of Wichita Falls, and when he visualized the latter place, it was to picture a cottage with the paint off, or a small office with the sign Tom and Bob Parker, Real Estate and Insurance. He had been eagerly, selfishly counting the hours until his return, but here, it seemed, was work to be done, a task that he alone could accomplish, and his decision to remain had been made final when Allie Briskow told him with tremulous earnestness that he had saved her life, when she confessed that she had intended to kill herself, and why. Naturally, Gray had put no faith in that wild declaration. Nevertheless, it was plain that the girl, that all three Briskows, needed a friend to guide them. He sighed with resignation, but reflected that, inasmuch as he had put his hand to the plow, he must turn the furrow. After all, he could well afford to spare a week to put that girl on the road to happiness. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. Of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the day of their first meeting, Henry Nelson and Calvin Gray had clashed. No two people could be more different in disposition and temper. Hence it was only natural that every characteristic, every action of the one should have aroused the other's antagonism. Nelson was a cool, selfish, calculating plodder, with little imagination and less originality. He thought in grooves. His was a splendid type of mind for a banker. He had but one weak point, viz., a villainous temper, a capacity for blind, vindictive rage. A weakness, truly, for a man who dealt in money, but a weakness that lent him certain humanity, and without which he would have been altogether too mechanical, too colorless, too efficient. Nature seldom errs by making supermen. A drab man in many ways, Nelson was extraordinary mainly in this, that his mind followed straight, obvious channels, and that never except under the urge of extreme passion did he depart from the strictly logical line of action. In this, of course, he was superior to the average person, who too frequently undertakes the unusual. Calvin Gray's ebullience, his dash, his magnificence of demeanor, could be nothing less than an affront to such a man. Nelson could see in him only a pompous braggart, an empty, arrogant strutter. Age and easy success had not improved the banker's apoplectic turn of mind. Hence Gray's defiant declaration of war, his impudent assurance that the recent misfortunes to the house of Nelson were the direct results of his own deliberate efforts, had proven almost unendurable. In the first place, Nelson could not imagine a man making such a declaration. It was new to his entire experience and contrary to his code. It was unconservative, therefore it staggered him. It was, in fact, a phenomenon so unique as to leave him numb. He told himself that it must have been an act of a madman or a fool. Under no circumstances could he conceive of himself warning an enemy of his intentions. On the contrary, when he undertook to crush a rival, he went about it slyly, secretly, in the only regular and proper way. As a matter of fact, it had come as a disagreeable surprise to learn that his former comrade at arms cherished any resentment whatever toward him, for he had thought his tracks were well covered. What left the banker actually gasping, however, that which he came back to with unfailing astonishment, was Gray's effrontery in coming to Wichita Falls to boast of his accomplishments. That bespoke of such contempt, such supreme self-confidence in his ability to wreak further damage, that Nelson wanted to shout aloud his rage and his defiance. Following the departure of his two callers on that day of the meeting in the bank, Nelson closed his desk and went home. He could work no more. For several days thereafter he was an unpleasant person to do business with. On mature consideration, what amazed him as much as anything else was the fact that Gray had made good in so short a time in such a big way. Evidently, however, it was only another story of a lucky break and an overnight fortune, a common occurrence these days, but it was doubly unfortunate under the circumstances, for already Nelson was carrying a load equal to his strength, and he told himself that he could not afford to be distracted, even temporarily, by the irresponsible actions of a maniac. One could never tell what a madman would do, and Gray had confessed himself a madman, a fanatic of the most dangerous type. There was but one course of action open, viz., to eliminate him, destroy him without delay. That was no easy task, even in these lawless times, but the stakes were too high to permit of half measures. There must be a way. One would have to be careful, of course, not to put oneself too much in the power of unscrupulous people, and alas, the world was full of unscrupulous people. It was a pity that people could be so unscrupulous as to take advantage of a bargain made in good faith. That was blackmail. However, the prestige of the Nelson name was great. The power of its money was potent. and Henry believed that he could protect himself from eventualities. After cautious deliberation, he sent word to one of his men in the Ranger field that he wished to see him. The man came promptly, and when he left Henry Nelson's house after a conference, he carried with him a perfectly clear idea of why he had been sent for. This despite the fact that he had not been told in so many words. He knew, for instance, that a certain Calvin Gray had become a menace to his employers, so dangerous that it was worth to them a substantial fortune to be rid of him, and that while Henry Nelson could under no circumstances countenance anything illegal, anything savoring of violence, nevertheless, if some accident should befall Gray, if some act of God should put an end to him, there would be no disposition on Henry's part to question the divine origin of that calamity. Furthermore, the speaker had made it plain that if Providence did take a hand in some such mysterious manner, he would then be in a position amply to reward his employee for many acts of loyalty that had apparently passed unrecognized. For instance, profitable deals were forever coming up, new acreage was constantly being acquired, and it would be easy to carry a third party for an interest which was bound to make the third party rich. All this was expressed with admirable vagueness, but the man understood. So much accomplished, Nelson went to Dallas, and there he undertook to learn something about the size of Calvin Gray's profits, who was behind him, and the extent of their backing, and what his prospects were. He followed every avenue of information. He even went so far as to hire an investigator and send him north to look up Gray's record and follow his tracks as far back as possible. Nelson was reconnoitering behind the enemy lines and testing the strength of his position. When he returned home, Gray was gone, whither he could not learn. As the days passed without further developments, Nelson began to believe that he had had a bad dream, and that Gray had merely been talking to hear his own voice. He devoutly hoped that such would prove to be the case. A time came, however, when his apprehensions were roused afresh, and it was Barbara Parker who rekindled them. She had come to the bank with an excellent proposition, and was doing her best to sell it. In the course of her conversation she referred to Gray in a manner that gave Nelson cause for thought. "I've looked this lease over," Bob was saying, "and I've seen the books. It's been producing 150 barrels a day steadily. Production like that is cheap. At $1,000 a barrel, it is worth $150,000, Henry." "Why is it offered for 75?" Bob shrugged. How did a boll weevil like this Jackson make even a 150-barrel well in the first place? Where did he get the money to drill? He's sick of the game, I suppose, and would be satisfied to get his money back with a reasonable profit. It is a find, really." "Looks so, for a fact. How did you get onto it, Bob?" "Purely by chance, through a man named Mallow, a scientist of some sort, with a magic tester." The girl laughed. "Don't know him. Mallow is as queer as the rest of his kind, and I put no faith in his story until I investigated. But the well is there, doing 150 barrels as regular as clockwork. You'll have no trouble selling it." "Then you're not interested?" "Interested? Yes, indeed." Nelson nodded. "I'm quite excited, as a matter of fact, but I can't handle it at this particular time." "Frankly, I'm glad you can't," Barbara told him, "for now I can sell it to Mr. Gray." "Gray?" Henry looked up quickly. "If you wanted it for him, why did you bring it to me?" "Because Mr. Mallow insisted. He felt sure you'd jump at it. Besides, Mr. Gray is away, and prompt action is necessary. I'll wire him at once and ask him to accept my judgment." "Will he do so?" The girl colored faintly at the tone of this inquiry. "Perhaps. I think he believes in me, and that's more than you do. It's mighty flattering to a girl to have a man like Mr. Gray believe in her. Why, I'm practically his agent, He buys and sells through me whenever he can." "He's buying and selling, is he? He said something about entering this field in a big way." "He's in." Bob's eyes were sparkling. "Oh, things are looking up for Dad and me. Mr. Gray is a real miracle man, isn't he?" When this question evoked no response, the girl inquired curiously, "Tell me, are you and he such good friends as he says you are?" "Does he say we are good friends?" "Uh-huh. Well, he speaks admiringly of you, and if people admire me, I love them. He thinks you are a remarkably capable person. A determined fighter, I think he called you. That should be high praise, coming from a fellow officer. He probably outlined his plans to you." "He did." Nelson spoke dryly. "I assumed that he was relying on your judgment and taking your tips." "Why? How so?" "Because he has bought so much land alongside of yours." "Where?" Barbara was surprised. I suppose you knew." After a moment of hesitation, she said, "I think I'd better keep my mouth closed. Just the same, he couldn't have done better than to follow your lead." "That is the first compliment I ever paid you, Henry." "I've paid you enough, and I do believe in you, Bob, but I'm not the flattering kind. He's a great ladies' man. I wonder if he's going to make me jealous." "You jealous? Coming from Wichita's most emotionless banker? From the cold country Croesus? That speech is almost a declaration." Miss Parker laughed frankly. "Why, Henry, my haughty little nose is turning up. I can feel it. But at last it proves your insincerity. If you had faith in my judgment, you'd pick up this snap." With some hesitation, the man said, "We're in deep, Bob, awfully deep, and things haven't gone as well as they should lately. It's temporary, of course, but it would require an extraordinary effort at this time to take on anything new. That's the worst of this oil game. It takes too much money to protect your holdings. It doesn't pay to prospect land for the benefit of your neighbor. The risks are too great. Gray has been pretty attentive to you, hasn't he?" "That's a part of the man. He is attentive to everybody. I have received more candy and flowers and delightful little surprises than in all my short, neglected life." "I didn't know you liked candy." "I don't, but I adore getting it. The thought counts. I don't care much for canaries either. I've had such bad luck with them. But he sent me the dearest thing from New York, a tiny mechanical bird with actual feathers, and it sings. It is a really truly yellow canary in a beautiful gold cage, and when you press a spring it perks its head, opens its beak, flirts its tail, and utters the most angelic song. It must have cost a fortune. Couldn't you love a man who would think of a present like that?" Could you?" "Oh, I'm joking, of course," Bob said seriously. "We are merely business associates, Mr. Gray and I, but he has a faculty for taking his personality into his business, and that's why I know he is bound to make a great success." "Some day," Nelson said, with an effort at lightness, "when we have finished with this infernal oil excitement and the fever has subsided, perhaps I'll have a chance to to play ladies' man. It won't last long." "It sure won't," laughed the girl. "You'd never make a go of it, Henry." "I meant this boom won't last. These fools think it will, but it won't. While it does last, we busy men have no time for anything else, no chance to think of anything, no room in our minds." The speaker stared gloomily into space. He shook his head. "When a fellow is worried about important matters, he neglects the little things." "To me, that is the tragedy of this oil excitement. It devours everything fine in us. I wonder if the little things of life aren't, after all, the most important. Mind you, I'm not hinting I don't want your attentions. I wouldn't have time for them anyhow, for I'm just as feverish as anybody else. But in the midst of all these new concerns, these sudden millions, this overnight success, our ambitious schemes, we are forgetting the things that really count. Gentleness, courtesy, love, home, children. They're pretty big, Henry. Candy and roses and yellow canaries, too. But," the speaker rose briskly, "I didn't come here to talk about them. I came here to sell you an oil well. Sorry you can't take it." When she had gone, Nelson sat in a frowning study for some time. So it was not all a bad dream. What could be Gray's object in buying acreage adjoining his? Was it faith in his, Nelson's, judgment, a desire to ride to success on the tail of his enemy's kite, or did it mean a war of offsets, drilling operations, the instant a well came in? More likely the latter, if the maniac really meant what he had said. That promised to be an expensive and hazardous undertaking on Gray's part. That was playing the game on a scale too big for the fellow's limited resources, and yet it might be well to study the maps. Yes, and it was like Gray's effrontery to pay deliberate court to Bob Parker, knowing his rival's feelings toward the girl. Another insult. The upstart certainly possessed an uncanny dexterity in pricking armor joints. But what if Gray were in earnest? Bob had become a wonderfully desirable creature. She was the most attractive girl in Wichita Falls. It was a thought that had not previously presented itself to Henry Wilson, and it disturbed him now. He was glad indeed that he had sent a ranger for that field man. In and around the office of McWade and Stoner these days were busy. What with a couple of new wildcat promotions and a well going down on semi-proven ground, that lease which cornered into the Nelsons' holdings, and to which Stoner had called attention. It had been easy to sell stock in the latter enterprise, and now the deeper went the hole, the higher rose the hopes of the promoters. Stoner himself was directing operations, and he had named the well Avenger No. 1. Today he and his partner had been listening to Mallow, who concluded an earnest discourse with these words: "Nelson and her are partners in one deal, and he's stuck on her. If anybody can put it over, she's the one. If he buys that well, it'll be the biggest laugh this town ever had," McWade declared. "Buy it? 150 barrels in the heart of settled production for $75,000? I'll bet he'll buy it." "Think the boss will stand for that kind of a deal?" "Why not? They can't hang it on him, and heaven knows I'm honest." "He said nothing crooked." Mallow snorted. "Say, I bet you believe in Santa Claus. Gray's a great man, and what makes him great is that he does his own crooked work." Stoner was inclined to agree with Mallow's measure of their associate. "That's how I got him figured. His honesty talk didn't go far with me, and I don't believe he'll kick at anything. He's willing to pay any price to break this banker, but you can't bankrupt a feller unless you rip his coin loose. You can't ask him to please loosen. If we make a well of the Avenger, we'll force him to shoot maybe 100,000 right away, and that may cramp him for a while, but suppose he makes the turn and hits it like we do. We've made him that much stronger, haven't we? Gray plans to keep him spending faster than he can get it in, and that's all right if it works. But if Mallow can bilk him for 75,000 at one fell swipe, well, I'll bet my best gold tooth that the boss will stand the shock like a man." "I think you both got Gray all wrong," said McWade. "He's too smart to be crooked." This was a statement so absurd that Mallow proceeded to riddle it. It was upon its face a contradiction, for none but smart men could be crooked, and the laws of logic proved the converse to be equally true. Stoner sat in frowning silence while the argument raged, but he broke in finally. "I've always wanted to pull a real salting job, just to show how easy it is to gyp the cagey ones. Not an oil can job like this, but something big. This looks like the physiological moment." "Lay off, I tell you," McWade cried. "We're a legitimate firm, solid as Gibraltar and safe as a church. That's our motto, and we got to live up to it. I came into Wichita on the roof of a Pullman. I'm going out in a drawing room. Me and Sin are strangers." "Nothing sinful about my idea, Mac. One fall or two won't break Nelson. We've got to spill him hard. If we can pick up a few pennies ourselves in the process, why, that's legitimate. The dealer is entitled to his percentage, ain't he? Now, listen. Everybody's getting set for a big play over in Arkansas, as you know, salting away cheap acreage and waiting for some of the wildcats to come in. Well, last year I had a tool dresser up from there. Nice boy, but he got pneumonia and it turned into the con, so I took him home. He's back on his farm now, coughing his life away and doing a little bootlegging to keep body and cough together. He's got a big place, but it's all run down and so poor you couldn't raise a dust on it with a bellows. It would be a Christian act to help him sell that goat pasture for enough to go to some nice warm country where he'd get well and they couldn't extradite him." "Of course, if you've got a scheme that is perfectly safe," McWade ventured charitably, "and our bit was worth it, I've been thinking we might help the boy sell that farm to Nelson." "How?" Mallow, too, was curious. "Nelson's lungs are healthy. He wouldn't cough a nickel unless the place had oil on it." "I meant to tell you it's got oil on it. Best indication I ever saw. There's a drinking well, only the water ain't fit to drink till you skim off the rainbow. Then there's a wonderful seepage into a creek. You can see the oil oozing out from under the bank in one place. Certainly is pretty." Stoner's hearers were intent. They exchanged puzzled glances. Mallow was the first to speak. "Come on, what's the joker? I ain't saying you'd murder the guy for that farm, but if it's as good as that, he'd have died of the plague or something and left it to you long before this." "In a way, I'm getting ahead of my story," Stoner continued imperturbably. "The oil ain't actually visible, but it will be if, when, and as Henry Nelson gets ready to buy it. Easy enough to pour oil into a water well, I suppose, but that wouldn't fool a child. As for salting running water, a creek, show me." "There's a lot for you to learn in this business, Mallow. The point is, can we lay Nelson against a bunch of acreage like that?" "You could lay me against it if it looks like you say it does," McWade declared. "This bootlegger being half dead and non compos mentis would help put it over with a man like Nelson. He'd set him in a draft while he was signing the option. I'll guarantee the seepage to last for a month, even if he has the well bailed out every day, and the creek will carry oil for half a mile." "Would your one lung friend know how to play in?" "Would he? It was his idea. And all that kept us off it last year was the fact that the oil would have to be hauled about 30 miles, and we didn't have the price between us to hire a truck." For some time the trio discussed the various angles of Stoner's proposition, endeavoring, if possible, to devise some natural way of intriguing the interest of Henry Nelson. On this score McWade had fewer apprehensions than did his companions, his contention being that it mattered not how the matter was brought to the banker's attention so long as the property would stand investigation. Nelson was bound to be suspicious, anyhow, and a sale depended entirely upon the character of the oil showing. McWade's coolness toward the enterprise, it transpired, was occasioned not by a loftier sense of rectitude than his associates displayed, but by lingering doubts as to the profits involved. Not until Brick declared that his tubercular friend would accede to any arrangement he saw fit to make did the junior partner fall in with the proposal. "If it's a fair, square deal all around, I'm for it," the latter finally agreed. "But we can't afford to have any guy squawking that we did him up, especially if he's only got one lung to holler with. We're a legitimate firm, and we've got to treat our clients right. I think a 50-50 split would be reasonable." Stoner, too, thought that would be about right, and so it was left. Mallow was highly enthusiastic. "This will be a great surprise to Gray," he said, with animation. "It's mighty lucky he's got a gang like us to help him." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To learn that her mountain retreat had been invaded and that she had been spied upon filled Ma Briskow with dismay. But when Allie found fault with her behavior, the elder woman burned with resentment. "We're queer enough," the girl said, "without you cutting up crazy and making folks talk. If you want to dance, for goodness sakes hire somebody to teach you, same as I did." Mrs. Briskow had silently endured her daughter's criticism up to this point, but now her lips tightened and there was a defiant tilt to her head. "Who says I want to dance?" she demanded. "I can dance good enough." "What was you up to the other day? That Delamater man said you was acting plumb nutty." "I wasn't doing anything." "Where do you go every day, Ma? You stay around nice and quiet till Miss Ring or I look the other way, then you're gone." "I kind of visit around." "Who do you visit with? You don't know anybody. Nobody ever speaks to us. You ain't in earnest about those fairies and things, are you?" "It ain't nobody's business where I go or what I do," Ma declared, in sullen exasperation. "I ain't bothering anybody, am I?" "Don't say ain't. Say isn't." For once in her patient life the mother flamed into open rebellion. "Don't me!" she cried. "You're getting that 'don't' habit off Miss Ring, and nothing I say or do is right any more. You mind your own isn'ts, and I'll handle my ain'ts. I got places where I go and things I do. I don't bother nobody. I guess we got enough money so I can do things as I want to, as long as I don't bother nobody." "Why don't you take Pa along? He'd go. Then people—" "Mind your own business," the old woman snapped. She flounced out of the room, leaving Allie amazed and indignant at this burst of temper. That day Ma Briskow abandoned her mountain fastness. She took her faithful retainers with her and led them further up the ravine to a retreat that was truly inaccessible. She moved them, bag and baggage. Of course there was a scene. The children cried, the women wailed, the men wept. But she told them that traitors had betrayed their hiding place to the dastardly Duke of Dallas, and any moment might bring his cutthroat crew upon them. Some of the younger bloods were for remaining and selling their lives dearly, but Ma would not hear to it. It was quite an undertaking to move a whole nomad tribe, for there were all the household belongings, the cattle, the sheep, the goats, the milk-white Arabian steeds, the butter and eggs and homemade preserves, and all the paraphernalia of a warlike people. It is surprising how stuff accumulates in a mountain fastness. But she managed the retreat with conspicuous ability. Ma led the long caravan into the bed of a running stream, so that there would remain not a single footprint to guide pursuers. Then she sat in her saddle and gazed back at the silent camping place. Trap her, huh? Come upon her unprepared, would they? Ha ha! She laughed scornfully and tossed her head of midnight hair as she pictured the Duke's rage at finding he had been foiled again, and by a mere slip of a girl. This was a good game, and exciting, too. Fetch Pa Briskow along, indeed. Why, these wild mountain folks would kill him. In their present mood, they would rend a stranger hip from thigh, if they dreamed, for instance, that she, their queen, was married. Here was a new thought, and Ma's imagination leaped at it. If these passionate people suspected that she had contracted a secret marriage with the Earl of Briskow, their jealousy would know no bounds. They would probably slay Pa. Ma shuddered at the horrible vision of what would happen to Pa. This was truly thrilling. Later on in the morning Mrs. Briskow discovered that she possessed another amazing accomplishment, viz., the ability to walk on a ceiling upside down, like a fly. It was extremely amusing, for it enabled a person to see right into everything. Pa and Allie looked very funny from above. The next day, when she stealthily slipped out of her French window, she found Calvin Gray idly rocking on the veranda. He welcomed her appearance and pretended not to see her embarrassment at the meeting. He was glad of this chance for a visit with her alone. Perhaps she was going for a walk, and would take him along. Ma was annoyed and suspicious. She liked Gray, but she was as wary as a trout, and she refused to be baited. She would allow him to walk with her, but lead him to the retreat? Well, hardly. The man was piqued, for suspicion irked him. It was a tribute to his patience and to his knack of inspiring confidence that Ma finally told him about Allie's criticism and her resentment thereat. "I got my own way of enjoying myself, and I don't care what people think," she declared, with some heat. "Quite right. It's none of their darned business, Ma." "She thinks I'm kind of crazy, and I guess I am. But it comes from living so long in the heat and the drought, and always wanting things I couldn't have. Always been sort of thirsty in the head. When you want things all your life and never have 'em, you get so you play you've got 'em." The man nodded. "You've had a hard time. Your life was starved. I'm so glad the money came in time." "You see, I never had time to play, or a good place to play in, even when I was a little girl. But this is like books I've read." "Are these mountains what you thought they would be?" "Oh, they're better," Ma breathed. "It's too bad Allie's got to spoil everything." "I shall speak to her. We won't let her spoil anything. Now, tell me how you play." But Ma flushed faintly, and for some time longer she refused confidence. It didn't matter. It was all an old woman's foolishness. Nobody would understand. Gray was not insistent. Nevertheless, before long they were on their way to the glen. It was a glorious morning. The forest was beautiful, and as the two strolled through it, Ma's companion told her many things about trees and flowers and birds and bees that she had never dreamed of. Now Gray's natural history was shockingly inaccurate. Nevertheless, it was interesting, and it was told in a manner both whimsical and sprightly. He made up outrageous stories. He took no shame in seriously recounting experiences of his own that Ma knew were wholly imaginary. She told him finally, "Sakes alive, you're as crazy as I am." This he denied with spirit. Forests were enchanted places, and trolls dwelt in the mountains. There was no question about that. Most people never took time to see them, that was all. Now, as for him, he had actually beheld naiads and dryads, nixies and pixies at play. At least, he had practically been upon the point of seeing them. Ma herself must have come across places they had just left, but probably she had lacked the patience to await their return or the faith to woo them into being. There were little woods people, too, no bigger than your thumb, whose drinking goblets were acorn cups and whose plates were shiny leaves. He showed her how to set a fairy tablecloth with her handkerchief and with toadstools for seats. In a reckless burst of confidence, Ma told him how it felt to walk upside down like a fly and to go bounding through the woods like a thistledown. Gray had never tried it, but he was interested. Then finally, alas, the inconsistency of woman, she told him all about her hidden band of mountaineers. Now this was something he could understand. This was more his speed. He insisted upon making the personal acquaintance of those bold followers of hers, and upon hearing the whole sad story of the Princess Pensacola. The history of her struggle against the wicked Duke of Dallas moved him. He wove new details of his own into it, and before Ma knew it, he was actually playing the part of the Duke. The Duke, it appeared, was a hard and haughty man, but at heart he was not all bad. When he had listened to the story of his victim's wrongs, and more fully appreciated the courage, the devotion of her doughty followers, he was touched. For her sake and theirs, he proposed a truce to this ruinous struggle. What kind of truce? Well, he refused entirely to renounce his claim to the throne, but they might share it. He was a handsome man, and no wickeder than the general run of dukes. He would make a becoming husband to the beauteous princess, and if she set her mind to it, she could probably make a better person of him. Thus would the warring factions be united. Thus would the blessings of peace descend. But the princess raised her slim jeweled hand and spoke thus: "Too late, your honor. I've been married to his Royal Highness the Earl of Briskow, and it serves you right the way you done us both." The Duke fell into a great rage at this. He refused to believe it, and threatened to annul the marriage. "Oh, you can't do that," tittered the princess. "We was married by the Royal Justice of the Peace, and we got 2 children." Here was a blow. The Duke was crushed until a happy thought came to him. If cruel fate prevented him from claiming the Princess Pensacola for a bride, he would take her for a mother. He had always wanted a mother, anyhow. Lack of maternal care it was that accounted for his wildness. It was enough to ruin any duke, and mothers were much nicer than wives. They were much harder to get, also. "Lord, I wish you meant it," Ma exclaimed in a matter-of-fact tone. "I wish Allie were a real princess. Maybe—" Gray broke in with a laugh. "There, you've spoiled the play. The Duke has fled." Mrs. Briskow's wrinkled face beamed. "Think of a great big man like you playing pretend with a foolish old woman like me. I thought you had more sense." "I live in my own land of pretend, just as you do. Why, I have a real princess of my own." "Honest?" Gray nodded. "The Princess of Wichita Falls. Would you like to hear about her? Well, she's small and dainty, as princesses should be, and her eyes are like bluebells, Ma. They are brave, honest eyes that can laugh or cry, the sort of eyes that makes a man's head swim when he looks into them too long. She carries herself like a great lady, and she's very cool and princess-like to men, but in reality she's just an adorable feminine creature who wants to be loved. When she laughs, 2 deep dimples come into her cheeks, marks of royal favor. Some people may consider her too stern, too matter-of-fact, but she isn't. In her boudoir there is scent and sachet and frilly, ribbony things that nobody ever sees, and flowers from me. She loves roses best of all, and she says she buries her face in them. I send her roses mostly, so they can kiss her cheeks for me. A tiny yellow lovebird in a tiny yellow cage sings her awake every morning. I taught it the song it warbles, but she'll never understand what the little bird is trying to say." Ma Briskow had listened with rapt attention. Now she inquired, "Does she love you?" "Didn't I tell you this was my game of pretense?" Gray said, gaily. "Do you really think that an adorable creature whose head is full of girlish notions and youthful ideals could care for the worldly, wicked old Duke of Dallas? I am old, Ma, and I gone the gate." "Pshaw, you ain't any such thing." "Well, perhaps I'm a better lover than I believe. Who knows? Fortunately, however, it is all just an amusing game." The speaker rose and looked at his watch. "It's lunch time, Mother Briskow, and I'm famished." As the 2 entered the hotel grounds, Gus and Allie hurried to meet them, and the latter exclaimed irritably, "It's about time you showed up. We've been looking everywhere for you." At sight of her husband's face, Ma inquired in sudden anxiety, "What's wrong, Gus?" "It's Buddy," Allie declared. "'Tain't serious," Briskow said, "and it is, too. He left school, run away. Here, Mr. Gray, see what you make out of it." Gray read aloud the letter that was handed to him, a letter from the principal of the institution that he himself had recommended, stating that Ozark had disappeared without doing the college authorities the courtesy of leaving an address. Inasmuch as he had never expressed the slightest dissatisfaction with his surroundings, the writer was at a loss to explain the reason for this disappearance. As to Ozark's safety, there was no immediate cause for apprehension, for he had taken with him 3 trunks of clothing, a high-powered touring car, and a Belgian police dog. But certain of the young man's exploits that had come to light since his departure aroused grave doubts in the principal's mind of his moral well-being. "What's it mean?" the mother inquired. "It means that Buddy has taken a vacation." "How much money has he?" "He's got plenty," Gus declared. "More'n's good for him, if—" "If what?" Ma queried. Gus halted. It was Allie who answered. "If he done what we think he's done, gone away after some woman." "Some woman?" Ma stared blankly from one face to another. "Buddy in love? Well, he never wrote me nothing about being in love." Reading a further message in her husband's expression, she cried fiercely, "He's a good boy. He wouldn't take up with nobody that wasn't nice. What makes you think it's a girl?" "I didn't say girl, Ma. I said woman. Buddy's been writing to me and—" "What's the difference? Maybe he's in love with some nice young woman and they've run away to get married. Buddy's handsome and they got nice women everywhere." "Love with all his money and him only up to fractions?" Allegheny laughed scornfully. Gus Briskow wiped his face with a nervous hand. "I'm most sick over it," he confessed. "The Professor has written me a couple of times about him. Buddy's gone wild, I guess, drinking and—" "Drinking?" Gray interrupted sharply. "Why didn't you tell me? So you gave him unlimited money in spite of my warning?" "He wanted his own bank account, his share of the royalties. Made him feel more like a man, he said. I never learned how to say no to him or Allie. Ma and I always said no to each other, but it was always yes to them. We never had much to give 'em, no way." "Drinking, huh?" Gray was frowning. "The woman part I don't care so much about. He'll probably get over that if it isn't too serious. But whiskey, that's different. I'm responsible for that boy, in a manner of speaking. I adopted him because he flattered me by pretending to admire me. It was a unique experience. I took Buddy for my own." "Will you let me handle this matter?" The speaker looked from one parent to the other, and they saw that his face was grimly set. "Give me my way, and I'll bring that young rascal to time or—" He shrugged, he smiled faintly. "Give me permission to treat him as if he were really my own, will you?" "You got my leave," said the father, but Ma Briskow bristled. "Don't you dast hurt him!" she cried. Again Gray shrugged, this time with resignation. "As you will. I was wild myself. I think I know what he needs." "You can't beat anything into Buddy's head." It was Allie speaking. "After all, he's grown up, and what right has anybody got to interfere with him? Suppose it is a woman. Suppose she is after his money. It's his. Men can get what they want by paying for it. An hour, a day, a week of happiness. Ain't that worth all Buddy will have to pay? I'd pay. I'd go through the torture the rest of my life." "Allegheny Briskow!" the mother exclaimed. "Well, I would." The girl's voice broke. A sudden agitation seized her. In passionate defiance she went on. "What's the use of wanting something all your life and never getting it? What's money for if you can't buy the one thing you want worst of all? That's where men have got the best of it. They can buy love. I wish I was a man. I wish I was Buddy. I'd have my day, my week, and as much more as I could pay for. I'd have happiness that long if it broke my heart. But I'm a girl." It was with sudden interest that Gray studied the speaker. Here was a side to the Briskow character that he had not suspected, and it gave him a new light upon Buddy. For brother and sister were much alike. It showed him more clearly the size of the task he had volunteered to undertake. He heard the father speaking, and reluctantly withdrew his eyes from Allie's flaming face. "He likes you, Mr. Gray, and maybe you can keep him from spoiling his whole life. That's what he's liable to do, I'm scared. He wouldn't listen to me. Boys don't listen to their fathers." "I'll find him, Gus, and I'll make him listen to me. If it is drink, I'll break him of it. If it is a woman, I'll break him of that, too, for it can't be more than a passing fancy." Noting the tragic concern that wrinkled Ma Briskow's face, he put an arm around her, saying more gently, Now, I won't deny you the luxury of worrying, Ma dear. That is a mother's divine prerogative. But rest assured, Buddy shan't do himself any great harm. Now then, let's get to a long-distance phone." It was perhaps 2 hours before Gray reported to Gus Briskow. "They don't know much more at the school than what was written in that letter. He has been going a rather lively pace lately, it seems." "Did you find anything out about the woman?" "Nothing definite. I have put detectives on the case, and they will report to me at Wichita Falls. As soon as they uncover his trail, I'll go to Buddy at once." "You're going to leave us?" "I must. I just received a telegram from my agent about the purchase of a well. It's a matter that can't wait." "I can't thank you for all you've done for us. We was in bad shape till you come. Now everything is straight again. That's my job, Gus, to do little odd favors for those I love. You stay here, for Ma's happy, and this place is making a girl out of her. Allie is doing wonders with herself, too. By the way, she needn't be lonely any more. I've talked to some of the guests, and they want to make friends with her. She'll find them nice people, and you must make her meet them halfway. Perhaps she'll become interested in some decent young fellow. I'd like that, wouldn't you?" "Would ye?" The tone of his inquiry caused Gray to glance more keenly at the speaker, but Briskow's bright eyes told him nothing. "Why, naturally. Allie is becoming more attractive every day, and she is going to make something of herself. She is going to do us all proud." As soon as he was alone, Gray eagerly reread his telegram from Wichita Falls. It was from Barbara Parker, the first, by the way, he had ever received, and he smiled at the girl's efforts to be thoroughly businesslike, and at the same time to convey the full urgency of her message. Why had she economized on words when every one was precious to him? Buy that well? Of course he would, if she so earnestly desired it. But what was better by far than the prospect of a profitable purchase was the fact of her personal interest in him. When it came to the last line of her message, Bob had plunged into a 10-word riot of extravagance. "The bird is darling. I have named him after you." Gray wondered if these words really meant what they seemed to imply, or if it was merely her bubbling enthusiasm that spoke. Well, he would soon find out. Already he had wasted too much time on the Briskows. A man's duty ever lies in the way of his desire. But once he had rounded up Buddy, perhaps the family would be able to take care of itself. He hoped so, for it was assuming the character of a liability. It was late that night. The southbound flyer had gone through. The Briskows were sitting in the pleasant parlor of their handsome suite, but they were like three mourners. Ma and Pa were soberly discussing the news about Buddy. Allegheny was staring in somber meditation at nothing. The girl was bitter, rebellious, for never had she felt so utterly alone as this moment. To that question which was monotonously repeating itself, she could form no answer. Did he care, or was it all pity, just his way? She heard his name and her own mentioned, and she became attentive. "What's that? He wants me to meet these people halfway?" she inquired. "What for? I don't like 'em." "He says you'll get to like 'em, and they'll get to like you. He says you're going ahead tremendous, and we'll all be proud of you. Maybe you'll meet some nice young feller." "He said that, did he?" Allie's voice was sharp. "Not exactly, but " "He asked 'em to be nice to me. He fixed it all up. Is that it? I've got lots of money. Some man'll make love to me and I'll fall in love with him. Is that what he said?" "He didn't put it that way. What he said was more " Allegheny rose with an exclamation of anger. "Well, I won't meet him. He'd better mind his own business." "Why, Allie!" the mother exclaimed, in mild reproach. "I won't! I hate him! I hate everybody! Him with his high and fancy ways," the girl choked. "He looks down on us the same as other folks does, and I don't blame him. He acts like we was cattle, and we are." Her own scorn appeared to whip the speaker into a higher frenzy. "Now he's gone off to spoil Buddy's doin's. Buttin' in, that's what it is. If I knew where Buddy is, I'd warn him. I'd tell him to look out. I'd tell him to grab his chance when it comes along, if it takes all the Briskow money and all the Briskow wells. He's lucky, Buddy is. It don't make any difference who he took up with, if he loves her." Never but once before had the Briskows seen their daughter in a mood like this, and that was on the occasion of their first visit to Dallas. Now they sat numb and speechless as she raved on. "Playing with us to amuse himself. It's a game with him. He ain't got anything better to do. Why, he even shows us how to dress. With a touch he says I work miracles. I transform you from something dark and common into a thing of passion. Passion! What the hell does he know about passion? He's a doctor, he is, cutting up a live dog to see what ails it. A live dog that's tied down, cutting it up. Oh, my God! I wish I was Buddy." It was several moments after the door of Allie's room had slammed behind her before Gus Briskow spoke, and then it was with a deep sigh. "I've been afraid of something like this, Ma. I reckon we're going to pay dear for our money before we get through." "And him with a princess in Wichita Falls," the mother quavered. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There are many arguments against industry. Much is to be said against its wholesale practice. For one thing, habitual diligence, of whatever sort, begets other habits hard to break, habits that persist in plaguing a man during his periods of indolence and perhaps during his whole life. Early rising is one of the most annoying of these habits. While it cannot be said that Tom Parker had ever labored arduously at anything, nevertheless he had followed his calling faithfully, and the peculiar exigencies of that calling had made of him a light and fitful sleeper. He had so often used the earth as a mattress and his saddle as a pillow that sunup invariably roused him, and as a consequence he liked to tell people that he could do with less sleep than any man in Texas. That was, in fact, one of his pet complaints. It was true that old Tom had never slept long, but it was also true that he slept oftener than any man in Texas. He was up and dressed by daylight, and until breakfast time he engaged himself in purposeless and noisy pursuits. This futile energy, however, diminished steadily until about 9:30, after which his day was punctuated by a series of cat naps, as a broken sentence is punctuated by dots and dashes. That small room at the rear of his office Barbara had cleared of its dusty accumulations, of its saddles and saddlebags, its rusty Winchesters, its old newspapers and disorderly files, and had transformed into a retreat for him. She had overcome his inherent prejudice against innovations of any sort by arguing gravely that the head of every firm should, nay, must, have a private sanctum. Tom approved of the change after he became accustomed to it, for he was subjected to fewer irritating distractions there than elsewhere. Before long, in fact, he acquired the ability to doze placidly through almost any sort of business conference in the outer office. It was his practice to sleep from 9:30 until 11, when Bob fetched him a glass of orange juice with a spike in it. This refreshing beverage filled him with new energy to tackle the issues of the day, and thereupon began a routine as fixed as some religious ritual. First he smacked his lips, then he cleared his throat loudly several times, after which his chair creaked as he massaged his rheumatic leg. Promptly, upon the count of 20, he emerged from the inner office, slamming the door energetically behind him. Whether Bob was alone or engaged with clients, Old Tom's air was always the same. It was that of a busy man weighted with grave responsibilities. He frowned. He muttered hurriedly, "Got to see a man. Back in an hour. Anybody calls, tell 'em to wait." This took him to the front door, which he also slammed behind him, there being a certain force and determination to the sound of a slamming door. Then he limped down the street to Judge Halloran's office. The judge usually had the checkerboard out and set when Tom arrived. Afternoons passed in much the same manner. Night found Tom, if not actually exhausted from the unceasing grind, at least pleasurably fatigued thereby and ready for an after-dinner doze. He considered himself seriously overworked. This morning Bob was alone at her desk when he came out, and something about her appearance caused the old warrior to look twice. He was exactly on time, but the judge could wait. He was a cranky old scoundrel anyhow, was Judge Halloran, and it would do him good to cool his heels for a few minutes. Tom paused with his hand upon the doorknob. "My goodness, son, you're all dressed up," he said, as he noted Bob's crisp white dress, the rose upon her bosom, the floppy hat that framed her face. "Church sociable somewheres?" "No, Dad." "What's going on?" "Nothing in particular." "You certainly are sweet." Tom's bleak gray face softened. Then some vague regret peered forth from his eyes. "Certainly are sweet, but—" "But what?" The girl smiled up at him. "Oh, I don't know. Seems like you ain't quite the same boy you was. You're changing lately somehow, getting more like your mother every week. I like that, of course," he said quickly, "but I'd like awful well to see you in your ranch clothes again. I bet you clean forgot how to ride and rope and—" "You know very well I haven't." "I'm a bit rusty, perhaps, but remember, I'm a pretty busy girl these days." "I know," Tom sighed. "I'm wore out, too. What do you say we close up the old factory and take a rest? Let us get a couple of broncs and go up to the territory for a spell. Used to be a lot of wild turkeys in a place I know. It'd do us a lot of good." "Why, Dad, we can't do that. And besides, those turkeys were killed out years ago." I suppose so. Ain't much left to shoot at but tin cans. Come to think of it." There was a pause. "I don't reckon you could handle a 6-gun like you used to, Bob." "You think not? Try me sometime and see," said the girl. Apparently Tom believed there was no time like the present, for he slid his right hand under the left lapel of his coat, and when he brought it away there was a large single-action Colt's revolver in it, a massive weapon, upon the mother-of-pearl handle plates of which were carved 2 steers' heads. Those steers' heads Tom had removed from a gun belonging to a famous bad man, suddenly deceased, and there was a story that went with them. "Now, see here," Bob protested, "one of these new policemen will pick you up some day." "Pshaw! Nobody would pick me up just for toting a gun," the old man declared. With practiced fingers he extracted the shells one by one. "I feel right naked without a 6-shooter. I feel like I'd cast a shoe or something." "I wish you'd give up carrying it." "Let's see you do a few tricks, Bob. Do the roll. Remember, she don't stand cocked." Miss Parker rose to her feet and took the weapon. She balanced it in her hand, then spun it, rolled it, fanned it, went through a routine of lightning sleight of hand that Tom had taught her long before. "Let's see you do a few shots," her father urged when she handed it back to him. "In here?" "Sure. It's our shanty. Drive a few nails, or, I'll tell you, kill the bear and save the tenderfoot's life." Tom pointed to a Winchester calendar on the rear wall, which bore the lithographic likeness of an enraged grizzly upon the point of helping himself to a hunter. "Why, we'd have the whole town running in. Go on, son, make it speak. Bears is easy killed." "Nonsense." Reluctantly, Tom reloaded his weapon and thrust it back into its shoulder holster. Regretfully, he murmured, "Doggone, we never have any more fun." He turned toward the door. "Where you going, Dad?" "I got to see a man back in an hour. Anybody calls?" "You know you won't be back in an hour. Where are you going?" "I got to see what is it?" Bob hesitated. "I wish you'd stay here. I think Mr. Gray arrived this morning, and I expect him in." Tom decided that he had made Judge Halloran wait long enough. He should have been in the old rascal's King's Row by this time. So he said, briskly, "Wish I could, son, but I got to see a man." "Mr. Gray was here several times before he went away, but you were always out." When her father showed no inclination to tarry, Barbara spoke with more impatience than she had ever used toward him. "I wanted to meet you, Dad, for he has come back on purpose to take up that Jackson well. If I devote all my time to business, it seems to me you could afford to sacrifice an hour to it, just this once." "That checker game can wait." Tom Parker stiffened. Sacrifice an hour to business just once? That was a blow. As if his nose was not at the grindstone day in and day out. As if he were not particularly chained to this office. As if unremitting application to business had not wrecked him, worn him to the bone, made an insomniac out of him. That was the worst about children, boys especially. They twitted their elders. They thought they were the whole works. They assumed undue importance. Tom was offended, and being a stubborn man, he bowed his back. "Tell him to wait," he said curtly. "I'll get around to it as soon as I can." "Why, Dad, he isn't a man who can wait. This deal won't wait, either. I've been talking over that Jackson well with a man, and I got him." "I asked you not to mention it, not to a soul. It is a very important matter, and—" Now Tom had not discussed the Jackson well, except casually, with Judge Halloran, but every word that Bob spoke rankled, so he interrupted with a resentful query. "Ain't I equal to handle an important deal?" Bob acknowledged quickly that he was. She had not meant to criticize his ability to conduct negotiations of the very highest importance, but she was surprised, in view of her earnest request, that he had even mentioned this particular matter to anybody. She reminded him that insurance was his forte, and that their understanding had been that she was to take exclusive charge of the oil business. While she was talking, Tom realized with a disagreeable shock that of late there had been no insurance written, none whatever. He had given the matter no thought, but such was undoubtedly the case, and in his daughter's words he felt a rebuke. Now he could not abide rebukes. He had never permitted anybody to criticize him. For once that unconscious irritation that had been slowly accumulating with him flamed up. It was an irritation too vague, too formless to put into words, especially inasmuch as words did not come easily to Tom Parker when he was mad. Without further comment, the old man pulled his gray wide-awake lower over his eyes and limped out of the room. But he did not go to Judge Halloran's office. He was too sore to risk further offense at the hands of one who took malicious delight in antagonizing him, so he walked the streets. The more he pondered Bob's accusation, an accusation it surely was, the angrier he became, not at her, of course, for she was blood of his blood, his other and better self, but angry at himself for allowing the reins to slip out of his fingers. He was the head of the firm. It was due to his ripe judgment and keen common sense that the business ran on. His name and standing it was that gave it stability. Perhaps he had permitted the girl to do more than her share of the work, and hence her inclination to take all the credit for their joint success was only natural. But it was time to change all that, time to turn a big deal without her assistance. That was the thing to do. Handle the Jackson lease in his own way, and turn it over for a price far in excess of $75,000. Anybody could sell things for less than they were worth, but it took real ability to realize their full value. Here was a snap, A chance to clean up big money. Bob said so. Why not? Then take over the lease for himself and her, pay something down, hold it for a few weeks, then resell it at a staggering profit. Such things were being done. Tom did not know just how, but he could easily find out, and there were several $1,000s in the bank to the firm's account. If that was not enough to meet the first payment, he could probably get Belle Nelson to give him another mortgage on something. Or was it that he would have to give the mortgage to Belle? It didn't matter. The thing to do was to jump out to the extension by the well and show Bob that he was as good a businessman as she, better, in fact. A bus was about to leave, so Tom clambered in. Barbara Parker had to acknowledge that she was more than a bit thrilled at the prospect of seeing Calvin Gray again. She had assured her father glibly that there was nothing going on that day, but there was. It was something to realize that a mere telegram from her had brought a man of Mr. Gray's importance clear across the country, and that he was coming straight to her. What mysterious magic lay in the telegraph? Ever since their first meeting, he had awakened in her a sort of breathless excitement, the precise significance of which she could not fathom, and that excitement now was growing hourly. It could not mean love. Bob flushed at the thought, for she had no intention of falling in love with anybody. She was too young, the world was too new and too exciting for that, and besides, her life was too full, her obligations were too many to permit of distractions, agreeable or disagreeable. Nor, for that matter, was Gray the sort of man to become seriously interested in a simple person like her. He was complex, many-sided, cosmopolitan. His extravagant attentions were meaningless, and yet one could never tell. Men were queer creatures, perhaps. Little prickles ran over Bob. She felt her whole body galvanize when she saw Gray coming. He entered as she knew he would enter, with the suggestion of having been blown thither upon the breast of a gale. He was electric. He throbbed with energy. He was bursting with enthusiasm, and his delight at seeing her was boyish. Bob colored rosily at his instant and extravagant appreciation of her effort to look more pleasing than usual, but embarrassment followed her first thrill. She could not believe his compliments were entirely genuine. Therefore she took refuge behind her coolest, her most businesslike demeanor. For a while they talked about nothing, although to each the other was eloquent. Then Bob came as quickly as might be to the matter she had wired him about. He listened with smiling lips and shining eyes, but he heard only the bare essentials of her story, for his thoughts were galloping. His mind was busy with new impressions of her. Other voices than hers were in his ears. That was his rose at her breast. She had been pleased at his coming, otherwise she would not have paid him the girlish compliment of wearing her best. Evidently she cared for him, or was she merely impressed, flattered? Women had called him romantic, whereas he knew himself to be theatric. He wondered if she... "I told Jackson you'd be out to look at the well and the books today," Bob was saying. "He won't wait an hour longer." "Splendid. I came the instant you telegraphed. Dropped everything, in fact. Some of my men are waiting to see me, but I haven't even notified them of my arrival. Important business, too. Nevertheless, I hurried right here. They can wait." Gray laughed gladly. "Jove, how becoming that hat is! I hired the best-looking car I could find, and it will be here in a minute. I told myself I had earned a day with you, and I wouldn't spoil it by permitting you to drive. I've so much to talk to you about, business of all sorts, that I scarcely know where to begin." Now Bob had expected to drive to the Northwest Extension with Gray. Nothing else had been in her mind. Her field clothing was even laid out, ready for a quick change. But a sudden contrariness took hold of her. She experienced a shy perversity that she could not explain. "Oh, I'm sorry I can't go. I simply can't," she declared. He was so obviously disappointed that her determination gained strength. She was surprised at her own mendacity when she explained the utter impossibility of leaving the office, and told a circumstantial fib about a title that had to be closed with people from out of town. The more she talked, the more panicky she became at the thought of being for hours alone with this forceful, this magnetic, this overwhelming person. Strange, in view of the fact that she had been looking forward to it for days. In order finally to get him away before she could change her mind, she promised to hurry through her affairs and then drive out and bring him home. There was no time to lose. Jackson was growing impatient. It was a wonderful deal. There were other days coming. When Gray had gone and Bob was alone, she drew a deep breath. Her pulse was rapid. She was tingling as if from some stimulating current. What a man! What an effect he had upon people! What a fool she had been not to go! The road to Burkburnett is well surfaced for some distance outside of Wichita Falls. Therefore Gray leaned back with his eyes closed as the car sped over it, picturing again his meeting with Barbara, recalling her words of greeting, puzzling over the subtle change in her demeanor at the last. Perhaps he had frightened her. He was given to overenthusiasm. This would be a lesson. Queer how women interfere with business. Here he was going at things backward, whirling out to the oil fields when he should be with McWade and Stoner. They would probably be distracted at his non-arrival. But this was business, too, and she would drive out to get him. There would be the long ride back. Far away across the undulated prairie fields, the horizon was broken by a low, dark barricade, the massed derricks of the town site pool. So thickly were they grouped that they resembled a dense forest of high black pines, and not until Gray drew closer could he note that this strange forest was leafless. By now the roads were quagmires, and the unceasing current of traffic had thickened and slowed down until Gray's car rocked and plunged through a hub-deep channel of slime. There was but one route to the extension, and it led through the very heart of Burkburnett. There were no detours around the town, no way of beating the traffic. Therefore vehicles, no matter how urgent their business, were forced to fall in line and allow themselves to be carried along like chips in a stream of tar. Burk was a one-story town, or at least most of its buildings projected only one story above the mud, and that mud was mixed with oil. Leakage from wells, pipeline, storage tanks had made the mass underfoot doubly foul and sticky, and where it was liquid it shone with iridescent colors. Mud was everywhere, on the sidewalks, inside the stores, on walls and signboards, on the skins and clothing of the people. Through the main street the procession of cars plowed, then out across the railroad tracks and toward the open country beyond. When it came to a halt, as it frequently did, above the hum of idle motors could be heard the clank of pumps, the fitful coughing of gas engines, the hiss of steam. This, of course, was soon drowned in a terrific din of impatient horns, a blaring, brazen snarl at the delay. The whole line roared metallic curses at the cause of its stoppage. Even the railroad right-of-way had been drilled. Switch engines shunted rows of flats almost between the straddling derrick legs. Gray's driver had been dumb thus far. Now he broke out abruptly. "Speaking about mud, I was crossing the street on a plank the other day when I saw a brand new derby laying in the mud and picked it up. Underneath it was a guy's head. 'Hello,' I said. 'You're in pretty deep, ain't you?' The fellow looked up at me and said, 'This ain't bad. You ought to see my brother. I'm standing on his shoulders.'" The chauffeur laughed loudly at his own humor. "Some country, I call it. But the sun's out, so it will be blowing sand tomorrow." When Burkburnett had been left behind, another and vaster island of derricks came into view. It marked the Burke Wagoner Pool, part of the Northwest Extension, so called. The car was waiting its turn to cross a tiny toll bridge spanning a sluggish creek the bed of which ran seepage oil from the wells beyond, when the driver grumbled aloud, "4 bits to cross a 40-foot bridge. There's a graft for you. One old nester above here tore a hole in his fence opposite a wet place in the road and charged us $half to drive through his pasture. But it was cheaper than getting stuck. He had to carry his coin home in an oat sack. After a few weeks somebody got to wondering why that spot never dried out, and come to investigate, what do you think?" "I seldom think when I'm being entertained," his passenger declared. "Well, that poor stupid had dammed the creek, and every night he shut the gate and flooded his road." If the clustered derricks of the townsite pool were impressive, there was something positively dramatic about the extension. Burkburnett had been laid out in lots and blocks, and the drilling had followed some sort of orderly system, but here were no streets, no visible plan. This had been a wheat field, and as well after well had come in, derricks, drilling rigs, buildings, tanks, piles of timber and casing had been laid down with complete disregard of all save the owner's convenience. Overnight, new pipelines were being laid, for hours counted here, and the crude had to find outlet. Fuel had to be brought in. These pipelines were never buried, and in consequence the ceaseless flow of traffic was forever forced to seek new channels. The place became a bewildering maze, through which teams floundered and motor vehicles plunged at random. Towns had sprung up, for this army of workers was isolated in a sea of mud, but whereas Burke was more or less permanent, Newton, Bradley's Corners, Bridgetown were cities of canvas, boards, and corrugated iron. By day they were mean, filthy, grotesque. By night they became incandescent, for every derrick was strung with lights, and the surplus supply of gas was burned in torches to prevent its accumulating in ravines or hollows in explosive quantities. They were Mardi Gras cities. Day by day the fields spread onward toward the Red River. The whole region smelled of oil. Fire, of course, was an ever-present menace. Newton, for instance, had been wiped out several times, for it lay on a slope down which a broken pipeline could belch a resistless wave of flame. And yet even the place was a litter of charred timber, twisted pipe, and crumbled sheets of galvanized iron. Owing to this menace, the residents had taken the only possible precaution. They had dug in. Behind each place of business was a cyclone cellar, a bomb-proof shelter, into which human bodies and stocks of merchandise could be crowded. Gray drove directly to the lease he had come to examine, and was disappointed to learn that the owner had just left. This was annoying. Bob had assured him that he was expected. Inquiry elicited from the surly individual in charge no more than the reluctant admission that Jackson had been called to the nearest telephone, but would be back sometime. There was nothing to do but wait. Gray let his car go, then made a cursory examination of the property. He could see little and learn less. The caretaker agreed that the well was pumping 150 barrels a day. Some evasiveness in this fellow's demeanor awoke Gray's suspicion. A sudden telephone call, the owner's absence when he expected a purchaser. Probably somebody else was after the property. It was decidedly worth while to wait. Gray was unaccustomed to inattention, incivility, and had anybody except Bob Parker put him in this position, he would have resented it. Under the circumstances, however, he could do nothing except cool his heels. As time passed, he began to feel foolish. By late lunchtime he was irritable, and as the afternoon wore on he grew angry. Why didn't Bob come as she had promised? He had lost a day, and days were precious. Evening found him wandering about aimlessly, in a villainous mood, but stubbornly determined to see this thing through at whatever cost. He had no wish to spend the night amid these surroundings, for respectable people shunned these oil field camps after dark, and he knew himself to be conspicuous. It would add a ridiculous climax to a trying day to be hijacked, to be frisked of his jewelry. During the early dusk he returned to the lease, only to find even the greasy caretaker gone. By this time Gray was decidedly uncomfortable, and to add to his discomfort, he conceived the notion that he was being followed. On second thought he dismissed this idea. Nevertheless, he took a roundabout course back toward the main street. It seemed odd to be floundering through inky shadows, feeling a way through this miry chaos, when aloft, as far as the eye could see, the sky was lit. This phantom city of twinkling beacons gave one a sense of acute unreality, for it was an empty city, a city the work of which went on almost without the aid of human hands. The very soul of it was mechanical. Only here and there, where a drill crew was at work, did an occasional human figure move back and forth in the glare of low-hung incandescents. Nevertheless, the whole place breathed and throbbed. It was instinct with a tremendous vigor. From all sides came the ceaselessly rhythmic clank of pumps, the hiss of gas and steam, the gurgling flow of liquid. They were the pulse beats, the respirations, the blood flow of this live thing, and its body odor stung the nostrils. All night long it panted with its heavy labors, as if the gins that lifted those giant pump beans were vying with one another in a desperate endeavor. They were, for a fact. Haste, avarice, and arduous diligence was in the very air. Gray stared and marveled, for imagination was not lacking in him. Those derricks with their fires were high altars upon which were heaped 10,000 hopes and prayers. Altars of avarice, towers of greed, that is what they were. He marveled, too, at the extremes these last few days had brought him, at the long cry from the luxurious Burlington Notch to this primitive land of fire worshippers. Here, only a few hours by motor from paved streets and comfortable homes, was a section of the real frontier, as crude and as lawless as any he had ever seen. Yonder, for instance, was the Red Lion, a regular Klondike dance hall. He looked in it for a moment, but the sight of the hard-faced houri revolving cheek to cheek with men in overalls and boots was nothing new. It did remind him of the March of Progress, however, to notice that the bartenders served Coca-Cola instead of hooch. Hygienic but vain, he reflected, not at all like the brave old days. Farther up the street was a flaming theater decorated with gaudy lithographs of women in tights. That awoke a familiar echo. The grimy figures headed thither might well be miners just in from El Dorado or Anvil Creek. Gambling was practically wide open, too, and before long Gray found himself in a superheated, overcrowded back room with a stack of silver dollars which he scattered carelessly upon the numbers of a roulette table. Roulette was much like the oil game. This was a good way in which to kill an hour. Absorbed in his thoughts, Gray paid little heed to those about him, until a large hand picked up one of his bets. Then he raised his eyes. The hand was attached to a muscular arm, which in turn was attached to a burly stranger of unpleasant mien. Gray voiced a good-natured protest, but the fellow scowled and refused to acknowledge his mistake. Noting that the man was flushed, Gray shrugged and allowed the incident to pass. This bootleg whiskey from across Red River was of a quality to scatter a person's eyesight. For some time the game continued before Gray won again, and the dealer deposited 35 silver dollars beside his bet. Again that sun-brown hand reached forth, but this time Gray seized it by the wrist. He and the stranger eyed each other for a silent moment, during which the other players looked on. Gray was the first to speak. "If you're not as drunk as you seem," he said, easily, "you'll excuse yourself. If you are, you need sobering." With a wrench, the man undertook to free his hand. He uttered a threatening oath. The next instant he was treated to a surprise, for Gray jerked him forward, and simultaneously his empty palm struck the fellow a blinding, a resounding smack. Twice he smote that reddened cheek, with the sound of an explosion. Then, as the victim flung himself backward, Gray kicked his feet from under him. Again he cuffed the fellow's face, this time from the other side. When he finally desisted, the stranger rocked in his tracks. He shook his head, he blinked, and he cursed. It was a moment before he could focus his whirling eyesight upon his assailant. When he succeeded, it was to behold the latter staring at him with a mocking, threatening smile. The drunken man hesitated. He cast a slow glance around the room. Then, muttering hoarsely, he turned and made for the door. He was followed by a burst of derisive laughter that grew louder as he went. Gray was in a better mood now than for several hours. He had vented his irritation. The air had cleared. After a while he discovered that he was hungry. No longer was he too resentful to heed the healthy warnings of his stomach, so he left the place. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Newton's eating place was not appetizing at best, but a meal could be endured with less discomfort by night than by day, for at such times most of the flies were on the ceiling. The restaurant Gray entered was about what he had expected. Along one side ran a quick-order counter at which were seated several customers. Across from it was an oilcloth-covered table, perfectly bare except for a revolving centerpiece, one of those silver-plated whirligigs fitted with a glass salt and pepper shaker, a toothpick holder, an unpleasant oil bottle, and a cruet intended for vinegar, but now filled with some mysterious embalming fluid acting as a preservative of numerous lifelike insect remains. Here, facing an elderly man in a wide gray felt hat, Gray seated himself. Gray's neighbor was in no pleasant mood, for he whacked impatiently at such buzzing pests as were still on the wing, and when a perspiring Greek set a plate of soup before him, he took umbrage at the presence of the fellow's thumb in the liquid. The argument that followed angered the old man still further, for it arrived nowhere except to prove that the offending thumb was the property of the proprietor of the restaurant, and by inference thereof, a privileged digit. When a departing customer left the door open, the elderly diner grumbled bitterly at the draft and draped his overcoat over his bent shoulders. "Damn Eskimos," he muttered. "Raised in a chicken coop. Windy as a derrick." Gray liked old people, and he was tolerant of their crotchets. Irascibility indicates force of character, at least so he believed, and old folks are apt to accept too meekly the approach of decay. Here was a spirit that time had not dulled. It was like wine soured in an old cask. At any rate, wine it had been, not water, and that was something. Most of the counter customers had drifted out, when, without warning, the screen door banged loudly open, and Gray looked up from his plate to see his recent acquaintance of the gambling table approaching. This time purpose was stamped upon the man's face, but whether it was deliberate or merely the result of more drinking, there was no telling. He lurched directly up to the table and stared across at Gray. "Slapped my face, didn't you?" he cried after a menacing moment. "I did indeed," the speaker nodded pleasantly. "He ain't going to slap it again. He ain't going to slap anybody's." "What makes you think I won't?" Gray became aware as he spoke that his elderly neighbor had raised to the intruder a countenance stamped with a peculiar expression of incredulity, almost of anger, at the interruption, and the two remaining counter customers had turned startled faces over their shoulders, while the proprietor, his arms full of dishes, had paused beside the swinging door to the kitchen. That which occurred next came unexpectedly. The stranger whipped out from under his coat a revolver. At the same time, voicing a profane answer to the challenge. The proprietor uttered a bleat of terror. He dropped his dishes and dived out of the room. The men on the stools scrambled down and plunged after him. As Calvin Gray rose to his feet, it was with a flash of mingled anger and impatience. This quarrel was so utterly senseless. It served so little purpose. "My friend," he cried sharply, "if you don't put up that gun, one of us will go to a hospital." In spite of the intruder's haste in drawing his weapon, he appeared now to lack the will promptly to use it. His laggard spirit required a further scourge, so it seemed, something more to goad it into final fury. It was a phenomenon by no means uncommon, for it is not easy to shoot down an unarmed victim. By way of rousing his savagery, the fellow uttered a bellow, then, like a warrior smiting a shield with his spear before the charge, he swung his heavy weapon, smashing at one blow the silver-plated merry-go-round with its cluster of bottles. A shower of toothpicks, fragments of glass, a splatter of oil and vinegar covered the old man in the end chair, and he rose with a cry that drew a swift glance from the desperado. Gray was upon the point of launching himself over the table when he witnessed a peculiar transformation in his assailant. The man's expression altered with an almost comic suddenness. He lowered his weapon and took a backward step. Gray, too, had cause for astonishment, for the elderly man was moving slowly toward the disturber, his overcoat, meanwhile, hanging loosely from his left shoulder like a mantle. His gray face had grown white, malignant, threatening. He advanced with a queer, sliding gait, edging forward behind the shelter of his garment as if behind a barricade. But what challenged Gray's instant attention was the certainty of purpose, the cold, confident menace behind the old fellow's demeanor. There was something appalling about him. He had suddenly become huge and dominant. That he had been recognized was plain, for the armed man cried agitatedly, "Look out, Tom! I don't want any truck with you." The deliberate advance continued. In a harsh voice, Tom answered, "I don't allow anybody to interfere with me when I'm eating." For every step he shuffled forward the man before him fell back a corresponding distance. Again the newcomer rasped out his warning, and Gray, too, added his voice, saying, "Leave him to me, old man. This is my quarrel." As he spoke, he moved around the end of the table, but the mantled figure halted him with an imperious jerk of the head, without in the slightest diverting his steady gaze. Tom snapped, "Hands off, stranger. I won't have you butting in either. I don't allow anybody to interfere with me when I'm eating." Gray was checked less by the exasperation, by the authority in the speaker's tone, than by the fact that the entire complexion of the affair had changed. The ruffian who had entered so confidently was no longer the aggressor. A mere look, a word, a gesture from this aged, unknown person had put him upon the defensive. More extraordinary still was the fact that his power of initiative was for the moment completely paralyzed, and that he was tortured by a deplorable indecision. He was furious, that was plain. Nevertheless, his anger had been halted in mid-flight, as it were. Desperation battled with an inexplicable dread. He raised his hands now, but more in a gesture of surrender than of threat. "Don't come any closer," he cried hoarsely. "Don't do it, I tell you. Don't do it." There was no longer any thickness to his tongue. He spoke as one quite sober. When for the third time that malevolent voice repeated, "I don't allow anybody to interfere with me when I'm eating," the solitary onlooker felt an absurd desire to laugh. During intensely dramatic moments, nervous laughter is near the surface, and there was something rigidly dramatic about the methodical, sliding advance of the man half crouched behind his overcoat. Tom, as he had been called, gave Gray the impression of death itself marching slowly forward to drape that black shroud upon his cowering victim. Brief as had been the whole episode, already passers-by had halted. Staring faces were glued to the front windows of the cafe. Well they might stare at those two tense figures, one advancing, the other retreating, as if to the measures of some slow dance. But the tempo changed abruptly. The desperado's back brought up against the swinging kitchen door. It gave to his weight, and decision was born of that instant. With a cry, he flung himself backward, and the spring door snapped to and swallowed him up with the speed of a camera shutter. Then followed the sound of his heavy, rushing footsteps. "Hell!" exclaimed the old man. "I had his buttons counted." With the words he let fall his overcoat, and there, beneath it, Gray beheld what he had more than half suspected, what indeed was ample cause for the quarrelsome stranger's apprehension. Held close to the owner's body was what in the inelegant jargon of the West is known as a dog leg. The weapon, a frontier Colt's of heavy caliber, was full cocked under the old man's thumb. His hand holding it was as steady as the blazing eyes above. With a smile, Gray said, "Allow me to congratulate you, sir, upon a most impressive demonstration of the power of mind over matter." "A little killing helps those scoundrels," breathed the white-haired warrior. "Surging around, wreaking vengeance on vinegar bottles, and me with a bad indigestion. I don't often permit others to do my fighting, but you wouldn't let—" "I don't allow anybody," doggedly began the former speaker, but the street door burst open, a noisy crowd poured into the room. A volley of excited questions was raised. Amid the confusion, Gray heard his own name shouted, and found himself set upon by two agitated friends, Mallow and Stoner. They had been combing Newton for him, so they declared, and were near by when attracted by the excitement on the sidewalk. What was the trouble? Was Gray hurt? He assured them that he was not, and explained in a few words the origin of the encounter. But other concerns, it seemed, occupied the minds of the pair, and before he had finished, Mallow was dragging him towards the door, crying breathlessly, "Gee, Governor, you gave us a run. We've been coming since noon." "It was only by the grace of God," Stoner declared, "that we heard you were out here, and why you'd come. We managed to get a phone call through to Jackson, but it was—" "Jackson? I've been looking for him all afternoon." "Sure. Mallow swore he was all right, but Mac and I don't know him, and we figured he might turn a trick. Anyhow, Mallow and I jumped the Lizzie and looped it. Boy, I tramped on her some, until we hit bottom the other side of Burke. Mallow went clean through the top. I guess I smashed the whole rear end, but we couldn't wait to see. They'll have her stripped naked, tires, cushions, and all before we get back. Motor, too, probably. We've been hitting it afoot, on wagons and pipe trucks. Managed to get a service car finally, but it fell open like a book. Just one of those damn unlucky trips." "Jackson didn't get to you, did he?" Mallow inquired anxiously. "Got to me? No, nor I to him." Gray spoke impatiently. "What is this all about?" "Simply this, Governor. Jackson's well is a set-up for Nelson. We nearly dropped dead when we found out that Parker kid had laid you against it. Why didn't you tell us?" "What are you saying? I don't—" "The well's phony, dry as a pretzel." "In what way? I saw the oil—" "Never mind, lay off. I think I'm entitled to an explanation." "Well, then, it's salted." "Impossible. I saw it pumping." "I'll say you did," Mallow chuckled. "Live oil, too, right out of old Mama Earth. Cheap lease at $75,000, huh? It's like this. The pipeline of the Atlantic runs across Jackson's lease, and one dark and stormy night he tapped it. It wasn't a hard thing to do. Just took a little care and some digging. Now he runs the oil in, pumps it out, and sells it back to them. He's a regular subsidiary of the great and only Atlantic Petroleum Company. It can't last long, of course. But oh, what a well to hand Nelson! What a laugh it would have been!" "Outrageous!" Gray exclaimed. "I can't believe you're in earnest." "It is shocking, isn't it? Such dishonesty is incredible. And what an unhappy surprise for the company when they finally locate the leak." Gray clamped a heavy hand upon the speaker's shoulder. Harshly he inquired, "Do you mean to say that Miss Parker deliberately—" "She don't know anything about it." "You said she laid me against it." "No, no, I merely tipped her to it because she's one of Nelson's brokers." "She's a sweetie," Stoner added. "He's going to marry her, so Mallow thought he'd surely fall for it, coming from her." "You're not fit to mention that girl's name, either of you." Gray's tone was one of quivering anger. "If you involve her in your crooked dealings, even indirectly, I'll— God, what a dirty trick!" He flung Mallow aside in disgust. "You ought to be shot." "Why, Governor, we wouldn't hurt the kid. She's aces." "I told you my fight with Nelson was to be fair and square." There followed a moment of silence. Mallow and Stoner exchanged glances. "What percentage of that goes?" the former finally inquired. 100. "So? Then it's lucky Nelson didn't fall. But there's no harm done. Nobody's hurt." "It is lucky indeed for me. I'd have felt bound to make good his loss if you had hooked him. I presume I ought to expose this swindle." "Expose Jackson?" Stoner inquired quickly. When Gray nodded, there was another brief silence before the speaker ventured to say, "I know this bird Nelson, and, take it from me, you're giving him the best of it. If I hadn't known him as well as I do, I wouldn't have put in with you to break him. It's all right to trim a sucker once. It's like letting blood out of a sick man. He's better for it. But to ride a square guy to death, to keep his veins open, well, I ain't in that kind of business. Now about this Jackson. You can land him, I suppose, if you try, but it would be lower than a frog's foot, after him playing square with you." "What do you mean by that?" "He could have stung you easy, couldn't he? You surged out here on purpose to buy the lease, but he hid out all afternoon to avoid you." "He is a thief. He's stealing hundreds of dollars a day." "Sure, from the Atlantic. That has stolen hundreds of thousands from the likes of him. Yes, millions. It was the Atlantic that broke the market to 65 cents, filled their storage tanks, and contracted 1,000,000 barrels more than they had tankage for. They chipped the price to $3. I can't shed any tears over that outfit." "Let's not argue the ethics of big business. The law of supply and demand—" "Supply and demand, huh? Ever strike you as queer that crude never breaks as long as the big companies have got their tanks full? The price always toboggans when they're empty, and comes back when they're filled up. That's supply and demand with the reverse English, ain't it? Say, the Atlantic and those others play with us outsiders like we was mice. When their bellies get empty, they eat as many of us as they want, and then they let the rest of us scurry around and hunt up new fields. We run all the risks, we spend our coin, and when we strike a new pool, they burgle us over again." Stoner was speaking with a good deal of heat. "Big business, huh? Well, here's some little business, damn little. The Atlantic leased a lot of scattered acreage I know about and drilled it. Pulled off their crews at the top of the sand and drilled in with men they could trust. It turned out good, but they capped their wells, wrecked their rig, and, of course, that condemned the whole territory. Then they set about buying it all in, cheap, through dummies. Double-crossed the farmers, see? Friend of mine took a chance, put down a well on his own. The usual thing happened, they broke him. It took a lot of doing, but they broke him. One little trick they did was to cock a bit and drop it in the hole. That prank cost $16,000 before he could sidetrack the tool. He quit finally, less than 100 feet from big pay. Then, having bought up solid for near nothing, they came back and started business, laughing merrily. That's the Atlantic." "A splendid lecture on commercial honesty. I'm inspired by it, and I reverence your scruples. But I grope for the moral of the story." "The moral is, mind your own business and give a guy a chance." "Mm-hmm. Suppose we leave it at that for the present." Mallow, who had remained silent during his friend's argument, greeted this suggestion with relief. He was glad to change the subject. "Good!" he cried, heartily. "I'd about as soon face old Tom Parker like that fellow in the restaurant did, as to face Jackson. He'd sink a Stillson in my head, sure. Parker? Was that old man Miss Parker's father?" "Certainly. What do you think ailed that gunman? Do you think he got the flu or something all of a sudden? There ain't anybody left tough enough to hanker for Tom's scalp. He pinned a rose on all of those old timers and is deadly poison to the new crop." For the first time Calvin Gray understood clearly the reason for the unexpected outcome of that encounter in the cafe. No wonder the stranger's trigger finger had been paralyzed. Barbara's father, indeed. How stupid of him not to guess. On the heels of his first surprise came another thought. Suppose that old paladin should consider that he, Gray, had shown weakness in allowing another to assume the burden of his quarrel. And suppose he should tell his daughter about it. That would be a situation, indeed. "I must find him quickly," Gray declared. "Perhaps he'll ride back to town with us." It was not a difficult task to locate the veteran officer, and Tom was delighted at the chance to ride home with his new acquaintance. The journey back to civilization was doubly pleasant, for Mr. Parker cherished no such feelings as Gray had feared, and, moreover, he responded quickly to the younger man's efforts to engage his liking. They got along famously from the start, and Tom positively blossomed under the attentions he received. It had been a trying day for him, but his ill humor quickly disappeared in the warmth of a new-found friendship, and he talked more than was his custom. He was even led to speak of old days, old combats, of which the bloodless encounter that evening was but a tame reminder. The pictures he conjured up were colorful. A unique and engaging person he proved to be, an odd compound of gentleness and acerbity, of kindness and rancor, a quiet, guileless, stubborn, violent old man-at-arms, who would not be interrupted while he was eating. He was both scornful and contemptuous of evildoers. All needed killing. "Hard luck, I call it, for a budding desperado to wreck a career of promise that way that wretched fellow did," Gray told him with a laugh. "Out of all the men in Texas to pick you." "Oh, he ain't a bud. He's quite a killer." "Indeed." "He kills Mexican and niggers and folks without guns, mostly. Low down stuff. He's got 3 or 4, I believe. I never could see why the Nelsons kept 'em." There was a brief silence. "I beg your pardon," said Gray. "He's been on the Nelson payroll for years, doing odd jobs that wasn't fit to be done, but I guess they got tired of him. Anyhow, he's been hanging around Wichita for the past 2 or 3 weeks. He's been in and out of our office quite a bit." "Your office? What for?" "I don't know, unless he took a shine to Bob." "Not really?" Mr. Parker uttered an unpleasant sound. "She never said anything about it, but I suspicioned she had to order him out finally. I'd have split his third shirt button if he'd stood his ground. He knew I had something on him, but he couldn't figure out just what it was." Old Tom's teeth shone through the gloom. "A man will 'most always act like that when he don't know just where he's at. I knew where I was at all the time, only I wanted to see that button plain. I always know where I'm at." Later, when the journey was over and Tom Parker had been dropped at his gate, Gray spoke to his 2 companions. "Did you hear what he said?" "We did." "Do you believe I was framed?" Both Mallow and Stoner nodded. "Don't you?" the former inquired. When no answer was forthcoming, he said, "Better give us the flag, Governor. We're raring to go." "You mean?" "You know what I mean. Nelson's so crooked his bedclothes fall off. We pulled a boner this time, but Brick has got another window dressed for him." "I'll think it over," said Gray. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ozark Briskow, like his sister Allegheny, was studying hard and learning rapidly, but he had adopted an educational plan, a curriculum, so to speak, far different from hers. Whereas she lived between book covers and the 1,001 details of her daily existence were governed by a bewildering army of don'ts, Buddy had devised his own peculiar system of acquiring wisdom, and from it the word don't had been deliberately dropped. His excursion into the halls of learning, brief as it had convinced him that books could teach him only words, whereas he craved experiences, ideas, adventures. Adventure comes at night. Pleasure walks by gaslight. Young Briskow told himself that he had missed a lot of late hours and would have to work diligently to catch up, but he undertook the effort with commendable courage. It is said that all wish to possess knowledge, but few are willing to pay the price. Buddy was one of the minority. Early he adopted the motto, money no object, and it provoked him not at all to learn that there is a scale of night prices considerably higher than the scale of day prices. To find, for instance, that a nocturnal highball costs twice as much as one purchased during daylight hours. That phenomenon, by the way, had nothing to do with the provisions of the 18th Amendment. It merely explained why farmers went to bed early. They couldn't afford to sit up, so Buddy decided. He had learned a lot since leaving school, not only about prohibition, but also about speed laws, men's fashions, facial massage, the foxtrot, and the shimmy, caviar, silk pajamas, bromo seltzer, the language of flowers, and many of the pleasures and displeasures of the higher intellectual life, such as love and insomnia. His education was progressing apace, for love is the greatest of educators, and Buddy was in love, madly, extravagantly in love. Love it was that accounted for his presence in Dallas and his occupancy of the governor's suite at the Ajax. A fellow in love with the most wonderful woman in the world couldn't afford to look cheap in his own hometown, could he? Of course, Dallas was not Buddy's hometown, but it had been his point of departure into the world, and it was the home of his bank account, hence some pride of proprietorship was pardonable. It gave him such a pleasing sense of importance to adopt the city as his own that he adopted everything and everybody in it. In spite of the fact that the train from Wichita Falls was behind time, one morning shortly after Buddy's arrival, he was still abed when Calvin Gray arrived at the hotel. Instead of disturbing the slumbers of youth, Gray went directly to the detective who had telegraphed him, and for half an hour or more the two talked. Later, during the course of a leisurely bath and shave, the new arrival pondered the information he had received. Here was a problem. Having dressed himself, he strolled around to Coverly's place of business and interviewed the jeweler. "Sure, he has bought quite a bit of stuff in the last few days," Coverly told him. "He was in only yesterday and ordered a fine piece made up. He wanted a ruby heart pierced with a diamond arrow, but I got him off that and onto a blue Brazilian solitaire. We're mounting it in a platinum lady's ring." "What is the price?" "$4,500, and the value is there." "Have you seen the woman?" Coverly nodded. "The boy's a good picker. I don't blame her much either, for I've seen a lot worse looking fellows than Buddy." "Hold the ring. He may change his mind." "I say," Coverly was in dismay, "are you going to spoil the best sale I've made in 2 weeks?" "Oh, I'll take it off your hands if he doesn't. Make some excuse not to deliver it until I say the word. You don't know the woman, eh?" "Never saw her before." Gray knocked several times at the governor's suite before a sleepy response. A succession of yawns and mutterings told him that he had been heard. The door opened finally, and the pride of the Briskow family, his eyes all but swelled shut, his muscular figure splendidly arrayed in futuristic silken pajamas, mumbled, "What's eating you, any?" The eyes opened wider. Buddy's face broke into a slow smile. "Why, Mr. Gray!" He extended a palm, a bit dry and feverish, and drew his caller inside. "Doggone, I'm glad to see you." Gray entered with a buoyant laugh and a hearty greeting. He clapped the young giant heavily upon the back. At the blow, Buddy voiced a sharp cry and seized his head. Easy over the bumps. I'm carrying a cargo of nitroglycerin, and I'll let go if you jar me," he explained. "Sorry. I know how it feels. But, man alive, it's afternoon. I began to think you were dead." Buddy led the way into his bedroom, piled his pillows together, and gingerly lowered himself upon them. He showed his strong white teeth in a wide grin and winked meaningly. "I'll be all right directly. It's this here sympathetic booze they talk about. Have a drink, Mr. Gray. There's a couple bottles of real liquor in the closet. Not this tiger's milk you get." The caller declined the invitation. "Where the devil have you been, Buddy? We were getting worried." "Who, me? Oh, I've been looking around." "Your mother's nearly frantic." Buddy stirred uneasily. "Shaw, I'm fine. I can take care of myself. Nobody don't need to worry about me." "Good. Now then, you young scoundrel, I'm going to order you the sort of breakfast that goes with what ails you, and while it's coming up, you are going to jump under the shower." "Where'd you get that jump stuff?" the youth inquired faintly. "Besides, I'm clean." But Gray had seized the phone, and as soon as he had given his order, he strode into the bathroom and turned on the water. He was out again in a moment. Then, laughingly, he dragged the aching Texan from his couch. "Under you go," he insisted, "or I'll wet down your whole Japanese flower garden." "Some pajamas, ain't they? I got a dozen pair," Buddy said proudly. "Quick! If you think I'll consent to hang around a lonesome hotel while you sleep, you're mistaken. I can't tell you how glad I am to run into you. Buddy, I'm dying to have a riotous time." "Uh?" Briskow turned an inquiring face to the speaker. "I've been hibernating in the wilderness, sucking my paw and living off my fat like a bear. I want you to show me this town." A bath, a brisk rub down and breakfast put Buddy in fairly good fettle once more. So marked was his improvement, in fact, that Gray envied him his glorious gift of youth. "Flying pretty high, aren't you?" the elder man inquired, with a wave of the hand that took in the expensive suite. "Well, I ain't exactly broke." "True, but I know what these rooms cost." "That's going strong for a lad like you." "You took 'em, didn't you, when you had less than I got?" "Ahem. It is embarrassing to be held up as an example. I've done a good many things, Buddy, that I wouldn't like to see you do." "If they wouldn't hurt me any more than they hurt you, I'd like to try 'em." "Another proof that you are still in short pants. I'm a bad person to copy. By the way, why did you quit school?" Buddy considered his reply, then, "I reckon it was because of them short pants you speak about. I can't stand being laughed at, Mr. Gray. It comes hard to stand up in a class along with a bunch of children and make mistakes and have a little boy in a lace collar and spring heels snap his fingers and sing out in a sweet soprano, 'Oh, teacher,' then have him show you up. They put me in with a lot of nursing babies. What the hell? I weigh 190 and I got a beard." "Did you learn anything?" Buddy closed a meaning eye, and his pleasant features wrinkled into that infectious smile. "I'll tell the world I did. After the whistling squabs was asleep in their nests, I went out among the whippoorwills and the bats. Ain't it funny how quick folks can learn to put up with bad grammar when you got a jingle in your jeans? I guess I've got enough education to do me. Anyhow, I can write Ozark Briskow in the lower right-hand corner, and that seems to get me by." "You wouldn't consent to go back or have a tutor like Allie?" "Who, me?" Briskow laughed scornfully. "Uh-huh. Merely a suggestion. You are the architect of your own career." "I'm fed up with that kind of schooling, Mr. Gray." Buddy's face reddened. He dropped his eyes. "I don't mind telling you. It's like this. I kind of got a girl." "No!" The speaker was surprised, incredulous. "Sure have. She's wonderful. She's right here in this hotel." "Buddy, you're developing!" Gray exclaimed with apparent admiration. "I've been showing her the sights. That's what ails me this morning. She lets me take her around to places, trusts me, you understand. She thinks I'm aces." "Splendid. I wish you'd ask her to dig up a friend." "How do you mean?" "Why, ask her to find another good-looking girl for me. I assume she is good-looking. Then we can make it a foursome. I'm a great entertainer, and while I don't drink, I haven't the slightest objection to ladies who do. Dallas, I believe, is pretty lively." "She's a stranger here," Buddy broke in stiffly. His enthusiasm had cooled. He regarded Gray with veiled displeasure. "And besides, she ain't that kind of a girl." "Oh, sorry. I thought from what you said that headache bottles in your closet, too. My mistake, Buddy." "She'll take a drink with me," the youth confessed. "Anyhow, she's getting so she will. I don't see anything wrong in a woman taking a drink now and then with a man with a man that's honorable." The last words were voiced defiantly. Hastily, Buddy's caller averred. "Nor do I. We shan't come to blows over an abstract moral issue like that. This is an age of tolerance, an age of equality. I flatter myself that I am quite as lawless and broad-minded as the average bachelor of our very smartest set." The speaker gulped. "I'm going to marry her." "Oh, fine!" Gray's enthusiasm was positively electric. He seized Buddy's hand and crushed it. "Education, indeed! No use for that now, is there?" "I mean I'm going to, if I can, if she'll let me." "Let you? With your money? Why, she'd jump at the chance. No doubt you have already asked her, or she suspects." The lad shook his head. "She don't have to marry nobody. She's got money, an estate. You think it's all right for me to do it?" "Simpler men than you have asked that question, and wiser men than I have refused to answer. As for me, I've never had the courage to take the plunge. However, the worst you can get is a heartbreak and a lifetime of regrets. But, of course, the woman takes some chances, too. Tell me about her." "Well," beamed Buddy fatuously, "I don't know hardly where to begin." Into his voice as he spoke there crept a breathless excitement, into his eyes a dumb adoration. "She's wonderful. She's too good for me." "Once in a while they are." "She's educated, too. More in your class, Mr. Gray. I don't know how she stands for me. She's the smartest, purtiest girl." "She's young, eh?" "She's older'n I am. I reckon she's maybe 25. I never asked her." "Naturally. How did you meet her? When? Where? I'm a terrible romantic old fool." Gray hitched his chair closer and leaned forward, his face keen with interest. "Well, sir, it's a regular story like in a book. I was in a restaurant with a couple of fellows, and a fellow she was with struck her." "Struck her?" "Yep. He was her brother, so she told me. Anyhow, I bounced him. I sure spoiled him up a lot. She was crying, and she asked me to take her home. That's how I got to know her. I suppose she cottoned to me for taking her part that a way. She didn't know the sort of place it was her brother had took her. Poor kid, she's had a hard time, and every man she ever knew but me done her dirt, even her husband." Buddy scowled. After a moment, Gray said quietly, "So she's married?" "She was. He's dead or something. I was bashful about calling around to see her, not having anything to talk about but school and oil wells. But she took an interest right away, especially in the wells. You ought to hear the story of her life, Mr. Gray. It's as sad as any novel. You see, her folks had lots of money, but her ma died, and her pa was too busy to be bothered, so he sent her off to a convent. The nuns at the convent were so cruel to her that she run away." "And went on the stage?" "How'd you know?" "I didn't. But the stage is the usual refuge for convent-bred girls who are abused. I've met several. Did she Was the old home in Virginia?" "Sure. Maybe you know her," Buddy cried. "Perhaps. I seem to remember the story. What is her name?" "Arline Montague." The elder man shook his head. "You said something about a marriage. I dare say she married some rich John whose family disapproved of the match. So many show girls have been deceived like that. You can't imagine the prejudice of those Fifth Avenue parents." "That's what she's done. And he went off and joined the French Legion of Honor and was killed." "Foreign Legion, no doubt." "Anyhow, he made no provision for her. She wouldn't have touched a penny of his money if he had left it to her. She's that honorable. Now that the lover had fairly launched himself upon the engrossing life story of his sweetheart, he was in deep earnest, and his listener's quick understanding, his sympathy, his grasp of the situation, was a spur to further confidences. It was a blessing to have a friend so old, so wise, and so worldly. "What is the estate you mentioned?" "Oh, that's her own. It's all she has to fall back on. It's been settled up now, and she'll have her money before long." "The old Virginia homestead and the slaves?" "Good thing she met me when she did, for them lawyers had it all tied up in court and wouldn't let go till she paid their fees." "A providential meeting, truly. You fixed that up, of course, and got rid of the wretched bloodsuckers. I've done much the same thing more than once. Now, one other question. How does she happen to be in Dallas? I infer from your account that she is a model of virtue, and that she accepted your aid only upon the condition that your attentions to her should be characterized by the deepest respect. So, well then, how come?" "That was just a lucky chance. She's got some interests here, stocks and things belonging to the estate. She don't know herself how valuable they are, but me coming right from Texas and being in oil and all, she asked me to help her out. So I got her to come. All that had kept her back was the expense. Mind you," Buddy's tone became one of deeper admiration, "she ain't blue or anything. No, sirree. Her life's been sad, but you'd never know it. She's full of pep, always out for fun, and that's what I like about her. Gee, you got to meet her, Mr. Gray." "Well, rather, but meanwhile we must telegraph your parents, not only that you have been found, but also the further good news." "We'd better not say anything about my getting married." "Why not? They'd like to know." "I ought to wired 'em long ago, but you understand, Miss Montague ain't exactly Ma and Allie's kind." "You're not ashamed of her?" "Huh?" The tone of this exclamation was an eloquent denial. "Then let's have them come on and get acquainted. They'll probably take right to her." But when this suggestion met with disapproval, Gray inquired, "Is it because you were ashamed of them, your mother and your sister?" Buddy stirred uneasily. "Pshaw, no." A sudden thought came to him. "Why, it's this way. I haven't asked her yet. Maybe she won't have me. If she says yes, I'll let 'em know." "Good. We'll make it, for the time being, a mere message of reassurance. To night you and Miss Montague shall dine with me, and we'll go to a theater." This arrangement met with young Briskow's enthusiastic approval, and so it was left. It was with something more than mere impatience that Calvin Gray awaited the dinner hour. He was angry, restless. His mind was back in Wichita Falls, whence the message from his detective had abruptly summoned him. Matters of moment were at issue there, and with a love affair of his own upon his mind, he could think of no undertaking less to his taste than this, of saving a young fool from his folly. He could expect no thanks if he succeeded, and if he failed he would in all probability incur Buddy's enmity, if not that of the whole Briskow family. Families were like that. It would all take time, and meanwhile his business was bound to suffer. However, he was not one to turn back, and he remembered with a pang the last look he had seen in Ma Briskow's eyes. Gray was prepared to find his young friend's light of love superficially attractive, and she was all of that. He was not prepared, however, to find her quite as good an actress as she appeared to be, in spite of the fact that she probably took less pleasure in the meeting than did he. She admirably covered her feelings. She was delighted, flattered. Buddy had so often spoken of him that she almost felt acquainted. She was quite excited at knowing the famous Colonel Gray. She would have recognized him anywhere from Buddy's glowing description. Gray's heart sank as he studied Miss Montague. She was blonde, to his suspicious eye a trifle too blonde, and she wore her hair bobbed. She was petite, and, both in appearance and in mannerisms, she was girlish. Nevertheless, she was self-reliant, and there was a certain maturity to her well-rounded figure a suggestion of weariness about her eyes that told a story. Following his first critical appraisal, Gray was vaguely conscious of something familiar about her. Somewhere within him the chords of remembrance were lightly brushed, but try as he would, he could not make himself believe that he had ever seen her. Probably it was the type that was familiar. He undertook to make sure by talking show business at the first opportunity. She responded with enough spontaneity to give an impression of candor, but her theatrical experiences was limited, and that line of exploration led nowhere. Whatever the pose she had adopted for Buddy's benefit, it was evident now that she credited his friend with intelligence equal to her own, and recognized the futility of deceit. Therefore she made no attempt to pass as anything except an experienced young woman of the world, and Gray admired her for it. She smoked a good many cigarettes. Her taste in amusements was broad. She had sparkle and enthusiasm. She was, in fact, a vibrant young person, and referred gaily to the roadhouse whither Buddy had taken her on the night before, and where they had danced until all hours. She loved to dance. The elder man played host in his best and easiest style, both at dinner and at the theater. Then he passed the burden of entertainment over to Buddy, first cheerfully declaring that he would not be sidetracked, and that he intended to impose his company upon the young couple whether they wanted him or not. This was precisely to young Briskow's liking, and soon they were speeding out to that roadhouse mentioned earlier in the evening. Buddy drove with Miss Montague by his side, the while Gray sat alone in the back seat of the car, quietly objurgating the follies of youth and mournfully estimating his chances of surviving the night. Frankly, those chances appeared pretty slim, for Buddy drove with a death-defying carelessness. By the time they had arrived at their destination, Gray's respect for the girl had increased. She had nerves of steel. The resort was run on a rather liberal principle. A number of flushed and noisy couples were dancing to the music of a colored orchestra. It was a hip-pocket crowd, and while there was no public drinking, the high-pitched volubility of the merrymakers was plainly of alcoholic origin. Gray realized that he was in for an ordeal, for he had become too well known to escape notice. Consternation filled him, therefore, at thought of the effect his presence here might have. But the music went straight to Buddy's feet. Syncopation intoxicated him much as the throbbing of midnight drums and the pounding of tom-toms mesmerized a voodoo worshiper, and he whirled Miss Montague away in his arms without so much as an apology to his other guest. There was nothing conservative about Buddy's dancing. He embellished his steps with capricious figures, and when he had led his partner back to the table where he had left Gray, like a sailor marooned upon a thirsty atoll, he was red-faced and perspiring. His enthusiasm was boiling over. "Doggone!" he cried. "Now if we had something wet, huh? These pants is cut purpose for a brace of form-fitting flasks, but I left 'em in the room on account of your not drinking, Mr. Gray." "Miss Montague!" the elder man exclaimed. "I am not a killjoy, and I hastily resent Buddy's accusation. I have pursued folly as far as any man of my years." "I'll bet him that you were a good fellow," the girl said with a smile. "Exactly. Abstinence comes as much from old age as from principle, and I am in my very prime. With all vigor I defend myself against the odious charges of virtuousness. Dyspepsia alone accounts for it." "You don't object to drinking?" "A wiser man than I has said, 'There are many things which we can afford to forget, which it is yet well to learn.' I have had my day. May I claim the next dance?" In spite of the fact that Ozark Briskow was compelled to sit out every alternate dance in a distressing condition of sobriety, he enjoyed himself, for he was playing host to the one woman and the one man for whom he cared most. He had dreaded meeting Gray, fearing the effect of an open confession, expecting opposition, but Gray was broad-minded. He was a regular guy. In the relief of this hour, Buddy could have worshipped him except for the fact that he was too darn nice to Arline. Nobody had the right to show her attentions as marked as his own. Gray was a man no woman could help loving. Before long, Buddy experienced a new sensation, jealousy. It was mild, to be sure, but it hurt a little. Once Miss Montague's suspicion had been allayed, she too devoted herself to having a good time. She rather enjoyed Gray and her sense of victory over him. She retired to the ladies' room finally to powder her nose, and when she reappeared it was with added animation and with a new sparkle to her eyes. When next it came the elder man's turn to dance with her, he caught upon her breath a faint familiar odor, only half disguised by the peppermint lozenge that was dissolving upon her tongue, and he smiled. Evidently this charmer maintained herself in a state of constant preparedness, and her vanity bag hid secrets even from Buddy. Where had he seen her? For the 100th time he asked himself that question, for amid these hectic surroundings that first haunting suggestion of familiarity had become more pronounced. But patient delving into the dark corners of his memory was unavailing, and her conversation afforded him no clue. As time passed, the young woman made other trips to the dressing room, returning always with an excess of brightness and a stronger breath. She assumed with Gray a coquetry which Buddy did not like. Buddy, indeed, strongly disapproved of it, but that only drove her to more daring lengths. She ventured at last to discuss the young millionaire with his friend. "He's a dear boy, isn't he? And so innocent." "He's learning." "I'll say he is. He has learned a lot from me." "Delightful task to rear the tender thought. But aren't you afraid he'll learn, for instance, why you are eating peppermints?" "Oh, ho!" Gray's petite partner lifted her head and eyed him curiously. "Do you know why?" "I have a suspicion," he said with a smile, "that when a girl deliberately perfumes her breath, it is in preparation for the struggle in the cab." Miss Montague laughed unaffectedly. "Say I could like you, Mr. Wisenblum, in spite of the fact that I ought to hate you." "Hate me? But why?" "Why shouldn't I?" "Because I'm rather nice. I dance well." "You are, and you do. You'd be a perfect dear if you'd only mind your own business. Buddy is of age, and you and I will get along like ham and eggs if you will remember that." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Why the SOS?" Mallow voiced this question as he entered Gray's hotel room early the following evening. "I am in a predicament, and I hope you can help me," the latter explained. "I'm trying to remember something, and I can't. I have a cold spot in my head." Mallow deposited his bag with a sigh of relief. "Glad it's no worse. Anybody can cure a cold in the head." "Sit down and light up while I tell you about it." In a few sentences Gray made known the story of Ozark Briskow's infatuation and the reason for his own interest therein. "The woman is of the common get-rich-quick variety," he concluded, "and she won't do." "She didn't pull the family estate and her father's slaves and the orange grove on you, did she?" "Oh, no. She used that on Buddy, and he believes it implicitly, so implicitly that she warned me to keep off the track. She showed her teeth, in a nice way. I've seen her somewhere, in some place where I should not have been. But where? It must have been in this country, too, not abroad, or I'd remember her." "Maybe I haven't been as wild as you, Governor. This is a big country, and I've missed a lot of disreputable joints." The former speaker smiled. "You have trained yourself to remember faces, Mallow. Your researches, scientific researches, my dear Professor, have led you into quarters which I have never explored. I must identify this venturesome little gold digger without delay, for Buddy yearns to make her all his. Matrimony is becoming the one object of his life." "Why not let the poor carp have her? It's tough enough for a dame to get by since Prohibition. I don't see how they make it. with everybody sober. Chances are she'd get the worst of the swap at that. Not unlikely, but that is neither here nor there. Understand me, I'm no seraph. I pose as no model of rectitude, and unfortunately for my peace of mind, Miss Montague is a really likable young person. But Buddy has a mother and a sister, and they hold me responsible for him. We three are dining downstairs in an hour. Perhaps you could look in on us." "Sure, I'll give her the once over," Mallow agreed. "If she's anybody in our set, I'll know her." The dinner had scarcely started when Gray heard his name paged and left the table. In the lobby Mallow was waiting with a grin upon his face. "Is that her?" he inquired. "That is the girl." "Girl? Arline Montague, huh? Her name is Margie Fulton, and she had her hair up when they built the Union Pacific." "Nonsense! You're mistaken. She can't be more than 25, 30 at most." "A woman can be as young as she wants to be if she'll pay the price. Margie had her face tucked up 2 years ago. Cost her $5,000. "I can't believe it." "You see it every day. Look at the accordion pleated buttes in the movies. Why, some of those dolls nursed in the Civil War. Those face surgeons have ironed the wrinkles out of many a withered peach. And you're dining with Margie Fulton, the suicide blonde. I know her kid." "Her what?" Mallow's hearer gasped. "Sure. She was married to Benny Fulton, the jockey, and they had a boy. Benny was ruled off in New Orleans and started a gambling house." "New Orleans? Wait, I'm beginning to remember." Into Gray's mind came an indistinct memory, the blurred picture of a race track with its shouting thousands, a crowded betting ring, then, more clearly, a garish, over-furnished room in a Southern mansion, clouds of tobacco smoke rising in the cones of bright lights above roulette and poker tables, negro servants in white, with trays, mint juleps in tall frosted glasses, a pretty girl with straw-colored hair. "You're right," he agreed. Finally, "she was a come-on." "That's her. She worked the betting ring daytimes and boosted in Benny's place at night. Whenever she was caught she suicided. That's how she got her name." "Just what do you mean by that?" "Why, the usual stuff. A bottle of water with a poison label. If a mullet threatened to call the police, she'd cry, 'You have ruined my life.' Then with shaking hand she'd pull the old skull bottle and drink herself to death. Of course the poor leaping tuna usually got the acid out of her hand in time to save her. She saw to that." Gray was laughing silently. "My dear Professor," he confessed, "wisdom, of a sort, is mine. Sometimes I grow weary with the weight of my experiences, and wonder why the world so seldom shows me something new. But, besides you, I am as a babe. Tell me, what has become of the ex-jockey husband?" "She divorced him, mind you. Margie was square, like most of those come-ons. She'd how dare a guy that so much as looked at her. You know the kind I mean." "And the child? Where do you suppose she keeps it?" Mallow reflected. "The last time I saw the little cherub he was singing bass in a bellboys' quartet at Hot Springs. He hops spells at the Arlington summers and butchers peanuts at the track during the season. You know, hollers, 'Here they come,' before they start, and then when the women jump up he pinches the betting tickets out of their laps and cashes them with the bookies." "Could you get hold of this boy Basso and bring him here without letting him or his mother know?" "I can if he's still at Hot Springs, and I saw him there the last time I was up. The little darling got me into a crap game and ran in some shaped dice. Of course it would cost something to get him." "How much?" Mallow shot his cuff, and upon it gravely figured up the probable expenses. "Well, there would be the fares and the eats and his bit. He wouldn't come for nothing. He'd jip me for $10, but he'd probably come for 5. I'd offer him 3. "There's $1,000 in it if you can produce him within the next 48 hours. I doubt my ability to sit on the safety valve much longer than that, for Buddy Briskow is rapidly breaking out with matrimonial measles. If I throw cold water on him, it will only aggravate the disease." "$1,000?" Mallow cried. "Why, for 1,000 berries I'd bring you his head on a platter. I'll car the little devil down and lock him in a suitcase." The speaker hesitated a moment before concluding. "It's a dirty trick on Margie, though." "I know, but I'm thinking of Buddy. Now, in heaven's name, hurry. My constitution may survive a few more roadhouses, but my reputation will not." That night was a repetition of the one before, but with variations and with trimmings, for Buddy wore his 2-pint trousers again, and this time they were loaded. Hence Gray had a chance to observe him at his best, or worst. A little liquor went a long way with the boy. He derived much effect, many by-products, so to speak, from even a few drinks, and the elder man was forcibly reminded of Gus Briskow's statement that his son had a streak of the old Nick in him. It was true. Buddy was indeed like a wild horse, artificially stimulated. He became a creature of pure impulse, and those impulses ran the entire gamut of hilarity. He played the drum. He wrestled with a burly doorman. He yelled whenever he found what he called a good yelling place. He demonstrated his ability to sing "Silver Threads Among the Gold" to the accompaniment of a 4-piece orchestra energetically engaged in playing something quite modern and altogether different. These and many other accomplishments, equally unsuspected, he displayed. On the way from one lively resort to a livelier, he conceived the unique idea that he could swap ends with his touring car in much the same manner that he could turn a nimble cow pony, and he tried it. Happily the asphalt was wet, and in consequence the maneuver was not a total failure, although it did result in a crumpled mudguard and a runaway. Milk wagon horses in Dallas, it appeared, were not schooled to the sight of spinning motor cars, and the phenomenon filled at least one with an abysmal horror. Gray felt sure that he had visibly aged as a result of that ride, and he began to understand why a new crop of wrinkles was appearing about the corners of Margie Fulton's eyes. No wonder she was beginning to look a trifle weary. Fearing that Buddy was likely to turn sentimental without warning, the older man monopolized as much of Miss Montague's time and attention as possible. He danced with her frequently, and he assiduously devoted himself to winning her favor. The result was a tribute to his acting and to his magnetism. In a moment of abandon she confided to him that she wished he had Buddy's money, or that he was a marrying man. Both of Buddy's flasks had been emptied by this time, however, so Gray was not unduly beguiled by this flattery. On the whole, it was a horrible night. As Gray languidly crept into bed about daylight, he had the satisfaction of knowing that he had at least excited his young friend's open jealousy. That might act as a stay. On the other hand, of course, it might have directly the opposite effect. One could never tell, and it might be part of wisdom, therefore, to gain possession of that diamond ring. Buddy sought him out in the lobby early the next afternoon. After a colorless greeting, said queerly, "Would you mind coming up to my room for a minute?" "Certainly not. I'd have looked in on you before this if I thought you were up." As the two mounted the wide marble stairs, Gray went on cheerfully, "Not looking your best this afternoon, my lad. As for me, I am, in a manner of speaking, reborn. I have taken a new start." Careful reflection upon the providential outcome of that amazing skid has convinced me that whatever joys or sorrows assails me hereafter, however much or little of life is spared me, it will all be velvet. A touch of mascaro about my temples, and I shall look as young as I did yesterday. What are we going to do to night?" "I don't know." Once inside his spacious suite, Buddy flung himself into a chair and with trembling fingers lit a cigarette. It was evident that he had something to say, but he either dreaded saying it or knew not where to begin. His companion, meanwhile, pretended to look out upon the street below. In reality, he was observing the young giant. Poor Buddy, he was suffering. The latter cleared his throat several times before he managed to say, "You don't want me to marry Arline, do you, Mr. Gray?" "Frankly, my boy, I do not." "Why?" "There are many reasons." "What's one?" "I don't think you love her." Briskow stirred. "Is that why you went and got that diamond ring I had made?" When this query met with a nod, the young Texan's face flamed and his eyes glowed. "What in hell?" He swallowed his anger, rose to his feet, and made a nervous circuit of the room before coming to a pause at Gray's side. His lips were working. There was a tragic, a piteous appeal in his eyes. His voice shook as he stammered, "I didn't mean to break out at you, Mr. Gray. I like you. Gee, you're kind of like a god to me. I'd rather be like you than well, there ain't anybody I like I like you. You could get her away from me if you wanted to, but you wouldn't do a trick like that, would you? I was mighty happy till you came. You got that ring with you?" "I have it in my pocket." "I want it." Buddy extended a quivering hand. "Why?" "I'm going to ask her to marry me today. If she won't, I'm going to." "She will." Buddy gasped. "You sure?" "I'm quite sure she would if you asked her, but I don't want you to ask her." When an expression of pained reproach leaped into the lad's face, the speaker explained quickly, "Don't think for a moment that I care for her, nor that she has the slightest interest in me. It is you that I care for. What you just said pleased me, touched me. I wish you could understand how much I really do care for you, Buddy. Won't you wait a few days before you—" "I can't wait." "You must." The men eyed each other steadily for a moment. Then Buddy demanded, querulously, "What have you got against her, anyhow?" "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "She told me everything there is to tell, and I told you. I don't care what she's done, if she's ever done anything. She's had a hard time." "Will you wait 48 hours?" "No." "24?" "Give me that ring." When Gray made no move, the speaker ran on, excitedly, "I'm a man. I'm of age. It's none of your business what I do, nor Pa or Ma's either. It won't do no good for them to come." Gray went to the door, locked it, and pocketed the key. "Buddy," his voice was firm, his face was set, "you are a man, yes, although you were only a boy a few weeks ago. You are going to act like a man now." "You're going to try and hold me here?" The inquiry was one of mingled astonishment and anger, for young Briskow could scarcely believe his eyes. "Don't do that, Mr. Gray. Nobody can make me do anything. Please don't. That's plumb foolish." "What if I told you that Miss Montague is—" Buddy interrupted with a harsh cry. "Damn it, I said I wouldn't listen to anything against her. I'm telling you again, keep your mouth shut about her." The youth's face was purple. He was trembling. His fists were clenched, and with difficulty he restrained even a wilder outburst. "You can have the ring, but you let me out of here quick." When this command went unheeded, he strode toward the bedroom, intending to use the other exit, but his caller intercepted him. "Let me out!" the young man shouted. "One of us is going to remain in this room, and I think it will be you." As Gray spoke, he jerked off his coat and flung it aside. "Better strip, Buddy, if you mean to try it." Buddy recoiled a step. Incredulously he exclaimed, You wouldn't try that. This is my room. You must be crazy." "I think I am, indeed, to endure what I have endured these last 2 days, to make myself ridiculous, to be humiliated, to risk my business ruin just to save a young fool from his folly." Impatience, resentment, anger were in the speaker's tone. "I never asked you. You butted in and tried to cut me out. That's dirty. You was lying when you said—" "Have it that way. I've run out of patience." Ozark Briskow, too, had reached the limit of his endurance. He exploded. Momentarily he lost his head and cursed Gray vilely. For answer, the latter moved closer and slapped him across the mouth, saying, "Fight, you idiot!" Buddy's low, gasping cry had the effect of a roar. It left the room echoing. Then savagely he lunged at his assailant. He was blind. In him was a sudden maniacal impulse to destroy. He had no thought of consequences. Gray knocked him down. It was a blow that would have felled an ox. As the youth lay half dazed, he heard the other taunting him, mocking him. "Get up, you lummox, and defend yourself. You'll be a man when I get through with you." Codes of combat are peculiar to localities. In the North Woods, for instance, lumberjacks fight with fists and heel. In the Southwest, when a man is mad enough to fight at all, he is usually mad enough to kill. As Buddy Briskow rose to his knees, he groped for the nearest weapon, the nearest missile, something, anything, with which to slay. His hand fell upon a heavy metal vase, and with it he struck wickedly as Gray closed with him. This time they went down together and rolled across the floor. The legs of a desk crashed, and a litter of writing materials was spilled over them. Gray was the first to regain his feet, but his shirt had been half torn off, and he tasted blood upon his lips. He had met strong men in his time, but never had he felt such a rock-like mass of bone and muscle as now. Buddy was like a kicking horse. His fists were hard as hoofs, and that which they smote they crushed, or bruised, or lacerated. He possessed now the supreme strength of a madman, and he was quite insensible to pain. He was uttering strange animal sounds. "Shut up!" Gray panted. "Have the guts to keep still. You'll rouse the—" He dodged an awkward swinging blow from the giant and sent him reeling. Buddy fetched up against the solid wall with a crash, for Gray had centered every pound of his weight behind his punch. But the countryman rebounded like a thing of rubber, and again they clinched. A room cluttered with heavy furniture is not like a boxing ring. In spite of Gray's skill and agility, uncommon in a man his size, it was impossible to stop the other's rushes or to avoid them. Straining with each other, they ricocheted against tables and chairs, and only the fact that much of the furniture was padded and the floor thickly carpeted prevented the sound of their struggle from alarming the occupants of the halls and the lobby. They fought furiously, moving the while like two wrestlers trying for flying holds. Time and again they fell, first with one on top, then the other. Their flesh suffered, and they grew bloody. The room soon became a litter, for its fittings were upset, flung about, splintered, as if the room itself had been picked up and shaken like a doll's house. Gray managed to floor his antagonist whenever he had time and space in which to set himself, but this was not often, for Buddy closed with him at every opportunity. At such times it was the elder man who suffered most. In a way it was an unequal struggle, for youth, ablaze with a holy fire, was matched against age, stiffened only by stubborn determination. Neither man had longer any compunctions. Each fought with the ferocious singleness of purpose. Buddy's face had been hammered to a pulp, but Gray was groaning. He could breathe only from the top of his lungs, and the bones of his left hand had been telescoped. Agonizing pains ran clear to his shoulder, and his hand itself was well nigh useless. It was an extraordinary combat. Certainly the walls of this luxurious suite had never looked down upon a scene so strange as this fight between friends. How long it continued, neither man knew. Not a great while, surely, measured by the clock, but an interminable time as they gauged it. Nor could Calvin Gray afterward recall just how it came to an end. He vaguely remembered Buddy Briskow weaving loosely, rocking forward upon uncertain legs, blindly groping for him. The memory was like that of a figure seen dimly through a mist of dreams. Then he remembered calling up his last reserve of failing vigor. Even as he launched the blow, he knew it was a knockout. The colossus fell, lay motionless. It was a moment or two before Gray could summon strength to lend succor. Then he righted an armchair and dragged Buddy into it. He reeled as he made for the bathroom, for he was desperately sick. As he wet a towel, meanwhile clinging dizzily to the faucet, his reflection leered forth from the mirror, a battered, repulsive countenance, shockingly unlike his own. He was gently mopping young Briskow's face when the latter revived. Buddy's eyes were wild. He did not recognize this unpleasant stranger until a familiar voice issued from the shapeless lips. "You'll be all right in a few minutes, my lad." Briskow lifted his head. He tried to rise, but fell back limply, for as yet his body refused to obey his will. "You licked me," he declared faintly. "Licked me good, didn't you?" "Buddy, oh, Buddy!" It was a yearning cry. Gray's streaked, swollen features were grotesquely contorted. "You won't be mad with me, will you?" "Want to fight any more?" The victor groaned. "My God, no! You nearly killed me." This time Buddy managed to gain his feet. "Then I reckon I'll go to bed. I feel pretty rotten." Gray laughed aloud in his deep relief. "Right-o. And after I've phoned for a doctor, if you don't mind, I'll crawl in with you." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the morning after the fight, Mallow knocked at Gray's door. Then, in answer to an indistinct and irritable command to be gone, he made himself known. "It is me, Governor, and I've got Exhibit A." "Really?" came the startled query. There was a stir from within. The lock snapped and the door opened. "I got a little friend here that I want you to meet." Mallow paused inside the threshold. His mouth fell open. He stared in frank amazement. "Sweet spirits of Dieter," he gasped. "What happened to you?" "I was playing tag in the hall with some other old men, and one of them struck me." "My God, you're a sight!" Mallow remained petrified. "I never saw a worse mess." "Come in and close the door. I am vain, therefore I have a certain shyness about exposing my beauty to the curious gaze. Pardon me if I seat myself first. I find it more comfortable to sit than to stand, to recline than to sit." Stiffly the speaker let himself into an upholstered divan and fitted the cushions to his aches and his pains, his bruises and his abrasions. He sighed miserably. His features were discolored, shapeless. His lips were cut. Strips of adhesive tape held the edges of a wound together. His left hand was tightly bandaged, and the room reeked with the odor of liniment. "You've been hit with a safe or something," Mallow declared. "Evidences of some blunt instrument, as the newspapers say. Maybe a pair of chain tongs." "Blunt and heavy, yes. Buddy Briskow and I had an argument." "That big bum? Did he lay it on you like that? Say, he's got the makings of a champ." "Pride impels me to state that he got the worst of it. He is scarcely presentable, while I—" "Your side won?" "It did. Now where's the boy?" "He's outside." Without shifting his astonished gaze, Mallow raised his voice and cried, "Hey, Benny!" The door opened. A trim, diminutive figure entered. "Benny, meet my friend, Colonel Gray." The youngster, a boy of indeterminate age, advanced and shook hands. There was no mistaking him. He was Margie Fulton's son in size, in coloring, in features. I told Benny you could use a bright kid about his age, and he's bright. It required no clever analysis on the lad to convince Gray that he was indeed bright and as hard as a silver dollar. He had a likable face, or it would have been likable had it been in repose. It was twitching now, and Gray said with a smile, "Go ahead and laugh, son." The urchin's lips parted in a wide grin, and he spoke for the first time. "Did the Germans do that?" The effect of his voice was startling, for it was deep and husky. It was the older man's turn to be astonished. "He could pass for 15 on the street," Mallow said, "but when he talks, I chalk him down for 35. How old are you, Ben?" 17. "What's the big idea, anyhow?" The question was directed impudently at the occupant of the divan. "Did you send all the way to Hot Springs to get a guy you can lick?" "Your mother is here in Dallas, my boy." "Yeah?" There was a pause. "How's it breaking for her?" "Very well. I thought she'd like to see you." Benny cocked his head. He eyed the speaker curiously, suspiciously. "Come clean," he rumbled. "Mallow said you could use me." "I can. I will." The boy shrugged. "All right, Sharky. I suppose it'll come out in time. Only remember, I've got 20 coming, win or lose." "Of course." Gray waved toward the dresser, upon which was a handful of bills. "Help yourself. Better make it 25. Then wait outside, please. We will join you in a few minutes." "And don't make it 30," Benny's traveling companion sharply cautioned. When the door had closed, Gray gave his friend certain instructions, after which he limped to the telephone and called Arline Montague. "May I ask you to step down to Buddy's room?" he inquired, after making himself known. "Oh, it will be quite all right. We three must have a little talk. But he couldn't see you last night. He was quite ill. Really. I sat up with him most of—" There was a longer hiatus then. "Hadn't we better argue that in Buddy's presence? Thank you. In 5 minutes, then." As he and Gray prepared to leave, Mallow said sourly, "Margie is a good little dame in her way, and I feel like a damn stool." "My dear fellow," the other man told him, "I understand, and I'd gladly take another beating like this one to escape this one wretched denouement." When Ozark Briskow answered Gray's request for admittance, he was deeply embarrassed to find Miss Montague also waiting. His stammered protest was interrupted by her sharp inquiry. "What is the meaning of all this mystery? He said you were too sick to see me." "Permit me to explain," Gray began, as he closed the door behind them. "Buddy and I came to blows over you. You were, in a manner of speaking, an apple of discord between us, and the melancholy results you behold. Jealousy of your charms was not my motive. I merely asked Buddy to defer a contemplated action. He refused. I insisted. Argument failed to budge either of us, and—" The young woman's sympathetic regard for Gray's victim changed to a glare of hostility as she turned upon the speaker, crying, "You brute! You ought to be arrested." "He asked me to wait, Arline, to delay asking you a question which I felt should be more seriously considered. In the absence of his family, I took it upon myself to—" "To butt in," Miss Montague exclaimed, with curling lip. "Quite so. I merit your disapproval, but not your disdain." With some heat Buddy declared, "Pa and Ma know I got a mind of my own. It won't do him any good to come." "See here," the woman demanded, "what have you been telling Buddy about me? I told him all there was to tell." "Quite all? I fear you have not been as frank as you would have me believe. That, in fact, explains my connection with the affair. Believe me when I say that I am interested only in seeing justice done to both of you, young people, and in making sure that you do not deceive each other. It is an impulse of artless youth to trick itself in glowing colors. But you should know the whole truth about Buddy and he about you. If, after you are thoroughly acquainted with each other, you still maintain a mutual regard, I shall have nothing further to say, except to beg that I be allowed to show my true friendship for both of you." "Well, spring the bad news," said Miss Montague. Briskow now displayed the first open resentment he had shown since his defeat of the day before. "You licked me, Mr. Gray, and I took my medicine," he growled. "You changed my looks, but you didn't change my mind. I'm waiting for the folks to come, but I ain't going to listen to 'em. Let him get this off his chest, Buddy. Go ahead with the scandal, St. Anthony." Gray bowed. "Suppose we ignore the early convent training and the old Kentucky home, and agree that they are pleasant fictions, like the estate which you are in such imminent danger of inheriting. Those, I'm sure you will admit, are entirely imaginary." Buddy Briskow's swelling eyelids opened wider, his tumid lips parted, and an expression of surprise spread over his dropsical countenance. "Step on it," sneered Miss Montague. "Dish the dirt." Buddy's belief, however, that your stage career was blasted and young life laid waste by the sign of New York House should, in the interest of truth, be corrected. "He knows I was married." "True, but not to Benny Fulton, the jockey." "That is a lie." "Nor that the estimable Mr. Fulton, instead of perishing upon a field of glory, dodged a draft, and is doing as well as could be expected of a jockey who has been ruled off every track in the country and is now a common gambler against whom the finger of suspicion is leveled." "It's a lie!" the woman stormed. Of Buddy she inquired, "You don't believe that, do you? You don't intend to listen to that sort of stuff?" The object of this appeal was torn by conflicting emotions. Doubt is a weed that sprouts fastest in dull minds. Suspicion is the ready armor of ignorance. To young Briskow came the unwelcome vision of those oil wells. Was Gray telling the truth? Could it be that Arline had made a fool of him? But no, she was smaller, prettier, more adorable than ever, now that she was whipped by this gale of anger, and a girl like that could not be a deceiver. Buddy longed desperately to believe her refutation of the charge. He closed his eyes and made himself believe. "Even now," Gray was saying, "if you would tell the boy all he ought to know, I will take myself off and have nothing more to say." You make me sick," Miss Montague cried vibrantly. "What right have you to preach? What kind of man are you?" "If he believed your lies for a minute, I'd never want to see him again. He has been a true friend to me." Her voice quavered, caught in her throat. "The only true friend I ever had. I don't care whether he's rich or poor, but men like you are all alike. What chance has a girl got against you? You want to use his money, so you poisoned his mind, break a woman's heart, just because you hate me." The last words were sobbed forth. Miss Montague broke down. "Hell!" hoarsely exclaimed young Briskow. "You're making her cry." Gray sighed, and he stepped to the door, opened it, and called, "Come in, both of you." Arline Montague's shoulders ceased to shake. She lifted her blond head alertly. Then she uttered a breathless exclamation. Buddy, meanwhile, had been staring at the door, and he was surprised when, instead of his family, he saw entering a strange man and a boy small of stature but old of face, a boy insouciant, impudent, swaggering. It was this boy who spoke first. "Hello, Mama!" he cried. At the sound of that voice Buddy recoiled, for it was deeper than his own. His expression of dismay was no doubt ludicrous. At any rate, the urchin's lively eyes leaped to his face and remained there, while a grin spread over his features. "Holy gee!" rumbled the lad. "Here's another one that ought to be buried." "Mrs. Fulton," it was Gray speaking, "I took the liberty of asking your son—" Buddy Briskow heard no more, for his ears were roaring. Her son! That voice! Being little more than a boy himself, nothing could have hurt him more cruelly than this. His impulse was to flee from the room, for his world had come down in crashing ruin. She had lied. She had made a fool of him. Gray had been right. The others were still talking when Buddy broke in faintly. His battered visage was white. His lips were colorless. "I reckon this ends my part of the entertainment," he said. Slowly he seated himself and bowed his head in his hands, for he had become quite ill. Arline Montague, Margie Fulton, once the blow had fallen, behaved rather well. She took Benny in her arms and kissed him. Then, in answer to his quick look of dismay at her agitation, she patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's all right, son. You didn't know." "Didn't know what?" demanded the lad. "Say!" He stared angrily from one face to another. "Is it a plant?" "Hush! You wouldn't understand." Benny's suspicions now were in full play. His gaze came to rest upon Calvin Gray. His eyes began to blaze. You big bum!" he cried. "I might have known you were a double crosser." "Hush, Benny, please." "I'll get you for this." The midget was quivering with rage. "You'll look worse than that, you big bum." "Take my key. Here." The mother thrust her room key into the boy's hand. "Run along. I'll see you in a few minutes." To Mallow she said, "Take him out, please. You brought him in." Mallow, flushing uncomfortably, took Benny by the wrist and dragged him to the door. "Dirty work," said the woman when the two had gone. Her eyes were dark with anger as she stared at Gray. "It must look so to you," he agreed. "Frankly, I didn't enjoy it." "Bah!" Margie turned to Briskow, but in his attitude, his averted gaze, she read the doom of her hopes. One final chance remained, however, and desperately she snatched at it. "Buddy!" she cried. "Buddy!" Her voice was poignant as she pleaded. "I couldn't tell you the truth. I wanted to. I laid awake last night trying to get the courage, but I was afraid you wouldn't understand. I'd have told you the whole thing if you had ever given me the chance. You know I've been married. Does it make so much difference that I have a son?" When the object of her appeal only stirred, she went on, reproachfully, "Are you going to allow this man to come between us?" "I wouldn't believe you now if " Buddy choked. "I'm through." "You mean that?" The young fellow nodded. "Very well." Something in the tone of the last words, some accent of desperation, caused Buddy to raise his head. He was in time to see Margie fumble with her purse and extract something therefrom. To Buddy's eyes it resembled a bottle. "There is no use fighting any more. You have ruined my life." "My God!" young Briskow yelled in dismay. "Don't do that! Stop her!" He leaped to his feet and lunged for the poison vial which was trembling upon Arline's lips. Gray, too, had been galvanized into action, but of an unexpected nature. He grappled with Buddy and held him. "Look out!" the latter gasped. "She's killing herself!" The Texan was weak with horror. He could only paw impotently at his captor and cry, "Arline, you wouldn't do that for me! Let me go! Arline!" "This is the end," moaned the woman, still holding the bottle to her lips. Her despair was tragic; nevertheless, she did not instantly hurl herself into the hereafter. This hesitation at meeting death was only natural, perhaps, for none but the bravest can leap into the unknown without a moment of farewell. "Drink hearty!" Gray exclaimed over his shoulder, meanwhile closing tighter his embrace of the terrified youth. Buddy's struggles suddenly ceased, for at last the bottle had been drained. The girl was groping blindly toward the nearest chair. "God Almighty, you let her do it!" he cried, hoarsely. You murderer! We got to get a doctor, quick!" "Nonsense! Water won't hurt her, and that's all it is. She's known as the Suicide Blonde." "Say, you're busting with information, aren't you?" It was Miss Montague, tottering upon the brink of the grave, who voiced this explosive inquiry. Her drooping shoulders straightened. She raised her head and flung the empty bottle violently from her. Her face was deathly white, to be sure, but not with darting agonies. "You know everything, don't you? You make plain the past, the present, and the future. Well, Madame Thebes, you're under the wire with the horseshoe on your neck." With head erect and with firm tread she moved to the door. She turned there and blazed forth in bitter scorn, her bobbed curls shaking as she spoke. "Take that selling platter back to the car barn, where he belongs. I'm off boobs for life. I knew you had a jinx on me the minute I saw you, for I broke my mirror the day you breezed in. 7 years bad luck." My God, you're all of that and more. Why, you'd bring bad luck to a church. I'll beat it now while you give little Rollo his bottle and rock him to sleep. If he cries, tell me, and I'll furnish the rock." The door slammed to behind the diminutive fury, and Gray sank feebly into a chair. He was laughing silently. "By Jove, she's splendid!" he chuckled. "Buddy, I like that woman." It was mid-afternoon of the next day. Mrs. Fulton, after a restless night, was packing her trunks. Her room was in disarray, what with open suitcases and piles of dresses, lingerie, shoes, and the like strewn carelessly about. She had halted her labors for a second time to scan a brief note that had arrived a few moments before, and ran as follows: "Dear Mrs. Fulton, I am not really such a bad sort as you consider me. I am genuinely interested in that boy of yours. Let's cry quits and have a serious talk about him and perhaps other things. Sincerely yours, Calvin Gray." She was thus engaged when there came a knock, and in answer to her voice the writer entered. "Thank you for letting me come up," he began. "I've become accustomed to dodging chambermaids and scurrying up back stairs, but I'm looking better, don't you think?" "There's only one way you'd look better to me," the woman said unsmilingly, "and that is laid out." "Please put me at my ease. I am physically sore and mentally distressed." "You sore, distressed? Huh! I wouldn't have consented to see you except for what Mallow told me. After what he said, I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. What right have you doing a thing like this? Do you know what I think of you?" "I do. Also what Mallow thinks of me, for he told me. You see, he believes firmly that I am, well, a person of much looser principles than I really am, and my protestations of honesty only excite his veiled derision." "He said he's sorry. Sorry after spilling the beans?" "Mrs. Fulton, I have learned that life is a mixed affair, and that most of our actions are the results of conflicting motives. Yes, and that we ourselves are products of conflicting forces, good and evil. Few of us are as good as we would like to have people believe, nor as bad as we appear. I wonder if you will believe me when I say that I like you?" "Certainly not." "Nevertheless, I do. For one thing, you are a good fighter and a good loser. I try to be, but I fear I lack your spirit. I would not have hurt you willingly." The woman tossed her head and turned away. When she spoke, it was wearily. "I might have known I couldn't make that jump. I never did win a big race. A good loser, huh? Well, I've had enough practice at it. How is Buddy? Hurt, I suppose. His young life is blasted. He'll never trust another woman." "He is standing it pretty well, and is greatly cheered by the fact that he can see out of his left eye practically as well as ever. He is going back to the oil fields and learn the business. I'm going to put him to work. What are you going to do with Benny?" "Do with him? What can I do with him? He is a bright boy. I'm bright too, but I have all I can do to get by. It's a shame to think that he will grow up into what his father was." Margie Fulton wheeled, and her blue eyes were dark. "I suppose you think I'm a bad mother. But what do you know about it? How do you know what I've gone through for him, the sacrifices I've made? I've made plenty, and they came hard." "I'd like to help you make a man out of him." "What? You? How?" "I'd like to put him in business and teach him that there is no profit in short-changing customers, that the real wise guy isn't the fellow who gets the best of every bag of peanuts, but the one who can go back to the same customer and sell him another bag. The abstract principle has been put much more succinctly, but I doubt if it would carry the same weight with him. I'd enjoy giving the boy a hand up, but he is more than I'd care to tackle alone." "There's Mallow to help you. He'd be a refining influence." The mother's lip curled. "How about you?" "Me?" "Isn't the sort of life you are living becoming a bit tiresome? Aren't you about fed up on uncertainties?" The object of these queries drew a deep breath. Her eyelids flickered, but she continued to stare at the speaker. "Worry brings deeper wrinkles than old age. Wouldn't you like to tie to something solid and be able to show Benny that you are, at heart, the sort of a woman I consider you? He'll soon be getting old enough to wonder if you are what he thinks you are, or if—" "I suppose you learned this bayonet practice in the army," Mrs. Fulton said hoarsely. "Anybody can make a good living in a country like this if he cares enough to try. I'll back you if you need money." "And what's the price?" "My price? Oh, I'd feel well repaid if some day Benny acknowledged that I was a regular guy, and if you agreed." "Is that all?" "Quite all. Is there something you do well?" "I can cook. I'm a good cook. Women like me usually have hobbies they never can follow, and I have two. I make a fool of a stove. And I can design children's clothes. Wonderful things, new things." "Will you come to Wichita Falls and start a restaurant and make good things to eat if I supply the money and the customers?" "Will I?" The speaker's face had flushed. Her eyes had begun to sparkle. "Then it's a bargain," Gray declared gaily. "Why, you will get rich, for it is the chance of a lifetime. I'll guarantee patronage. I'll drum up trade if I have to turn sandwich man and ring a bell. Leave the details to me." Margie Fulton sank slowly into the nearest chair, regardless of the fact that it was piled full of lacy white, expensive things. Her voice quavered, broke as she said, "Gee, Mr. Gray, I figured there must be some decent men in the world, but I never thought I'd meet one." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In a long, relentless struggle between two men, psychology may play a part as important as in a campaign between two opposing armies, or so at least Calvin Gray believed. That, in fact, was one of his pet theories, and from the first he had planned to test it. It was characteristic of Henry Nelson, on the other hand, that he put no faith whatever in imponderables. Hence Gray's reference to morale on the day of their first meeting had amused him. Morale, indeed! As if a man of his tough fiber could be affected by the mere chanting of a hymn of hate. He considered himself the captain of his soul, and the antics of a malicious enemy, the wild waving of false danger signals, instead of distracting a resolute mariner, would merely cause him to steer a truer course. But Nelson was a brooder. Time came when doubts distressed him, when he began to put faith in malicious animal magnetism, and despite his better sense, to wonder if some evil spell really had not been put upon him. In his arrogance it had seemed at first a simple matter to do away with Gray. That had been mistake number one. The miserable breakdown of that plan, the refusal of his hireling to go forward, and the impossibility of securing a trustworthy substitute convinced him finally that he had erred grievously in his method. Some men are invulnerable to open attack, and Gray, it seemed, had been wet in the waters of the Styx. No, that had been a bad beginning, and Nelson regretted it, for he feared it had served as a warning. So indeed it appeared, for not long thereafter he actually felt, or thought he felt, the vengeful claws of his enemy. A new strike in one of the western counties had become public, and a brand new oil excitement was born overnight. Trains were crowded, roads were jammed with racing automobiles. In the neighborhood of the new well ensued scenes to duplicate those of other pools. For the first week or two there was a frenzy of buying and selling, a speculation in oil acreage and town lots. The Nelsons, of course, were early on the ground, for in spite of his father's contention that they could ill afford at the moment to tie up more money in unproductive properties, the son had argued that they must have protection, and his arguments had prevailed. Henry went in person, and he was disagreeably surprised to discover Gray on the ground ahead of him. The latter bore evidences of hard usage in the shape of a black eye and numerous bandages, reputed to be the result of an automobile collision. Henry regretted that his enemy's injuries were so trivial. It was indeed a pity that so few accidents are fatal. Henry bought rapidly, right and left, as much to forestall Gray as anything else, and he was back at the bank shortly with a number of leases. Not until some time later did he learn that he had paid a price for them twice as high as that charged for properties closer in. It was Bell who brought this unwelcome information home to him, brought it home in his characteristic manner. "What the hell ails you, anyhow?" the father inquired, in apoplectic wrath. "Have you gone clean crazy?" After some inquiry, Henry realized what ailed him and who had caused him to throw away his money. But he did not appraise Bell. More than once they had been parties to wash sales, and had helped to establish artificial values, but to be victimized in the same manner was like the taste of poison. Of course it meant little in the big game. At most, the firm had been gypped only a comparatively few $1,000s, and the loss could probably be recouped by resale. Nevertheless, the incident was significant, and upon second thought it appeared to shed light upon certain other expensive transactions in other fields. Now, oddly enough, this new oil discovery did not develop as had been expected. In fact, the excitement died out quickly, and when Henry Nelson undertook to dispose of his holdings, he was faced by a heavy loss, for Gray was offering adjoining acreage at low prices. Following this unhappy experience, the scandal about the Jackson well became public, the Atlantic Company having at last located the leak in its pipeline, and the whole Red River district enjoyed a great laugh. Henry Nelson did not laugh. He turned green when he realized how close he had come to buying that lease. Of course, here was a swindle that Gray could have nothing to do with, and yet Nelson wondered why Bob Parker had failed to sell it to him. Bob had tied it upon an option, awaiting his return, and he had hurried back on purpose to examine it. Why hadn't he bought it? Henry asked that question of the girl, and when she told him as much as she knew, he began to believe that the whole thing was indeed an incredibly bold attempt to swindle him and him alone. Miss Parker, of course, was deeply chagrined at her connection with the fraud. Nevertheless, the banker felt his flesh turn cold at the narrowness of his escape. He assured himself, upon calmer thought, that his imagination was running away with him. This was too devilishly ingenious, too crooked, and besides, Gray had promised to fight fair. All the same, the thing had a suspicious odor, and Nelson slept badly for a few nights. He decided to use extra caution thereafter, and see that he neither paid more for leases than they were worth, nor permitted anybody to salt him. Salting, after all, was rare. One read about it in books, but no experienced operator had ever been fooled in that way. About this time a big gasser blew in north of the Louisiana fields, and wise oil men began to talk about Arkansas and quietly to gather in acreage. Less than a week later, one of Nelson's field men brought into the bank a youth who owned some property in the latter state. This yokel was a sick man. He was thin and white. He had a racking cough, and he knew nothing about oil except from hearsay. All he knew was that he would die if he didn't get to a warmer, drier climate. But the story he told caused Nelson to stare queerly at his field man. That very night the latter left town. On the third night thereafter, in answer to a telegram, Nelson and the Arkansas farmer slipped unobtrusively out of Wichita Falls. It so happened that Briskows, en route to Hot Springs for a little rest, was a passenger on the same train. Stoner returned in due time, much rested, and he brought with him a large check to the firm's account. "We timed it to the minute," he told McWade and Mallow. "That gasser couldn't have come in better if we'd ordered it. Nelson's dickering under cover for more acreage near what he's got, but I tipped off who he was." "He fell easy, huh?" Stoner grinned. He was so pleased with himself at swindling an invalid and so scared someone would discover those seepages that he couldn't hardly wait to sign up. If it hadn't been for the general excitement, he might have insisted on time to do some exploring. But he's pulled a rig off another job, and he's sending it right up." "We got some good news, too," McWade asserted. "Avenger number 1 is trying hard to come in." "No." "I tell you, Gray's got a rabbit foot. If we continue to trail along with him, I'll be losing you as a partner, Brick." "How so?" "Why, I'll be turning honest. It seems to pay." "Uh-huh. Probably I'd better keep all this Nelson money and leave you." "Oh, not at all," the junior partner said quickly. "That isn't an oil deal, strictly speaking, for you say there ain't oil enough on the land to grease a jackknife. I look on it as real estate speculation." With a laugh, Stoner accepted this explanation, and then announced that he was hungry for his breakfast. This time Mallow spoke up. "I'm ballyhooing for a new joint, Fulton's Fancy Waffle Foundry. Follow me, and I'll try to wedge you in. But you'll have to eat fast and pick your teeth on the sidewalk, for we need the room." In answer to Stoner's stare, the speaker explained his interest in the welfare of Wichita Falls's newest eating place, and en route thereto he told how Margie Fulton came to be running it. "Gray did it. He got the Parker girl to help us, and we had the place all fixed up by the time Margie got here. She's tickled pink, and it'll coin money if it isn't pinched." "Pinched?" "Sure. Benny's the cashier, and he palms everything from dimes to dish towels. Force of habit. Better count your change till I break him of short-changing the customers." "You?" Stoner stopped in his tracks. "Oh, I'm giving him lessons in elemental honesty." "My God, are you turning honest, too?" the other man exclaimed. "Seems like that's all I hear lately." It was a blue day for Henry Nelson when Avenger number 1 came in, for it made necessary immediate drilling operations on his part, and the worst of it was the well was not big enough to establish a high value for his holdings. It was just enough of a producer to force him to begin 3 offsets, and that, for the moment, was an undertaking decidedly inconvenient. Bell Nelson was even more dismayed at the prospect than was his son, for upon him fell the necessity of raising the money. "Hell of a note," the old fellow grumbled, "when a wet well puts a crimp in us. A little more good luck like this and we'll go broke." "We can't afford to let go or to sublease." "Of course not, after the stand we've taken. There's talk on the street about the bank now, and I'd give a good deal to know where it comes from." The junior Nelson had heard similar echoes, but he held his tongue. "I never did like your way of doing business," the speaker resumed fretfully. "We've overreached. You wanted it all, and this is the result." Now Henry Nelson was warranted in resenting this accusation, for it had ever been Bell's way to pursue a grasping policy. Therefore, he cried angrily, "That's right, pass the buck. You know you wouldn't listen to anything else. If we're in deep, you're more to blame than I." "Nothing of the sort." Old Bell began a profane denial, but the younger man broke in irritably. "I never won an argument with you, so have it your own way. But while you're raising money for the Avenger offsets, you'd better raise plenty, for Gray is going to punch holes down as fast as ever he can." "Who is this Gray? What's he got against you?" Henry's eyes shifted. "He hasn't got anything against me. He bought a good lease and was wise enough to get somebody to make a well for him." "Those crooks, those wildcatters?" "Now he proposes to develop his acreage as rapidly as possible. Nothing strange about that, is there?" "Is he sore at you?" "We didn't get along very well in France." "H'm. I suppose that means you fought like hell. And now he's getting even. By the way, where am I going to get this money?" "That's up to you," said Henry, with a disagreeable grin, whereupon his father stamped into his own office in a fine fury. Not long after this father and son quarreled again, for of a sudden a perfect avalanche of lawsuits was released, the mysterious origin and purpose of which completely mystified old Bell. The Nelsons, like everybody else, had unsuccessfully dabbled in oil stocks and drilling companies for some time before the boom started, also during its early stages, and most of those failures have been forgotten. They were painfully brought to mind, however, when Henry was served with a dozen or more citations, and when the inquiry elicited the reluctant admission from the banker's attorney that a genuine liability existed, a liability which included the entire debts of those defunct joint stock associations in which he and his father had invested. This was enough to enrage a saint. Henry argued that he had invariably signed those articles of association with the words in parentheses, "no personal liability," and he was genuinely amazed to learn that this precaution had been useless. He protested that scores, nay hundreds of other people were in the same fix as he, and that if this outrageous provision of the law were strictly enforced and judgments rendered, widespread ruin would result. His lawyer agreed to this in all sympathy, but read aloud the provisions of the statute, and Nelson derived no comfort from the reading. The lawyer was curious to know, by the way, who had taken the trouble to acquire all of these claims, a task of heroic size, but about all the encouragement he could offer was the probability of a long and expensive series of legal battles, the outcome of which was problematical. That meant annoyance at best and a possible impairment of credit, and the Nelson credit right now was a precious thing, as Henry well knew. Eloquently he cursed the day he had met Calvin Gray. What next, he wondered. He discovered what next when the driller he had sent up to Arkansas in charge of his rig one day came into the office in great agitation. The man's story caused his employer's face to whiten. "Salted? I don't believe it." Nelson seized his head in his hands. "Oh, my God!" he gasped. Misfortunes were coming with a swiftness incredible. Salted, victimized, like the greenest tenderfoot. A small fortune sunk while the whole country was still chuckling over the Jackson scandal. This was a nightmare. Henry was glad that his father was in Tulsa in conference with some other bankers over that Avenger offset money. Otherwise, there was no telling to what extreme the old man's rage would have carried him at this final calamity. And that whining, coughing crook, that bogus farmer, was in Arizona or elsewhere, out of reach of the law. The younger Nelson turned desperately sick. If this was not more of Gray's work, it was the direct result of the curse he had called down. "Does anybody know?" Henry inquired, after he had somewhat recovered his equilibrium. "Nobody but us fellows." You mustn't shut down. You've got to keep up the bluff until I get time to turn." "You're going to bump off that land to somebody else?" "What do you think I'm going to do?" Nelson was on his feet now and pacing his office with jerky strides. "Take a loss like that?" He paused and glared at the bearer of bad tidings. Then he growled, "What are you grinning about? Oh, you needn't say it. You want yours, huh? Is that it?" "Well, it's worth something to turn a trick like this." "How much?" "It's a big deal. It'll take something substantial and paid in advance, to make our boys forget all the interesting sights they've seen. But I'd rather leave the amount to you, Henry. You know me. I wouldn't be a party to a crooked deal, not for anything, except to help you out." "How much?" the banker repeated hoarsely. But the field man merely smiled and shrugged. So, with a grunt of understanding, Henry seated himself and wrote out a check to the bearer, the amount of which caused him to grind his teeth. Now it was impossible to dispose of a large holding like that Arkansas tract at a moment's notice. In order to evade suspicion, it was necessary to go about it slowly, tactfully. Hence the financier moved with as much circumspection as possible. His careful plans exploded, however, when he met Calvin Gray a day or so later. Gray had made it an invariable practice to speak affably to his enemy in passing. mainly because it so angered the latter. This time he insisted upon stopping. He was debonair and smiling as always, but there was more than a trace of mockery in his tone as he said: "So your luck has changed, hasn't it? The Avenger well of mine has put a good value on your property. I congratulate you, Colonel." "Humph! I don't believe in luck," Nelson mumbled. "And the Avenger isn't enough of a well to brag about." "So you don't believe in luck. It seems to be our lot invariably to differ, doesn't it? Now, my dear Colonel, I'm not ashamed to confess that I am deeply superstitious, and that I believe implicitly in signs and prodigies. You see, I was born under a happy star. At my nativity, the front of heaven was full of fiery shapes, as it were. Comfortable feeling, I assure you. Take that incident at Newton, not too long ago. Doesn't that prove my contention?" "What incident?" Gray's brows lifted whimsically. "Of course. How should you know? There was a clumsy attempt to do me bodily harm, to assassinate me. Funny, isn't it? So ill-considered and so impractical. But about this Avenger matter, if you find it inconvenient to offset my wells as fast as I put them down, perhaps you consider selling." "Inconvenient?" Nelson felt the blood rush to his face at this insufferable insult, but he calmed himself with the thought that his opponent was deliberately goading him. After all, it served him right for permitting the fellow to stop him. "Inconvenient? Ah!" He turned away carelessly. "No offense, my dear Colonel. I thought, after your Arkansas fiasco, you might wish—" "What Arkansas fiasco?" Nelson wheeled, and in spite of himself his voice cracked. "Ah, another secret, eh?" Gray winked elaborately. Nothing could have been more deliberately offensive than that counterfeit of a friendly understanding. "Very well, I shan't say a word." "You—" The banker was gasping. "You're doing your damnedest to start something, aren't you?" "Every day, every hour, every minute." The speaker bowed. "In defense of my promise to fight fair, let me assure you, however, that I did not start this. As a matter of fact, I knew nothing about it until you had been hooked. Apropos of that quixotic promise, please remember that your own actions have absolved me from it." The men stared at each other for a moment that seemed interminable. Gray was watchful, expectant. Nelson was plainly shaken by a desire so desperate that resistance left him weak. He was like an animal frozen in the very attitude of springing. "Foxy, aren't you?" he managed to say at last. "Tempting me to make the first move." With a mighty effort of will he forced his tense body to relax. "The act of a bully. Bah! Wouldn't I be a fool?" "A bully is usually a coward," Gray said slowly. "Neither of us is a coward. I'm not ready to join the issue that way, especially in a place like this. The game is too exciting to—" "You'll get all the excitement you're looking for," Nelson cried wrathfully. "You've cost me a lot of money, but you could have cost me a lot more if you hadn't been fool enough to brag about it and give me warning. Now, I'll send you out of Texas afoot." "On my back, perhaps, but never on my feet." Without another word the banker passed on, but he went blindly, for his mind was in black chaos. No chance for secrecy now. He was in for a bit of hell. He managed to kill the story in the local papers, but it appeared in the Dallas journals, which was even worse, and for the first time in his life he found himself an object of ridicule. The Arkansas transaction was made to appear the most outrageous swindle of recent oil history, and coming so quickly after the Jackson exposure, it excited double interest and amusement. In truth, the facts about the salting of that Arkansas tract did make a story, for the methods employed had been both new and ingenious. Nelson had been fooled by a showing of oil in an ordinary farm well, and by the generous seepage into a running stream some distance away. Not until a considerable sum had been spent in actual drilling operations, however, did those seepages diminish sufficiently to excite suspicion sufficiently, in fact, to induce the crew to pump the water well dry. This done, an amazing fraud had been discovered. It had been found that the vendor of the land had removed the rock curbing and behind it had packed a liberal quantity of petroleum-soaked cotton waste. Naturally, when the well had been walled up again and permitted to resume its natural level, the result was all that unscrupulous owner could have expected. The creek seepage had turned out to be equally counterfeit, but even more ingeniously contrived. It had manifested itself where a stratum of clean white sand, underlaid with clay, outcropped at the foot of a high bank. In the undergrowth quite a way back from the stream, tardy investigation disclosed that a hole had been dug down to that layer of sand, and into the hole had been poured several barrels of crude. The earth from the digging had been removed, and the hole had been cunningly covered up. Naturally, the oil from this reservoir had followed the sand stratum, and the resultant phenomenon at the water's edge had been well calculated to excite even the coldest-blooded observer. It had excited Henry Nelson to such an extent that he had bought not only this farm, but a lot of other farms. And Nelson was shrewd. Oh, it was a great joke. The whole mid-continent field rocked with laughter at it. Nelson Sr. returned from Tulsa bull mad, and he came without the money he had expected to get. What went on in his office that morning after he sent for his son, none of the bank employees ever knew, but they could guess, for the rumbling of the old man's rage penetrated even the mahogany-paneled walls. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gray had once told Barbara Parker that there was no one quite like him, a remark more egotistical in sound than in meaning. Unusual in many ways he probably was, but, like most men, the discovery that his proudest virtues were linked with vices of which he was ashamed struck him as extraordinary, as if nature were not forever aiming at a balance. In spite of the fact that he was impulsive, headstrong, swift in most things, this girl possessed the unique faculty of rendering him acutely self-conscious, and it annoyed him the more, therefore, to find how timorous he could be in putting her feelings to the test. That was one thing he could never quite summon courage to do. She was so young, so cool, so disconcertingly straightforward, that, in contrast, his own age appeared the greater, and his many counterfeit qualities were thrown into uglier relief. Then, too, her answer meant so much that fear of refusal became an actual torture, and the mere thought of it left his arrogant spirit strangely humble. To a man in his vengeful mood, to a man whipped by one savage purpose, love had come as a blessed relief, and in consequence anger at his indecision was the greater. Sometimes he told himself that he deserved to lose her. One such occasion was after he had taken her out to the Avenger lease. There was more than one well by this time. Avenger number 2 and 3 and 4 were going down, and offsetting the first Avenger were 3 of Nelson's rigs. Bob studied the situation briefly. Then, with a dubious shake of her head, she announced, "You are taking a big risk, Mr. Gray." "You mean these new holes may come dry? Of course, but I believe in crowding my luck. I don't know any other way to work." "You have been lucky, haven't you?" She stared at him with a detached, impersonal interest. "Everything is coming your way, even down in the Ranger district." "Oh, I have my share of troubles. I lost a crooked hole recently. Had to skid the derrick and start over. Then a pair of chain tongs was dropped into another hole." "That makes an expensive fishing job." "The worst ever. Somebody must have it in for you." When Gray nodded, Bob's face lit up with surprise. "Really? Do you suspect someone in particular?" "I know." "How interesting." After a moment had passed and he had explained no further, the girl went on, "Everybody is talking about you and your success. They say you have the golden touch." "That is a good reputation to enjoy. But this country is full of fellows who came here knowing as little about oil as I knew, and who have accomplished more sensational results. I have come up like a rocket, to be sure. It remains to be seen whether I should fall like a stick." "You won't fall." "Do you really believe that?" The inquiry was eagerly put. "I trust your intuition, Miss Bob. Sometimes I have moments of uneasiness, for, you see, I'm drilling more wells than I should. It is double or quits, you understand. If my luck breaks, so do I." "You have always impressed me as a man of destiny. I think fate has selected you as an instrument with which to do big things. That's why I'm always a bit overawed by you." "Overawed?" Gray laughed. "Why, I feel the same with you. If you know how little I am, how little it all signifies except as a means to an end, if you only knew what it is that I want so much more than oil or money or—" "I thought you were like all the others here, absorbed only in the game." "I was at first. I had reason to be, a very great reason, I assure you. Then I saw something far more desirable than fortune, far more absorbing than the motive that brought me here. Some days, like to day, I think I'm going to win it. Then again I grow faint-hearted." "Faint-hearted? You?" There was elaborate skepticism in "Bob's" tone, but as the meaning of Gray's ardent gaze struck home to her, she turned her head with a lightly affected laugh. She was coloring, but she knew that her companion's agitation was so much greater than hers that he did not notice it. "Fair lady," he said, a bit uncertainly, "you multiply my courage tenfold, and I shall retain the guerdon of your faith. But we swashbuckling fellows are proud. We must come as victors or not at all, and I am anything but victorious yet. I had many a fall, and my armor is dented in a dozen places. I have a record of failures that only a lasting success can wipe out. When, if ever, that record is wiped out, why, my tongue shall be my heart's ambassador." This was the boldest speech that Gray had ever permitted himself. Never had he felt "Bob" to be so close to him as on this day, and in consequence he made of it a festival. He played the lover with a respectful ardor, doubly thrilling by reason of its restraint. And that night it was not Henry Nelson's face that lingered last in his memory. He wondered before he fell asleep if he had acted wisely in letting slip his hour. Opportunity had a fickle way of jilting those who ignore her, and yet how could he speak with honor to himself? It must not be inferred that Henry Nelson endured with patience the blows that were rained upon him. On the contrary, he fought back with every weapon he could lay hands on, and there were many. In this he was aided by Old Bell, for father and son were much alike, and their friction had been only such as results from the rubbing of two hard bodies of identical composition. Now that they were put under heavy pressure, they adhered and functioned without heat. They were handicapped, however, in that they had a bank to think about, and in times of frenzied finance such as this, a banking business is more of a liability than an asset. Under normal conditions, no single individual of Gray's limited resources could have caused them more than temporary annoyance. But in the midst of a speculative frenzy, in a time of vast paper profits and overnight losses, at an hour when they themselves were overextended and the financial fabric of the whole oil industry was stretched to a point of inflation where a pinprick was apt to cause complete collapse, the feat of warding off a lance in the hands of a destructive enemy was one that kept him in a constant state of nervous panic. To make matters worse, the crest of the wave had passed. The boom was nearly over, and money was no longer easy. Outside investors were cooling. Mysterious and powerful influences were at work, and there were rumors of a break in the price of crude. Meanwhile, so far as the Nelsons were concerned, it was necessary to pour a steady stream of dollars into the earth in order to save that which had been accomplished at immense cost, and such oil as their producing wells gave forth was swallowed up in other holes. It became with them a problem of how to hold on, how to finance from day to day until production returns overtook exploitation expenses, a problem that put gray hairs in their heads and lines about their eyes. They were forced to many expedients. How they managed it all baffled Gray and worried him too, for he knew that if ever they turned the corner, they would be safe from him, and his vengeance would fall to the ground. One big well would set them up, and there was always that danger, for scarcely a week went by without news of some gigantic gusher. Knowing all there was to know about their field activities, he set himself to the task of learning more about the bank itself and about their method of operating it. This was a task indeed, and he spent much time at it, time he could ill afford, by the way, for he, too, had about exhausted his last resource. He was surprised one day to receive from Roswell, the banker who had first backed him, an almost peremptory summons to Dallas. Gray had made much money for Roswell and his crowd. They were still heavily interested with him, and he was counting upon their future support. The tone of this letter, therefore, gave him a disagreeable shock. On the whole, however, he was glad of an excuse to go, for the Briskows had returned and had bought a home in Dallas, and he was eager for a sight of them. Mr. Roswell's greeting was quite as cool as his letter, but he betrayed a keen interest in the progress of their joint affairs, and asked a good many searching questions. Gray answered frankly. "You surprise me," the banker announced finally, "for you confirm something I did not wish to believe. I have just learned that you are using us to further a private grudge and to ruin a reputable man. I couldn't credit such a statement without—" "It is quite true, except that I haven't used you, not at least in the sense you imply." "You have used our money. It is the same thing." "Oh, not at all. I have handled a number of speculations. Investments is a better word for you and your group, and I have made a lot of money for you. That's the most you expected. That's all I promised. So long as I continue to do that, my motives, my personal likes and dislikes, concern you in no wise. Neither are you concerned in the use I make of my winnings. Legitimate competition is one thing. Malice, double-dealing, dishonesty is—" "Dishonesty?" Gray interrupted sharply. "I am a quick-tempered man, Mr. Roswell. I ask you to choose your words more carefully." "Don't you call salting a well dishonest?" "I do. I didn't salt that Arkansas property, and I assume you refer to that. In fact, I knew nothing about it, and so I informed Nelson. Evidently he didn't believe me, and I don't expect you to do so. Nevertheless, it is true. I have never lied to you, and I never shall. Now, malice, yes, I bear malice toward Henry Nelson, and I shall continue to bear him malice long after I have put him in his grave." Roswell's startled eyes leaped to the speaker's face. "Exactly. I propose to put him in his grave, and he knows it." "Nonsense. That's wild talk, and you'll regret it. What has he done to you?" The object of this inquiry shrugged. "A private matter purely. As to double-dealing, is it double-dealing to go to an enemy and tell him frankly that you intend to down him and how you propose to do it?" "Did you do that?" "I did. What is more, I offered to fight fair, and he agreed. But of course he broke that, as he feels free to break any agreement when it becomes onerous or unprofitable. He began by trying to assassinate me." "What are you saying?" Roswell cried. "This is incredible." Gray's cigar had gone out. He lighted it with steady and deliberate fingers before he said, "I am giving you facts. The fighting has not been all on my side. For instance, I haven't hired men to drop tools into his wells or run crooked holes, and that sort of thing, as he has. Not that I wouldn't follow his lead if he forced me to, but I haven't had to resort to petty annoyances. I haven't had to make any small change, for I have originality, imagination, even a small amount of daring, while he is obvious. He has nothing except physical courage. Thank God he's not a coward. He'll die hard." "Amazing!" The banker was at a loss for words. After a moment he inquired, "What about Bell Nelson?" "A harsh, headstrong, ruthless old man whose history will not bear careful reading. His sins shall be visited upon him through his offspring. He will have to go, too." Roswell stirred, as if to shake off the effect of some oppressive, mesmeric influence. Reluctantly he admitted, "All I can say is, you have a colossal nerve." "Precisely. And that is all I had when I came to Texas." "I was coming to that. You deceived me, Gray. You said you represented big capital, had friends and connections." "A pardonable deceit under the circumstances, was it not? As a matter of fact, I said nothing of the sort. I merely allowed you to infer." "You're splitting hairs." The banker was impatient. "The fact remains that you led me to make a fool of myself. Why, man alive, I have your whole history here, and it's a record of one sensational failure after another. You had no backing whatever, no—" "Is that the result of your own investigation?" "Partly." "For the rest, you took Nelson's word, eh? Very well. I've beaten him out from cover sooner than I expected. Now, as to my failures. Failure proves only this, that one's determination to succeed is not strong enough. Who fail except those who try? You have not always succeeded, neither have I invariably failed. Your report is a bit unfair." "You will fail now, and you deserve to fail." "Indeed? Why?" "Because you're doing an outrageous thing. Because see here, Gray, I know why you hate Nelson." There ensued a moment of silence. "He told you that?" The younger man's face slowly whitened. He spoke with difficulty. "He told me everything. He told me that you were dishonorably discharged from the army, cashiered, as we used to call it, and that you blame him. I don't mind saying it was a shock, worst I had in years. In time of war, too. The army doesn't do that unless without ample well, Gray, it's damned nasty." "Quite the nastiest thing that can happen to a man," the other agreed in a thin, flat voice. "I wouldn't believe it." "Why not? You believe everything else he told you." "I wouldn't accept his word on a thing like that without asking you." Another pause followed. "There's probably some explanation. I told him so." Mr. Roswell showed his genuine distress by the frown upon his brow and by his averted eyes. He stirred uncomfortably. Then he broke out, irritably, "Well, well, why in hell don't you say something?" "There is nothing to say." "What? My God, man, you don't mean see here, you're not a coward, or a thief, or an incompetent. What's your side of the story? What's the explanation?" "Explanations are hateful. The man who makes them deceives either himself or the other fellow, usually both. It is easy to be plausible. Would a mere statement from me, unsupported by proof, convince you where it failed to convince a court martial? Of course not. Then why make you uncomfortable by doubting my word?" Gray's smile was like the mirthless grin of a mummy. "I was found guilty, all in due military order, and disgraced, branded. My uniform was taken from me, and I can't wear it again. I can never serve my country." "It was handled quietly, with admirable discretion, for those things are bad for the morale, you understand. Very few know about it. I'm a proud man, a vain man. I assure you the death penalty would have been much easier to bear." "What did Henry Nelson have to do with it?" "He alone can answer that." "An extraordinary situation. This is your revenge, eh?" "A man of spirit, I had a choice of but two things, revenge or suicide." "It is an embarrassing situation for me." "Indeed?" Nelson has sold a large block of his bank stock to one of our directors." "Tell him to get out from under quick," Gray said, sharply, "for I'll break Henry Nelson, or I'll kill him." "Tut, tut! You're excited. You mustn't talk that way. I give you credit for an honest hatred, but I can't sympathize with it. Neither can I believe so ill of Henry Nelson. Remember, I've known him and Bell for years." With a complete finality, the banker concluded, "You'll have to give it up, Gray." "I beg pardon?" "I say we shan't permit you to go on with this murderous feud. We can't be parties to it. What you've told me warrants us in withdrawing our support instantly. But damn it all, I can't help liking you and believing in you. Frankly, there's something sublime about a grudge like yours. However, we can't go on like this. We can't put up more money now that we know what you have in mind. Call this thing off, and perhaps I can induce our crowd to leave their money in until it can be worked out. That's the most I can undertake." "I need your money and your support now more than ever," the other man gravely confessed. "I need it at once, today. Nevertheless, I shan't quit." "You must!" Roswell cried, impatiently. "You can't defy us." "The devil I can't!" It was Gray's turn to blaze. "That's exactly what I'm doing. I defy you to get your money out. I defy you to interfere with me in the slightest or wring a particle of mercy out of me. I knew this would come sooner or later, and I planned accordingly. What do you think I am, eh? I'll tell you, I've got him. Otherwise, he'd never squeal about this army matter. Now then, tell your crowd to try and pull out. That's not a threat, sir, for they have played fair with me, and I shan't sacrifice a penny of their money unless they force me to do so. But I'm in control. I'm sitting pretty. They can't unseat me, and I warned them not to try." "You are making a great mistake. We will find a way to pull you off." "Ever try to pull a bulldog out of a fight when he has the other dog down and his teeth in its throat? I have. There's something rather horrible about it, rather beastly and shocking, and there's always the danger of losing a hand." The speaker rose. He hesitated before leaving to say, "Your son served with honor, Mr. Roswell. I know how you must feel about this other matter. Therefore, I shall spare you the embarrassment of declining my hand." The financier's face reddened. Rather stiffly he said, "You know whether you have a right to offer it." Instantly the departing visitor extended his palm, and Roswell realized that he had seldom seen a man more deeply moved. "Thanks. It's a blow to lose your support, but nothing can swerve me. Meanwhile, I'm glad we do not part as enemies." When he had gone, when he had passed out with head up and shoulders square, the banker shivered slightly. Audibly he murmured, "God, what a man! What a hatred!" The Briskows had just moved into their new home, and perhaps the place was still in some confusion when Gray mounted the steps. Pa answered the bell in his shirt sleeves and with a claw hammer in his hand, for he had been hanging pictures. He favored his visitor with a wide smile of welcome and a hearty greeting, quite a feat inasmuch as his mouth was full of nails. Then, having rid it of its contents, he explained, "We got a slave that tends the door, but I ain't got gentled up the bells and things yet. Allie's away and Ma's laying down, so—" "Ma isn't ill, I hope?" "No, just ailing. I thought maybe one of the neighbors had run in to see her, but I guess they're busy. We've got lots of neighbors here, rich ones, and we made up our minds to like 'em if they'll give us a chance." "You are in luck to find a house in such a smart neighborhood, Gus. Now show me around quickly, for I'm dying to see it." "Lord, I'm dying to show it to somebody. You're the first one that's dropped in, and we been here 'most 2 weeks. Say you'll stay and eat supper, won't you?" "Of course I will, and breakfast, too, if you can take care of me." "Pshaw! Didn't we take care of you when you come out to the ranch? We've got 3 niggers now just doing the housework." As in justification of this riotous mode of life, the oil man explained, "Ma wanted to do it herself, but she's poorly, and Allie vetoed it completely. She says she'll be stylish and enjoy life if it kills all three of us. I'd have bought a bigger house if they'd have let me, but it's large enough. Anything more would merely add to your cares. Her and Ma picked out the furniture. Swell, ain't it?" "Beautiful!" Gray exclaimed. Inwardly he groaned. For although the contents of the home appeared to be expensive, almost ostentatious, they nevertheless betrayed a conspicuous lack of taste both in character and in arrangement. Here and there were color combinations so atrocious that they positively hurt the caller. On the whole, however, the place looked better than he had expected, and such indications of harmony and restraint as he detected he attributed to Allie. It was a nice enough home, and with a little change, a little rearrangement, it could be made attractive even to one of elegant tastes. Those changes, of course, Gray determined to make. Gus plainly was not yet accustomed to the sense of ownership, and he hung with eagerness upon his guest's expression of approval. After a tour of inspection, the men wound up in the library, an absurd misnomer under the circumstances, inasmuch as the shelves were entirely bare except for Allie's dog-eared school books, and there, before a blazing gas log, they discussed the miracle. "Allie's gone out to the old farm to get some stuff for Ma," the father explained in due time. "Some pictures of her and Buddy when they was little, and a rocking chair, and Ma's favorite bedspread, and some other things she likes." Gray remembered the portraits executed by a St. Louis enlargement concern. They had wide gilt frames and were protected from ravaging flies by mosquito netting. He hoped that Ma would not hang them in the hall or the living room, and that rocker for which she yearned was probably the one with the creaking coiled springs, the one that had leaped after him and clashed its jaws like an alligator. "By the way, how does Buddy like the new home?" the latter inquired. "He ain't seen it yet. Says he's too busy to leave the job. What you done to the boy, anyhow?" "I'm making a real man out of him, and an oil man, too. He knew how to dress tools when I got him, but he's a pretty good driller now. Before long he'll be able to take charge of your property and run it on practical lines. I told you he had it in him, and that he'd make a hand." "You never wrote us nothing about his trouble." "I left the explaining to him." Gus smiled meditatively. "First we knew that you and him had been fighting was when he wrote us a letter saying he was doing great and could see out of one eye. Then, more gravely, it was worrying over Buddy's affair that got Ma to ailin'. She ain't been right well since." "Say, what'd you do with that woman?" Briskow pronounced the last word with an accent of scorn and hatred. "I gave her a chance to make an honest, decent living. I set her up in business." "What?" "And she is making good." When the elder man shook his head impatiently, Gray went on, "I'm pretty worldly and calloused, but if one virtue has been spared me, it is charity." For a moment the father studied his caller. "Tell me," he began, "was it altogether on Buddy's account that you and him tied into one another?" Gray threw back his head and laughed frankly. "Altogether, I assure you. That's why I found it so hard." "He ought to be licked, taking up with a thing like her." Gus was groping for words more eloquent of his displeasure at his son and his hatred for the object of Buddy's misplaced affections, when Gray forestalled him. "Just a minute. You are a rich man, and you are growing richer. Careful. Frugal, prosperous people like you are apt to become unduly hard and over-suspicious, but you mustn't permit it. Think, for instance, what environment did to your children. Then remember that under slightly different circumstances it might have made evildoers even of them. Most people would like to run straight and would do so if they had a chance. Anyhow, it is an interesting experiment to put the chance in their way. Tell me, Gus, how much money have you got?" "I dunno. Figures over $1,000 don't mean much to me." Gray searched the speaker's face with a speculative gaze. "It's mostly liquid, I presume." There was a pause. "I mean it's in cash, or the equivalent." "Oh, sure. These bonds and stocks are things." Briskow shook his head disapprovingly. "Land ain't any too safe, either. It's raining now, and it'll keep on raining till the farmers is all drowned out. Next year it'll be drought, and fry 'em to a crisp. No, I'm scared of land. I'm scared of everything." This last was said plaintively. "Why, look at these Liberty bonds, going down steady. I wouldn't put no money into government unless I had something to say about running it. And suppose I did, I wouldn't know how it ought to be run." "How about oil properties? Wouldn't you like to invest in a good safe proposition with a prospect of big?" "Gosh, no. I'm scareder of oil than anything 'cause I know something about it. Fella's been trying to sell me life insurance lately, but you gotta die to get your money back." "No, there's a catch in all them propositions. Sometimes I wake up at nights dreaming we're all back at the old place and poor again. That ends my sleeping. You see, Allie's a lady now, and she's used to silk stockings, and Buddy's been out in the world spending money on women, and Ma's getting old. I could go back to cornbread, but it would kill them. Worst of it is, the black lime ain't holding up, and our wells will give out some day." Briskow sighed heavily, and his brows drew together in an anxious pucker. "You'll have enough money in the bank to do you." "Banks bust. I tell you the whole world is full of skullduggery. Suspicious? I should say I was. I used to think if we had money our troubles would be over, but Lord, that's when they began. You see, I was bright and knew what slick people is up to. I'd be all right, but why, I'm like a setting hen. I can feel the eggs under me, but how I'm going to keep the skunks away when they smell the nest? I'm most tempted to turn everything I got over to some honest man and let him handle it. Some fella that had the savvy." "Unfortunately, such people are rare." "I don't know but one." "Indeed? Who is he?" "I reckon you know," said Briskow. The listener looked up with quickened interest. There was a sharp ring to his voice when he said, "Let me get this right. You're the only man I ever knowed that I'd bank my life on. And you're smart. You wouldn't take Buddy, but maybe you'd kind of take me. Take all of us. I tell you I'm scared." "Just how much confidence do I inspire in you?" Gray's expression was peculiar, for amazement, doubt, eagerness were equally blended. "This much. I'd turn the whole works over to you if you'd look out for us." "You scarcely know me." "Oh, I know you well enough." Briskow smiled a slow, shrewd smile. "So does Ma, so does Allie and Bud." For quite a while the caller sat with head bowed, his gaze fixed upon the flames. When he looked up, his face was red, his eyes were brighter than usual. To be trusted is a greater compliment than to be loved, yes, and it's hell to be born with a conscience. He fell silent again, for this was a moment to be treasured, and he could not let it pass too quickly. "You say you want nothing to do with oil?" "Anything but that. I know it so well, and Ma's getting feeble." Again silence. "Of course, if you do it, I wouldn't ask no questions. I'd rather shut my eyes and trust that you keep 'em open, and you don't know how much I'd like to say yes, but I fought Buddy to prevent him from making a mistake, and I shan't allow you to make this one." "Hm. Will you keep me from making other mistakes?" "I will if I can." "Maybe that's enough. Anyhow, I'll sleep better tonight for seeing you." "I think I hear Ma stirring," said Gray as he rose. "I brought her a few little presents, and I'd like to take them up to her." As he left the room there was the same queer light in his eyes. Nevertheless, he moved slowly, like a man tired. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gray was shocked at the change in Ma Briskow. She had failed surprisingly. Pleasure lit her face, and she fell into a brief flutter of delight at seeing him. But as soon as their first greeting was over, he led her to the lounge and insisted upon making her comfortable. He had tricks with cushions and pillows, so he declared. They became his obedient servants, and there was a knack in arranging them, the same knack that a robin uses in building its nest. This he demonstrated quite conclusively. It was nice to have a great masterful man like this take charge of one, and Ma sighed gratefully as she lay back. "It does kind of feel like a bird's nest," she declared. "And you kind of look like a robin, too. You're always dressed so neat." "Exactly," he chuckled. "Robins are the very neatest dressers of all the birds. But look, like a real robin, I've brought spring with me." He opened a huge box of long-stemmed roses and held their cool, dewy buds against Ma Briskow's withered face. Then, laughing and chatting, he arranged them in vases where she could see them. Next he drew down the shades, shutting out the dreary afternoon, after which he lit the gas log, and soon the room, whether by reason of his glowing personality or his deft rearrangement of its contents, or both, became a warm and cheerful place. He had brought other gifts, and flowers, too, thoughtful, expensive things that fairly took Ma's breath. No one had ever given her presents, to be remembered, therefore, with useless, delightful little luxuries, filled her gentle soul with a guilty rapture. But these were not gifts in the ordinary sense. They were offerings from the Duke of Dallas, and his manner of presenting them invested every article with ducal dignity. The Princess of Pensacola had not played for a long time, and so to recline languidly in a beautiful Japanese kimono, with her feet in a pair of wonderful soft boudoir slippers, spun by the Duke's private silkworms, and knit by his own Oriental knitting slaves, while he paid court to her, was doubly thrilling. The Duke certainly was a reckless spender, but thank goodness he hadn't brought things for the house, things just to look at, and to share with other people. He knew enough to buy intimate things, things a woman could wear and feel rich in. Ma hugged herself and tried to look beautiful. Gray was seated on the side of her couch, with her cold hand between his warm palms, and he was telling her about the Princess of Wichita Falls when the summons to dinner interrupted them. Ma was not hungry, and she expected to have a bite in her own room, but her caller was so vigorous in his objections to this plan that she finally agreed to come downstairs. The Briskow household was poorly organized as yet, and it was only natural that it should function imperfectly. Nevertheless, Gray was annoyed at the clumsy manner in which the dinner was served. Being a meticulous man and accustomed to comfort, incompetent servants distressed him beyond measure, and he soon discovered that the Briskow help was as completely incompetent as any he had ever seen. The butler, for instance, a pleasant-faced colored man, had evidently come straight from the docks, for he passed the food much as a stoker passes coal to a boiler, while the sound of crashing platter in the butler's pantry gave evidence that the second girl was a house wrecker. "See here, Ma." Gray threw down his napkin. "You have a beautiful home, and you want it to be perfect, don't you?" "Why, of course. We bought everything we could buy." "Everything except skillful servants, and they are hard to find. You are capable of training your cook and teaching your upstairs girl to sweep and make beds, but the test of a well-run house is a well-served meal. Dish-breaking ought to be a felony, and when I become president I propose to make the spoiling of food a capital offense. Now then, you're not eating a bite, anyhow, and Gus won't mind waiting a while for his dinner. With your permission, I'd like to take things in hand and add 100% to your future comfort." In some bewilderment Ma agreed that she would do anything her guest suggested. whereupon he rose energetically and called the three domestics into the dining room. "We are going to start this dinner all over again," he announced, "and we are going to begin by swapping places. I am going to serve it as a dinner should be served, and you are going to eat it as well, I dare say nature will have to take its course. I shall explain as I go along, and I want you to remember every word I say, every move I make. Mr. and Mrs. Briskow are going to look on. After we have finished, you are going to serve us exactly as I served you." Naturally, this proposition amazed the help. In fact, its absurdity convulsed them. The man laughed loudly, the cook buried her ebony face in her apron, the second girl bent double with mirth. Here was a quaint gentleman, indeed, a great joker. But the gentleman was not joking. On the contrary, he brought his levity to an abrupt halt, then gravely, ceremoniously, he seated the trio. They sobered quickly enough at this. They became, in fact, as funereal as three crows, but their astonishment at what followed was no greater than that of the Briskows. Gray played butler with a correctness and a poise deeply impressive to his round-eyed audience, and as he served the courses he delivered a lecture upon the etiquette of domestic service, the art of cooking, and the various niceties of a servant's calling. Nothing could have been more impressive than being waited upon by a person of his magnificence, and his lecture, moreover, was delivered in a way that drove understanding into their thick heads. It was an uncomfortable experience for all except Gray himself. He actually enjoyed it, and when the last dish had been removed, and he had given instructions to serve the meal over again exactly as he had served it, the three negroes were glad to obey. Of course they made mistakes, but these Gray instantly corrected, and the results of his dress rehearsal were, on the whole, surprising. "There," he said, when the ordeal had finally come to an end. "A little patience, a little practice, and you'll be proud of them. Incidentally, I have saved you a fortune in dishes." "I wish Allie had been here. She'd remember everything you said," Ma declared. "Lord, think of Mr. Gray waiting on them niggers!" Gus was still deeply shocked. "You see what a meddlesome busybody I am," the guest laughed. "I don't know how to mind my own business, and the one luxury I enjoy most of all is regulating other people's affairs." He was still talking, still lecturing his hearers upon the obligations prosperity had put upon them, when he was summoned to the telephone by a long-distance call. He returned in some agitation to announce, "Well, at last I have business of my own to attend." "Was that Buddy talking?" "It was, and he gave me some good news. He said that well on 35 is liable to come in at any minute, and it looks like a big one." The speaker's eyes were glowing, and he ran on breathlessly. "He says they're betting it will do better than 10,000 barrels." "10,000 barrels?" Briskow echoed. "That's what he said. Of course they can't tell a thing about it. Buddy's only guessing, but I haven't had a big well yet." Gray took a nervous turn about the room. 10,000 barrels, Lord, that would help. That would do the trick. And to think that it should come now, this very day. He laughed triumphantly and ran on as if talking to himself. "The wicked are fattened for destruction. Their happiness shall pass away like a torrent. Pull out and leave me, eh?" A second time he laughed, more loudly. "Luck! It isn't luck, it's destiny. The mills of the gods are grinding. Ma Briskow, the fairy ladies danced upon the hearth when I was born. Do you know what that means?" 10,000 barrels a day, and you button for three niggers!" gasped the head of the house. "I'm going out on to night's train and see it come in, if it does come in. I told Buddy to stop work, not to drop another tool until I arrived. Fatted for destruction. I like the sound of that. 10,000 barrels, whole. I'll write this day in brass. Why, the leases will sell for $1,000,000. It may mean the end." Gray brought himself to with an effort. Hastily he kissed Ma Briskow's faded cheek and wrung her husband's hand. A moment later he was gone. 35, where Buddy was working, was only a few miles from the Briskow ranch. Therefore the boy was able to meet his sister at Ranger and drive her directly to the old home. The place was much the same as when they had left it, thanks to the watchful attention of the men in charge of the Briskow wells, and there they spent the night. Buddy and his sister had always been close confidants, and their long separation, their varied experiences, left many things to be discussed. The ranch house seemed very mean, very insignificant to Allie, but she slipped into one of her old dresses and prepared the supper while Buddy straddled a kitchen chair and chatted upon 10,000 topics of mutual interest. "Doggone!" he exclaimed finally. "I hardly knew you when you stepped off that train. But it seems like old times now, with you hustling around in that gingham." "I wish it was." "Huh?" "I wish sometimes that we'd never struck oil." "Good Lord, why?" "Oh," Allie turned her back and bent over the stove, "for lots of reasons. Ma never had a sick day till lately. Now she's failing fast." Buddy frowned at this intelligence. "And Pa's as restless as a squirrel. All the time scared of losing his money." "Well, you got no kick coming, sis. You've sure made good." "How?" "I don't know. You got rich ways. And rich looks, too." Allie lifted an interested face, and her brother undertook, somewhat awkwardly, to tell her wherein she had improved. She listened with greedy delight. But when he had finished, she shook her head skeptically and declared, "It sounds nice, and God knows I've tried hard enough, but there's a difference, Bud. We're trash and always will be." Of course, young Briskow's mind was full of business, and he could not long stay off that absorbing topic. When, during their supper, he announced the fact that the well on 35 showed signs of coming in shortly, and that he intended to send for Calvin Gray, Allie changed her mind about returning home and decided to wait over until the latter arrived. She and Buddy talked until a late hour that night, but although she was dying to have him tell her about his romance, his dream of love, he never so much as referred to it, and she could not bring herself to disregard his reticence, nor could she bear to discuss with him the problem that lay nearest her own heart. She had brooded long over that problem, and her soul was hungry to share its bitter secret. Nevertheless, she could not do so, for it is often easier to bear one's wounds to strangers than to those we love. If her breedings, her bitterness of spirit manifested themselves, it was in a fixed undertone of pessimism and in an occasional outburst of recklessness that bewildered her brother. On the morning of Gray's coming, she rode with Buddy over to 35. It was a wretched rainy day, and nothing is more bleak than a rainy day in a drilling camp. Work had been halted, and the men were loafing in their bunk house. Brother and sister spent the impatient hours in the mess tent. As usual, they talked a good deal about Calvin Gray. "Funny, him coming here as a stranger and getting to run our whole family, ain't it?" Buddy said. Allie nodded. "Funnier thing than that is your working for him." Buddy was surprised, so she asked him, "Aren't you sore at him for what he did, for breaking up that affair?" It was a question that had been upon her lips more than once. She could not credit her brother with entire sincerity when he answered, frankly enough, "Sore? Not the least bit." "Didn't you care for her?" "Why, sure. I was all tore up at first, but he did me the biggest kind of a favor." Allie shook her head uncomprehendingly. "Men are queer things. You must have loved her for a while." "I reckon I did, if you've a mind to call it that. But he says that sort of thing ain't real love." "He says!" the girl cried scornfully. "My God, Buddy, would you let him tell you? Is he picking out women for you like he picks out a dress for me and a hotel for Ma? How does he know what's the real thing?" "She was a grafter," the brother explained with a flush of embarrassment. "She'd have probably took my money and quit me cold." "Bah!" The girl rose and, with sober defiance in her smoldering eyes, stared out at the desolate day. "You'd have had her for a while, wouldn't you? You'd have lived while it lasted. What's the difference if she was a grafter? Do you think you're going to fall in love and marry a duchess or something? I wish I had your chance, that's all." "What do you mean by that?" Buddy queried sharply. "I mean this," Allie flamed at him. "We're nobodies, and we've got nothing but our money. A counterfeit is as good as ever we'll get, and it's as good as we're entitled to. I'd rather know what it is to live for an hour than to go on forever just pretending to live. If I've got to be unhappy, then give me something to be unhappy over, something to look back on. I'd rather be But pshaw, you don't understand. You couldn't." "I don't know what's got into you lately," Buddy declared with a frown. "Nothing's got into me. Only, what's the use of starving when the world's full of good things, and you've got the price to buy them? I won't do it. If ever I get my chance, you watch me." Gray's trip from the railroad was more like a voyage than a motor journey, for the creek beds, usually dry, were angry torrents, and the 'dobe flats were quagmires through which his vehicle plowed hub deep. Nevertheless, he was fresh and alert when he arrived. After a buoyant greeting to Allie, he and Buddy inspected the well. Then he issued orders for work to be resumed. "We're getting close to something," young Briskow declared. "She's making gas and rumbling like she'd let go any minute. We've got reservoirs built and the boilers moved back so we can douse the fire when she starts. I figure she'll drown us out." "What are the indications at Nelson's well?" Gray turned his eyes in the direction of a derrick on the adjoining property, the top of which showed over the mesquite. "Nothing extra. They won't tell us anything, but they're deeper than we are." "How do you know?" Buddy winked wisely. "We counted the layers of cable on the bull wheel drum, checked up their casing, too, and watched their cuttings. They've got their eye on us, too, and they'll be over when we blow in." That was an anxious afternoon, for as the drill bit deeper into the rock, it provoked indications of a terrific force imprisoned far below. To the observers, it seemed as if that sharp-edged tool was tapping upon the thin shell of some vast reservoir already leaking and charged to the bursting point with a mighty pressure. An odor of gas escaped from the casing mouth. Occasionally there came hoarse, throaty gurglings of the thick liquid at the bottom of the well. The bailer was run frequently. Word had gone forth that there was something doing on 35, and from the chaparral emerged muddy motor cars, bringing scouts, neighboring lease owners, and even the members of a nearby casing crew. Supper was a jumpy meal, and nobody had much to say. Allie Briskow least of all. She was silent, intense. She curtly refused Buddy's offer to send her home, and when the meal was over, she followed Gray back to the derrick. He was on edge, of course. It seemed to him that every blow of that bit was struck upon his naked nerves, for he had a deep conviction that this was to prove the night of his life, and the strain of waiting was becoming onerous. This well meant so much. 10,000 barrels, 15, 5, even 1,000. It mattered little how heavy the flow, for a good paying well would see him through his immediate troubles. And this was a well of some sort, or else indications meant nothing, and everybody was greatly mistaken. Of course, a big well, something to create a furor, that was what he needed, for that not only would bridge his financial crises, but it would mean a frenzy of quick drilling, new wells crowded close together, hundreds of thousands of dollars poured into the earth, and the Nelsons couldn't stand that. It would break them, and he would taste the full sweetness of revenge. Oh, he had waited long. Nor was that all. Once he had Henry Nelson down and his foot on the fellow's throat, he'd have something to say to Barbara Parker. He could say it then, and look her in the eyes. He wished he was here tonight while he stood on the top of the world. 10,000 barrels, 20,000. 20,000 barrel gushers were not unknown. A well like that would mean a fortune every day. But why didn't it start? They were bailing again, and curiosity drew the owner in upon the derrick floor. This time the flow might begin. At any moment now oil might come with the water. There is some danger in standing close to a well during this bailing process, but Gray was like a bit of iron in the field of a magnet, spellbound. He watched the cable as it ran smoothly off the drum, flowed up over the crown block and down into the casing mouth. That heavy torpedo-like weight at the end of the line was dropping almost half a mile. Up it came swiftly, as if greased. Up, until it emerged into the glare of the incandescent overhead and hung there dripping. It was swung aside and lowered, and out gushed its muddy contents. Water, black and thick as molasses, but water nevertheless. Buddy Briskow was running the rig, and the dexterity with which he handled brake and control rod gave him pride. He had seated his sister on a bench out of the way, where she was protected from the drizzle, and he felt her eyes upon him. It gave him a sense of importance to have Allie watching him at such a crisis. He wished his parents were with her. If this well blew in big, as it seemed bound to do, it would be a personal triumph, for not many cub drillers could boast of bringing in a gusher the first time. It was, in fact, no mean accomplishment to make any sort of a well, to pierce the earth with an absolutely vertical shaft a half-mile deep, and line it with tons upon tons of heavy casing, joined airtight and fitted to a hair's breadth, was an engineering feat in itself. It was something that only an oilman could appreciate, and he was an oilman, a darn good one, too, so Buddy told himself. He eased the brake, and the massive bailer slid into the casing as a heavy shell slips into the breech of a cannon. As he further released his pressure, the cable began to pour serpentine-like from the drum. Buddy turned his wet and grimy face and flashed a grin at Allie. She smiled back at him faintly. Some lightning-like change in her expression, or perhaps some occult sense of the untoward, warned him that all was not as it should be, and he jerked his head back to attention. There are moments of catastrophe when, for a brief interval, nature slows, time stops, and we are carried in suspense. Such an instant Buddy Briskow experienced now. He knew at first glance what had happened, and a frightened cry burst from his throat. But it was a cry too short, too hoarse, to serve as a warning. During that moment of inattention, the bailer had stuck. Perhaps 500 feet below, friction had checked its plunge, and meanwhile the velvet-running drum, spinning at its maximum velocity by reason of the whirling bull wheel, was unreeling its cable down upon the derrick platform. Down it poured in giant loops, and within those coils, either unconscious of his danger or paralyzed by its suddenness, stood Calvin Gray. Men schooled in hazardous enterprises carry subconscious mental photographs of the perils with which their callings are invested, and they react involuntarily to them. But he had heard of drillers decapitated by flying cables, of human bodies caught within those wire loops and cut in twain as if made of lard. For when a wedge tool resumes its downward plunge, it straightens those coils above the ground in the twinkling of an eye. Instinct, rather than reason, warned Buddy not to check the binding revolutions of the bull wheel. Without thought he leaped forward into the midst of those swiftly forming loops, and as he landed upon the slippery floor, he clenched his fist and struck with all the power he could put behind his massive arm. Gray's back was to him. The blow was like that of a walking beam, and it sent the elder man flying as a 10-pin is hurled ahead of a bowling ball. But he fell too. He went sprawling. As he slid across the muddy floor, he felt the steel cable writhing under him like a thing alive, and the touch of it, as it streamed into the well, burned his flesh. He kicked and fought it as he would have fought the closing folds of a python, for the bailer was falling again, and the wire loops were vanishing as the coils in a whiplash vanished during its flight. Buddy's booted legs were thrown high. He was tossed aside like a thing of paper, but blind, half stunned, he scrambled back to his post. By this time the whole structure of the derrick was rocking to the mad gyrations of the bull wheel. The giant spool was spinning with a speed that threatened to send it flying, like the fragments of a bursting bomb. But the youth understood dimly the danger of stopping it too suddenly. To fetch up that plunging weight at the cable end might snap the line, collapse the derrick, jim the well. Buddy waved dizzily in his tracks. Nevertheless, his hand was steady, and he applied a gradual, increasing pressure to the brake. Nor did he take his eyes from his task until the drum had ceased revolving and the runaway bailer hung motionless in the well. When he finally looked about, it seemed to him that he had lived a long time and was very old. Gray lay motionless where he had fallen, and his body was twisted into a shocking, unnatural posture. He was bleeding. Allie Briskow was bending over him. Other dreamlike figures were swarming out of the gloom and into the radiance of the derrick lights. There was a faraway clamor of shouting voices. Buddy felt himself growing deathly sick. They carried Gray to the bunkhouse, and his limbs hung loosely, his head lolled, in a manner terrifying to Buddy and his sister. As they stumbled along beside the group, the girl cried, "Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" She repeated the cry over and over again in a voice strange to her brother's ears. It wasn't my fault," he told her hoarsely. "I aimed to save him." "You killed him." "He ain't." Buddy choked and clung to her. "He's just stunned like. He ain't that." The youth was amazed when Allie turned and cursed him with oaths that he himself seldom ventured to employ. But Gray was not dead. Buddy's blow had well nigh broken his neck, and he had suffered a further injury to his head in falling. Nevertheless, he responded to such medical aid as they could supply, and in time he opened his eyes. His gaze was dull, however, and for a long while he lay in a sort of coma, quite as alarming as his former condition. They brought him to at last long enough to acquaint him with what had happened, and though it was plain that he understood their words only dimly, he ordered the work resumed. When for a second time he lapsed into semi-consciousness, it was Allie Briskow who put his orders into execution. "You ain't doing any good standing around staring at him and whispering. Bring in that well as fast as ever you can, and bring it in big. Now get out and leave him to me." Buddy was the last to go. He inquired miserably, "Honest, he ain't hurt bad, is he? You don't think—" "Get out." "He won't die. Ain't no chance of him doing that, is there?" "If he does, I'll—" The speaker's face was ashen, but her eyes blazed. "I'll fix you, Buddy Briskow. I will, so help me God." It was late that night when the well came in. It came with a rush and a roar, drenching the derrick with a geyser of muddy water, and driving both crew and spectators out into the gloom. Up, up the column rose, spraying itself into mist, and from its iron throat issued a sound unlike that of any other phenomenon. It was a hoarse, rumbling bellow, growing in volume and rising in pitch second by second, until it finally attained a shrieking crescendo. 10,000 safety valves had let go, and they steadily gathered strength and shrillness as they functioned. A shocking sound it became, a sound that carried for miles, rocking the air and stunning the senses. It beat upon the eardrums, pierced them. Men shouted at each other, but heard their own voices only faintly. Calvin Gray had recovered his senses sufficiently to understand the meaning of that uproar, and he tried to get up. But Allie held him down upon his bed. She was still struggling with him when her brother burst into the house shouting, "It's a gasser, Mr. Gray, biggest I've ever seen." "Gas?" the latter mumbled indistinctly. "Isn't there any oil?" His words were almost like a whisper because of the noise. Not yet, maybe later. Say, she's a heller, ain't she? I bet she's making 20 million feet. Gasser's no good. Can't tell yet. We got to shut her down easy so she don't blow the casing out and run wild on us. Understand?" Buddy was still breathless, but he plunged out the door and back into that sea of sound. With a tragic intensity akin to wildness, Gray stared up into Allie Briskow's face. "Worthless, huh? And they told me 10,000 barrels." He carried a shaking hand to his bandaged head and tried vainly to collect his wits. "What's matter?" he queried thickly. "Everything's whirling. Sick." "You've had an accident, but it's all right, all right. No, no, please. Lie still." "Running wild, huh? That's what hurt my head so. Blown the casing out. Bad, isn't it? Sometimes they run wild for weeks, years. Ruin everything." He tried again to rise, then insisted querulously, "Got to get oil in this well. I've got to. Last chance, Allie, to get 10,000 barrels." "Please, you mustn't." Allie had her strong hands upon his shoulders. She was arguing firmly, but as gently as possible under the circumstances, when something occurred so extraordinary, so unexpected, as to paralyze her. Of a sudden, the interior of the dim-lit canvas-roof shack was illuminated as if by a searchlight, and she turned her head to see that the whole out of doors was visible and that the night itself had turned into day. With a cry that died weakly amid the chaos of sound beating over her, the girl ran to the window and looked out. What she beheld was a nightmare scene. The well was afire. It had exploded into flame. Where, a moment before, it had been belching skyward an enormous stream of gaseous vapor, all but invisible except at the casing head, now it was a monstrous blowtorch, the flaming crest of which was tossed 100 feet high. Nothing in the nature of a conflagration could have been more awe-inspiring, more confounding to the faculties, than that roaring column of consuming fire. It was a thing incredibly huge, incredibly furious, incredibly wild. Human figures, black against its glare, were flying to safety. Nearby silhouettes were flinging their arms aloft and dashing backward and forward. Faces upturned to it were white and terrified. The scattered mesquite stood against the night like a wall, spotted with inky shadows, and above, the heavens resembled a boiling cauldron. It was a hellish picture. It remained indelibly fixed upon Allie Briskow's mind. As she looked on in horrid fascination, she saw the derrick change into a lattice-like tower of flame, saw its upper part begin slowly to crumble and disintegrate. The force with which the gas issued blew the blaze high and held it dancing, tumbling in mid-air, a phenomenon indescribably weird and impressive. The men who stood nearest bent their heads and shielded their faces from the heat. Allie tore her eyes away from the spectacle finally. She turned back to the bed, then she halted, for it was empty. The door, still ajar from Buddy's headlong exit, informed her whence her patient had gone, and she flew after him. She found him not half a dozen paces away. In fact, she stumbled over his prostrate body. With an Amazon's strength, she gathered him into her arms, then staggered with him back to his couch. And as she strained him to herself, she loudly called his name. Amid that demoniac din, amid the shrieking of those million devils, freed from the black chasms of the rock, her voice was as feeble as the wail of a sick child. When she had laid her inert burden upon the bed, Allie knelt and took Gray's head upon her bosom. Then, for the first time, those forces imprisoned deep within her being ran wild, and under the red glare of that flaming geyser she kissed his hair, his eyes, his lips. Over and over again she kissed them with the hungry passion of a woman starved. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. Recording is in the public domain. A subdued but continuous whispering irritated Calvin Gray. When it persisted, minute after minute, he opened his eyes, asking himself dully why it was that people couldn't let a fellow sleep. He lay for some time trying to recognize his unfamiliar surroundings. Oddly enough, he could not discover the origin of that low-pitched murmur, since there was nobody in his bedroom. Evidently he had slept too hard, for his eyes were heavy, his vision was distorted, and an unaccustomed lassitude bore down his body and stupefied his brain. 1,000 indistinct memories were moving about in the penumbral borderland of consciousness, but they refused to take shape. They would emerge into the light presently, of course. Meanwhile, it was restful to remain in this state of semi-stupefaction. He was pretty tired. That whispering, he realized after a while, was nothing more than the monotonous murmur of rain upon a shingle roof, and the gurgle from dripping eaves. Yes, it had been pouring for several days, raining buckets, barrels, 10,000 barrels a day. Yonder was something familiar, a patent spring rocking chair. Gray knew it well. It creaked miserably when you sat in it, and when you got up to look at diamond rings, it snapped its jaws at you like an alligator. Odd that they'd let an alligator into the Ajax Hotel. Nelson's doing, probably. Always up to some deviltry, that Nelson. But thank God the fire was out, and that ear-splitting racket that hurt his head had changed into the soothing patter of raindrops. There couldn't be any fire with 10,000 barrels of rain falling. Gray closed his eyes and dozed briefly. But he had dreams. Calamity haunted him. He awoke to the realization of some horror. Slowly his brain began to function. Then more swiftly, until like a flood released, memory returned. He groaned aloud. Allegheny Briskow appeared out of nowhere and laid a soothing hand upon his brow. When she saw the light of sanity in his eyes, her face brightened, and she cried eagerly, "You're coming around all right, aren't you?" 10,000 barrels, he mumbled. "They said it would be a big well, and I counted on it." "Don't try to think." But it came in a gasser. "I remember it all now, nearly all. I'm about ruined, I guess." "No, no." "It caught fire." "You mustn't talk. Everything is all right, honestly. I'll tell you everything, but just you rest now until Buddy comes." There was magnetism to the girl's touch and comfort in her voice. It was some time later that Gray opened his eyes and spoke in a more natural voice, saying, "How do I happen to be here in your house, Allie?" "We brought you over at daylight. Buddy's gone for a doctor, but he'll be back." The girl averted her face quickly and moved toward the window. "I remember being hurt in some way. Derek fell on me, or something. Then the well caught fire. What time is it?" "It's afternoon, about 4 o'clock. Buddy'll be back." Allie's voice caught queerly. "He'll get back somehow." "He ought to be at the well, putting it out. God, what a sight! I see it yet." "The well is out," Allie returned, and seated herself beside the bed. "You probably won't understand it or believe it. I can scarcely believe it myself, for it's a miracle. All the same, it's out, shut in, and not much damage done. You're not ruined either, for Buddy says they're short of fuel here, and a gasser this size is worth a good deal, almost as much as a fair oil well." "How can it be shut in? It was blazing, roaring, a tower of flame. The derrick itself was going." "I know, but the strangest thing—" Allie spoke breathlessly. "Let me do the talking, please. You remember the drill stems were standing over in one corner? Well, the fire drove everybody off, of course, and there was no facing it, and they thought sure they'd have a job. Have to send for boilers and smother it down with steam, maybe, or tunnel under, or something. Work for days, maybe weeks, and spend a fortune. Anyhow, they were in a panic. But when the derrick went down, what do you think? That stack of drill stems fell in such a way as to close the gate valve at the top of the casing." Gray frowned. He shook his head. "Impossible. You're trying to ease my mind." "Of course it's impossible, but it happened, just as I tell you. Buddy had a bar fixed in the valve wheel like a long handle so that half a turn or maybe a quarter would shut it. Anyhow, those drill stems caught that bar in falling and closed the valve. Somebody said it happened once before to an oil well over in Louisiana." "It sounds incredible." The speaker made an effort to collect himself. He raised an uncertain hand to his bandaged head. "What ails me? I recall a lot of things, but they're pretty well confused." Allie made known the nature of the accident resulting in Gray's injury, and he nodded his understanding. "So Buddy saved my life," he smiled. "Great boy, Buddy. I'll know better than to mix it with him again. He learns too quickly." "Oh, it was terrible. I've been so frightened." Allie Briskow suddenly lost control of herself, and bowing her head, she hid her face in the musty patchwork quilt. Her shoulders shook, her whole strong body twitched and trembled. "You've been awfully sick. I did the best I could, but—" "There, there." Gray placed his hand upon the girl's head. He took her palm in his and stroked it. "I'm not worth your tears, child. And anyhow, I'm all right again. I am, indeed. I'm as well as ever, so far as I can tell. By the way, what set the well afire?" "Buddy thinks someone must have dropped a cigarette when the stampede came." The girl raised her face and wiped the tears from it. "It doesn't seem possible anybody would be so careless as to smoke near a well that's coming in. But just think, Mr. Gray, those drill stems shut it off. Why, it was the hand of God." "It seems so. My luck hasn't run out, that's plain." The speaker pondered briefly, then he said, "Shut in, safe. Jove, it's wonderful. Buddy can take me to the railroad tonight and—" "Oh, you can't leave. You're not able." "I must. This gasser was a great disappointment to me. I allowed myself to count on a big well, and now I have a serious problem to meet. It must be met without delay. Buddy will soon be back, I dare say." Allie undertook to evade the speaker's eye, but unsuccessfully, and he inquired sharply, "What's wrong? What's happened to him?" "Nothing. He's all right, but—" Gray's evident alarm demanded the truth, therefore she explained, "But I don't know when he'll be back. That's why I've been so frightened. It's been raining cats and dogs. The creek is overflowed, and everything is under water." "Under water? Here? Why, that can't be." Gray insisted upon rising, and Allie finally consented to his doing so. Then, despite his protest that he was quite able to take care of himself, she helped him to the window. From that position he beheld a surprising scene. The Briskow farm lay in a flat, saucer-like valley, arid and dusty at most seasons of the year, but now a shallow lake, the surface of which was broken by occasional fences, misty clumps of bushes, or the tops of dead weeds. The nearest Briskow derrick was dimly visible, its floor awash, its shape suggestive of the battle mast of a sunken man of war. "It's not more than a foot or two deep on the level," Allie explained, "but that's enough, and it has come up 6 inches since Buddy left. He'd have been back before this if he could have made it." "Did you ever see it like this before?" "Once, when I was a little girl. Some years the creek never has a drop in it." "Then we're marooned." "We were cut off for 3 days that time." Gray frowned. What next, he asked himself. Here was a calamity that could not be dodged. He shrugged finally. "No use to fret. No use to crouch beneath a load. I'd give my right arm to be back in Dallas, but this is our chance to cultivate the Christian virtue of submission. So be it. One must have a heart for every fate, but," he smiled at the girl, "it is hard to be philosophical when you're hungry, and I'm hungry." "Oh, you are better." "I'm well, I tell you, except for the bruises bequeathed me by your brutal brother. 3 days, a week maybe. My God! By the way, is there any food in the house?" "Plenty." "Then we've nothing to do except to get better acquainted, and that is something I've wanted to do for some time." Allegheny Briskow sang while she prepared supper, for the reaction from the strain of the last 12 hours was like an intoxication. Mr. Gray was in no further danger. He was well except for a bandaged head and some bruises, and he was here alone with her. They were as completely cut off from the outside world as if shipwrecked on some island, and, for the time being at least, he was hers to look out for, hers to wait upon and to guard. Allie laughed at the drumming of the rain upon the kitchen roof, and she thrilled at memory of some of the things she had done. She could feel again Gray's head upon her bosom, his lips against hers, his body strained to hers. She had listened to his heartbeats. With her own abundant strength she had shielded him, fought for him, drawn him by very force of her will back to life. The anguish she had suffered during those long hours became in retrospect a poignant pleasure. She wondered if by any chance he would remember. There had been times when he had seemed to be almost rational. She hoped not. And yet, why not? If he did remember, if indeed he had felt her kisses or heard her pleadings, that memory, even if subconscious, might serve to awaken him. It might evoke some response to the flaming passion that had finally escaped her control. Gray was a strong man. His emotions, once roused, were probably as wild as hers. Therefore, who could tell what might happen? Irresistible forces, fire and flood, had thrown them together. They were at the mercy of elemental powers, and they were alone with each other, a man and a woman. Allie hoped against hope. She prayed recklessly, defiantly, that her hour had struck. Gray came into the kitchen after a while to warm himself over the stove. He was still a little bit unsteady on his feet, and his head felt queer, but he assumed a certain gaiety and insisted upon bearing an awkward hand with the cooking and the dishes. He had never seen Allie as she was now, nor in a mood to compare with this, and for the first time he realized how fully she had developed. It was not surprising that her metamorphosis had escaped his attention, for he had never taken time to do more than briefly appraise her. With leisure for observation, however, he noted that she had made good her promise of rare physical charm, and that her comeliness had ripened into real beauty, beauty built on an overwhelming scale, to be sure, and hence doubly striking. Moreover, he saw that all traces of her stolidity had vanished. She was an intelligent, wide-awake, vibrant person, and at this moment a genial fire, a breathless excitement was ablaze within her. Gray complimented her frankly, and she was extravagantly pleased. "But he said almost the same thing," she told him. "I don't care whether it's true or not, if you believe it." "Oh, it's true. I saw great things in you, but—" "Even when you saw me hoeing in the garden that first day?" "Even then. I wasn't prepared for a miracle. You were an enchanted princess, and it required only a magic word to break the spell." "It's all your doings, Mr. Gray. Whatever I am, I owe it all to you. And it's the same with the rest of the family. I—" Allie hesitated, looked up from her work, then shook her head smilingly. "What?" "I feel as if, well, as if you made me, and I belong to you." It was dusk by this time. The girl's face was lit only by the indirect glow from the open door of the stove, therefore Gray could make nothing of her expression. "How very flattering," he laughed. "As a real matter of fact, I had almost nothing to do with it." "All the same, that's how I feel, as if I owed you everything and had to give something back. Women are queer, I guess. They love to give, and yet they're selfish, more selfish than men." "I wouldn't say so." "You don't know how bad hurt you were, Mr. Gray. I saved your life as much as Buddy did. You'd have died only I wouldn't let you." "I believe it. So you see we have more than evened the score. After all, I merely awakened the sleeping beauty, while you—" "The Prince woke her up with a kiss, didn't he?" Allie said with a smile. "So the story goes. Fairy stories, by the way, are the only kind one can afford to believe." "Then I've got something coming to me, haven't I?" This time the girl turned her face invitingly to the speaker and waited. Here was a new Allie Briskow indeed, and one that amazed, nay, disturbed Gray. Romance, he told himself. The girl meant nothing by this; nevertheless, her fancy had run far enough. He ignored her invitation, and instead of kissing her, he patted her shoulder affectionately, saying: "You're a dear child, and I can never repay you for mending my poor cracked head." He turned his back, went to the table, and lit the lamp, uncomfortably aware of the fact. Meanwhile, that Allie remained motionless where he had left her. He ran on casually during the time he adjusted chimney and wick. "I was on the porch just now and found a rabbit crouching there. The poor thing was too wet and too frightened to move." Allie did not seem to hear him. "All sorts of things are floating about. Dead chickens, rattlesnakes, and oh, yes, another thing I noticed. There's a good deal of oil on the water. I wonder where it comes from." Allie stirred herself. She jerked open the oven door, peered in, then slammed it shut. Her voice was sullen as she said: "They've been expecting a gusher on 16. Maybe the reservoir has overflowed, or a pipe line has broken. Maybe it came in wild. You can't tell. This flood will cost a good many people a lot." Supper, when the two sat down to it, proved to be a pleasant meal, for the soft glow of the lamp, the warmth from the stove, made of the Briskow kitchen a cozy place, while the drumming of the rain overhead enhanced their feeling of comfort and security. Gray's appetite was not that of a sick man, and Allie, who had regained her agreeable humor by this time, waited upon him with eager face and shining eyes. He paused finally to say: "See here, you're not eating a bite." "I'm not hungry. I couldn't eat tonight. Please, I'm perfectly happy. I feel like a slave at the great Lord's table. All I care to do is look on." After a moment she continued: "It couldn't have been so bad to be a slave, a girl slave. Somebody owned them; anyhow, they belonged to their masters, body and soul, and that's something. Women are like that. They've got to belong to somebody to be happy." Gray was a talkative man, therefore he argued this point until he began to suspect that his companion was not heeding his words so much as the sound of his voice. More plainly than before he realized that there was something about Allie tonight utterly strange and quite contrary to his conception of her. But because he believed her to be unlike other women, he did not try to understand it. During the night an explosive crash, followed by a loud reverberation, awoke Calvin Gray and brought him sitting up. His room was lit by white flickers, against which he saw that the rain still sheeted his windows. He fumbled for his watch and found that it was 2:00. This was a storm indeed, and he began to fear that this deluge might swell the waters to a danger point. Therefore he rose, struck a light, and dressed himself. Sleep was out of the question, anyhow, amid such an uproar. As he stepped out upon the front porch, his attention was instantly drawn to a yellow glow in the west, a distant torch, the flame of which illuminated the angry night. He stared at it for a moment before he realized its meaning. A well was afire. Lightning had wrecked a derrick and ignited the stream of oil. No wonder, he told himself, for this field was dotted with towers well calculated to lead lightning out of the skies, and amid a play of destructive forces such as this, nothing less than a miracle could have prevented something of the sort. But it was a pity, for yonder a small-sized fortune was going up in smoke. By the next flare he saw that the waters had crept higher. They were nearly up to the porch floor now, and obviously they were still rising. That rabbit was crouched where he had last seen it, a wet ball of fur with round black eyes. The heavens echoed almost constantly, now to a thick, distant rumble, again to an appalling din directly overhead. For seconds at a time there was light enough to read by. The house, Gray decided, was in no danger except from a direct bolt, for the valley was nothing more than a shallow lake. Nevertheless, a blinding blue-white streak came, and he counted the seconds before the sound reached him. Sound traveled at something like 1,000 feet a second, he reflected. That bolt must have struck about a mile distant. Nothing alarming about that, surely. A moment, then he blinked and rubbed his eyes, for out of the murk was born another bonfire like that to the westward. Hearing an exclamation behind him, Gray turned to behold Allie Briskow's dim figure in the door. "Hello!" he cried excitedly. "Did you see that? Yonder are 2 wells of fire." "I know. I haven't closed my eyes. You can see another one from my window." Allie snapped the light from a pocket flash upon Gray, and noting that he was only partly clad, she urged him to come into the house. When he ignored the request, she joined him, and together they stared at the mounting flames. "Jove, that's terrible!" he muttered. "Look here." Allie directed the beam of her light down over the edge of the porch and moved it slowly from side to side. The surface of the water was not only burdened with debris, but also it was thick with oil. "It's just like that on the other side. That gusher on 16 must be wild." "Why didn't you call me?" the man inquired sharply. "What's the use? There's no chance for us to get out." "How far is it back to high ground?" "Quite a ways. Too far to wade. It would be over our heads in places, too. I don't like the look of it, do you? Not with those fires going, and—" "I dare say it won't get any worse." Gray spoke with a carelessness that he was far from feeling, but his tone did not deceive the girl. "It doesn't have to get any worse," she declared impatiently. "There's oil enough here to burn. We're in the middle of a lake of it. What'll happen if it catches fire?" "Frankly, I don't know. I've never been marooned in a lake of oil. Probably this rain would quench it." "You know better than that," Allie cried. "Don't act as if I were a kid. We're in a bad fix with fire on 3 sides of us." "At least we'll be as well off inside as out here," Gray declared, and his companion agreed, so together they went into her room, where side by side they peered through her window. What Allie had said was true, and the man pinched himself to see if he were dreaming. This conflagration was even closer than the others, and he could not doubt that there was every likelihood of its spreading to the surface of the lake itself. Here was a situation, truly. For the life of him, he could think of no way out of it. "I've read about this sort of thing," Allie was saying. "Tanks bursting and rivers of fire. It spreads all over, the fire does, and there's no putting it out. One thing's sure, this lightning won't last long." A blue glare and a ripping explosion gave the lie to Gray's cheering words. Allie Briskow recoiled from the window. "We'll be burned alive," she gasped. "Roasted like rats in a trap. I'm frightened, Mr. Gray." She drew closer to him. "No need of that. We'll get out of the scrape somehow. People always do." A flicker lit the room, and he saw that the face upturned to his was wide-eyed, strained. That brief glimpse of Allie, like a picture seen through the shutter of a camera, remained long with the man, for her hair was unbound, her lips were parted, and her dark eyes were peculiarly brilliant. Through the opening of her lacy negligee, her round white neck and swelling bosom were exposed. It was a head, a bust to be remembered. You got to hold me," she said huskily, and he felt her body shrink close to his. She clung tightly to him, trembling at first, then shaking in every limb. Fright, it seemed, had suddenly mastered Allie Briskow. Gray endeavored for a moment to soothe her, then gently to loosen her hold. He spoke to her as he would have spoken to a terrified child, but the wildness of her emotion matched the wildness of the night, and her strength was nearly equal to his. Knowing her as he did, this abysmal terror was inexplicable. Such abandon was entirely out of keeping with her. But she had acted queerly ever since. Gray was ashamed of the thought that leaped into his mind. He hated himself for harboring it. He hated himself, also, for the thrill that coursed through him at contact with this disheveled creature. The touch of her flesh disturbed him unbearably. Roughly, he tore her arms from around his neck and put her away from him. By main strength he forced her into a chair, then snatched a covering of some sort from the bed and folded it around her shoulders. His voice was hoarse. To him it sounded almost brutal as he said, "Get hold of yourself. We're in no great danger, really. Now then, a light will help us both." With clumsy hands he struck a match and lit the lamp. "Light's a great thing. Drives away foolishness, nightmares and fancies of all sorts." Without looking at her, he seized the electric torch and muttered, "I'll take a look around, just to see that things are snug. Back presently." Gray despised himself thoroughly when the turmoil within him persisted, when he still felt the unruly urge to return whence he had come. Wild horses, that was how Gus Briskow had described his children. Well, Allie had followed Buddy's example and jumped the fence. Here was something unique in the way of an experience. Sure enough, here were forces at play as savage and as destructive as those that lit the heavens. The girl was magnificent, maddening, and he was running away from her. He, a man of the world, as ruthless as most men of his type. It was a phenomenon to awaken sardonic mirth. He wondered what had come over him. He had changed indeed. Could it be that he had read a wrong significance into Allie's actions? Thus his mind worked when he grew calmer. He tried to answer in the affirmative, but already he hated himself sufficiently. No, the night had done it. Texas cattle stampede on stormy nights. They run blindly to destruction. The very air was surcharged, electric, and the girl was untamed, only a step removed from the soil. The possibility that she could be seriously interested in him, strangely enough, never presented itself. Gray laid strong hold of himself, but it is not easy to subdue thought, and he could feel those strong, smooth, velvet arms encircling him. Disorder without and chaos within this house. The heavens rumbled like a mighty drumhead. The lightning made useless the feeble ray in his hand. It was the place, the hour of impulse. Gray swore savagely at himself. Then he stumbled into his room and dressed himself more fully. "Well, there doesn't seem to be much change," he said cheerfully, as he opened Allie's door a while later. "The fires don't seem to be spreading." She was sitting where he had left her. She had not moved. "Anything new on this side?" Allie shrugged. Slowly she turned, exposing a face tragic and stony. "I guess you don't think much of me," she said. "Indeed," he declared heartily. "This is enough to frighten anybody. I don't mind saying it has upset me. But the worst is over." He laid a reassuring hand upon her shoulder. Allie moved her body convulsively. "Let me be!" she cried sharply. "I don't mind the lightning. I ain't scared of the fire, either. Hell fire or any other kind. I ain't scared of anything, and yet I'm a damn coward." She rose, gathered her loose robe more closely about her, and made blindly toward the bed. She flung herself upon it and buried her face in the pillows. "Just a damn coward," she repeated in a muffled wail. "My God, I wish the blaze would come." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Buddy Briskow had difficulty in getting out of the valley on his way for a doctor, for never had the roads been like this. He drove recklessly. Where necessary, he disregarded fences and pushed across pastures that were hub deep. He even burst through occasional thickets in defiance of axle and tire. It was a mad journey, like the ride in a death-defying movie serial. Only by some miraculous power of cohesion did the machine hold together, and thus enable him to keep it under way and bring it out to high ground. Since he had not taken time before leaving to change into dry clothing, he was drenched to the skin. He was, in fact, sheeted with mud like the car itself. To find a doctor, however, was a problem. Buddy tried first one camp, then another, but without success. Meanwhile, the downpour continued, and the creeks rose steadily, obliging him to make numerous detours and to follow the ridge roads wherever possible. He was aching in every bone and muscle from the pounding he had received. His arms were numb. His back was broken. He drowned his motor finally in fording a roily stream and abandoned the car. He came into Ranger that afternoon on the back of a truck horse that he had borrowed without the owner's consent. For a time it seemed that if he got a doctor at all, he would have to follow a similar procedure, but the Briskow name was powerful, and Buddy talked in big figures, so eventually he set out on the return journey, this time in a springless freight wagon drawn by the stoutest team in town. A medical man was on the seat beside him. Progress was maddeningly slow, incredibly tedious. Creek beds, long dry, had become foaming torrents. In places, even the level roads were belly deep and the horses floundered. When one of them fell, it required infinite labor and patience to get it upon its feet again. It was after midnight when Buddy and his miserable companion gained the comparative easy going of the last ridge, that flinty range beyond which lay the Briskow farm. Here they drove into the glare of lightning and under a sky that rumbled almost steadily, for a frightful electric storm had broken. Here it was that they saw what havoc was being wrought. They counted several blazing wells ahead of them. Buddy stopped at a drilling camp where lights showed the occupants to be astir, and there he received confirmation of his fears. The flats beyond were inundated to a depth rendering travel impossible, and although some of the men stationed out there had managed to work their way back, others were for the time being hopelessly cut off. What was more alarming by far, in view of these blazing beacons, was the news that a huge gusher on 16 was wild and pouring its inflammable flood out upon the surface of the water. Buddy stood in the midst of the spreading puddle from his steaming clothes, and through chattering teeth announced, "My sister and Mr. Gray are out there. I gotta get through." "How you going to get through, kid?" one of the drillers inquired. "Our men had to swim in places." "I guess I can swim if I try. Fella can do most anything if he has to. How about you, Doc?" Buddy turned to his traveling companion. The latter shook his head positively. "You're crazy, Briskow. We'd probably drown. If we didn't, we'd be burned alive when that loose oil catches fire." "Looks like it's bound to catch if this lightning keeps up," someone declared. "Listen to that." Buddy cursed furiously and lurched toward the door. It took force to restrain him from going. That was indeed a night of terror in the oil fields, for destruction was wholesale, and to those who were fortunate enough to be in no danger, it was scarcely less trying than for the luckless ones out in the flooded area. Buddy Briskow was half demented. At one time it seemed certain that the surface oil was aflame near his father's farm, and the pictures he conjured up were unbearable. The rain ceased with the passing of the electrical storm, but the late hours of the night were thick, and the fires continued to burn. It seemed as if the morning would never come. With the first light, Buddy mounted one of his horses, and regardless of admonitions, set out. In miles he had no great distance to go. Nevertheless, it was midday before he came in sight of his father's unpainted farmhouse, and when he dismounted at the front porch, he fell rather than walked through the door. He broke down and blubbered weakly when he saw Calvin Gray up and around, and apparently well. He collapsed into a chair and huddled there in a wet heap, the while he sobbed and laughed hysterically. He was considerably ashamed of his show of feeling. Even after he had been helped into the kitchen and his wet clothes had been stripped from him, he could tell little about his trip, but hot food and drink brought him around, and then, indeed, the story was one that deeply touched the elder man. Already the waters had ceased to rise, but Buddy's difficulty in getting through proved the folly of attempting escape for the time being. His horse had been forced to swim with him in more than one place. In others he had waded waist deep, stumbling through thickets, hauling the animal after him by main strength. There was nothing to do, it seemed, but await a sustenance of the flood. Then, too, the boy was half dead for sleep. Under the circumstances, it was not easy for the elder man to face this delay. His affairs were in a precarious condition, and more in need of his immediate attention than ever before. To be cut off, therefore, to be lost for several days at this particular time, was more than a misfortune. It was a catastrophe. Such vague plans as he had considered, he was now forced to abandon. He could see ruin ahead. One purpose this enforced idleness did serve, however. It enabled him, nay, it forced him, to evolve a new scheme of relief. Some minds become paralyzed in moments of panic, others function with unexpected clearness and ingenuity, and his was such a mind. An idea came to him finally which seemed sound the more he thought about it. Indeed, its possibilities galvanized him, and he wondered why he had been so long in arriving at it. It was spectacular, daring. It might prove to be impossible of accomplishment, nevertheless, it was worth trying, and he could scarcely wait for Buddy Briskow to wake up so that he could put it to him. Late that evening, after Allie had gone to bed, he had a long talk with his young friend, during which he told him more about his affairs than he had made known to Roswell the banker. Buddy listened with the closest attention. He drew a deep breath at last and said, "I knew you was in deep, but I thought it was just your way. Now I know it was Nelson's crew that fired our gasser. Why, they might have cost us thousands, yes, hundreds of thousands, if it had been the kind of a gusher we figured on. Say," the speaker's brow drew together in an angry scowl, "what ails this Nelson, anyhow, trying to get you shot and firing your wells and everything? He once did me a great injury." "What kind?" There was a pause. "I'd rather not go into that now, Buddy. To repeat what I've been telling you, however, the situation is this. I've gone as far as I can go with the backing I have, and I must make a quick turn, strike one final blow or give up. Nelson and I are like two wrestlers floundering on the mat. We're both tired, groggy, and out of breath. Whichever one gets the first hold will win, for the other lacks strength to break it. Do you think your father would trust me? Do you think he'd go in blind on my say-so?" "If he won't, I will. I've got money. So's Allie." Gray declined this offer with a positive shake of the head. "It must appeal to him on its merits. I wouldn't permit you to go contrary to his judgment." "Judgment? What is Pa's judgment worth? He knows it's no good, and so do we. Everybody's trying to do him up but you. You're the only one he trusts, and the same's here. There's my bankroll. You can shoot the whole piece. I don't care if it never comes back. Trying to get you killed and spoiling a well on me. Thank you, Buddy. You make me slow to trust my own judgment. I seem to be developing a conscience. But I'm sure this is the thing to do, for you and your father as well as for me. People can't stand still. They must go forward. The Briskow fortune must grow or it will crumble." "I don't know if we've got as much in us as you seem to think," the boy said, doubtfully. "Look at Allie, and you, too. You took hold of this field work and ran it like a man. I said you make a hand, and you have. The day is coming when people like you, who went from poverty to affluence overnight, will retrace that journey. That's the time when the truly dramatic story of the Texas oil boom will be written. Then will come the real tragedy, and you mustn't be caught in it. Money isn't a servant, Buddy. It is a master, and a mighty stern, relentless master at that. When you first well blew in, it didn't mean ease and enjoyment as you thought. It meant hard work for the rest of your life." "If you'd talked to me like this when I went off to school," the boy said, after a moment of consideration, "maybe I'd made myself swallow some more education, even if I had to take it out of a bottle along with the little kids." Gray smiled. "You have common sense, at least, and that's something you can't get in school. Men wear smooth from contact with one another, and it is time you got in touch with something bigger than mere drilling. If you're willing, I'll take you to Wichita Falls with me." "Willing?" Buddy's eyes sparkled. Guiltily he confessed, "It's been pretty lonesome out here with the scorpions, but I wanted to show you I could make good." "Do you drink any more?" "Haven't touched a drop. I don't reckon I ever will, either. I don't take to the idea of backtracking to this farm and getting old in overalls, like you say. I'm sort of penurious, and I aim to keep what little sense I got. A feller as dull as I am can't afford to drink." "One thing more," Gray nodded approvingly. "I want you to promise me that you won't fall in love with the first woman you meet. I'd never be able to lick you again." Buddy showed his strong white teeth in a broad grin. "I promise. That boy with the bass voice cured me. I'm going to be a hermit." News of the damage wrought by the recent storm was naturally of grave concern to Henry Nelson, but owing to the fact that lines were down, about his only source of information during the days immediately following it was the press reports. He was reading the Dallas papers with interest one morning when his attention was arrested by the name of Calvin Gray. Now Gray's name in print affected the banker almost as disagreeably as did a sight of the man himself. Therefore it was with intense resentment that he read the article in which it appeared. It was a vividly written account of the former's experience during the flood, and due no doubt to Gray's personal touch, it read a good deal like fiction. The man had a unique turn for publicity, a knack for self-advertising that infuriated Nelson. To read this anybody would think that he was one of the dominant figures in the oil industry, and that his enterprises were immensely successful. With a sneer, Nelson flung the paper aside. So that was how it had happened. The well had been fired. Henry believed he could account for that, but a miracle had quenched the flame. Falling drill stems. Who ever heard of such a thing? Such luck was uncanny, enough to give one the creeps. If Gray were tied hand and foot and thrown into a river, somebody would drag him out, and with his pockets full of fish. And to be marooned for days in the midst of a blazing lake? Damnation! Well, luck like that was bound to change. It had changed. The note of assurance in this self-edited story was patently counterfeit, or so Henry told himself, for surely the fellow must know by this time that his race was run. Probably this was a desperate effort to secure further backing. If so, it would fail. Henry believed that he had weakened his enemy's support so completely that he would fall of his own weight. He considered it, in fact, about the cleverest move he had ever made to dispose of a block of bank stock in such a way as not only to tide him over his own difficulties, but also to make allies of Gray's associates, the very men who had been fighting him. Those men were through with the scoundrel now, and who else could he appeal to once they abandoned him? Nobody. No, the ice had been thin at times. Henry had felt it bending under him, but he was safe at last. The crossing had been made. So much accomplished. Now that the fellow was down and could no longer fight back, it was time to see that Barbara Parker learned the truth about her gallant suitor. The next time Tom Parker came into the bank, Henry called him into his private office and had a talk with him. Old Tom listened silently. Nevertheless, it was plain that he was deeply shocked. "I suppose you ain't lying," he said coldly when the banker had finished. "It's a matter of record, Tom. He can't deny it." "Why did you hold off so long?" We're not exactly friends. He foolishly believes that I had something to do with his disgrace, and he has done his best to injure me. Under the circumstances, I couldn't very well say anything. I wouldn't speak now, except for the fact that Bob is interested in him, and, well, I'm interested in Bob." "She has been interested in him from the first. I don't see that the circumstances are much different than they have been," Tom said sourly. "Put it down to jealousy if you wish." Henry was impatient. "And I don't know as Bob ever encouraged you to think—" "Perhaps not, but she is the only woman I ever saw that I'd make Mrs. Nelson." "What was it he did?" "Conduct unbecoming an officer and a gentleman is the way the record stands. That covers a lot." "Did he welch? Quit under fire?" "No." "Steal something?" "No." "Woman scrape?" "There was a woman concerned. Pretty nasty mess, Tom. He's the sort of man to intrigue any foolish woman. Women can't see far." "I suppose so." Mr. Parker rose stiffly. "But we don't have to worry about Bob. She ain't foolish, and her eyesight is good. She's got more sense than all three of us men." With this noncommittal remark the father limped out. But Tom was more deeply troubled than he had shown. Nothing to be said against a man could have weighed more heavily with him than this particular charge. To a man of his type, dereliction of duty was a crime. Dishonorable discharge from the army of his country was an appalling indictment, implying utter moral turpitude. Tom had known more than one fellow who was guilty of conduct unbecoming a gentleman. As a matter of fact, he had reason to respect certain of them for some of their ungentlemanly conduct. But conduct unbecoming an officer was something altogether different. He had never met but one such, and he had shot that fellow just above the bridge of the nose. A traitor to his oath of office, a man who could dishonor his state, his country, was worse than a renegade. His name was a hissing upon the lips of decent people. Scalawags like that were not to be tolerated. It seemed incredible that Gray could be one. Yes, and Bob liked the fellow, but so did he, for that matter. In great perturbation of spirit, Tom consulted Judge Halloran. The judge listened to him in astonishment. Angrily he cried, "The idea of his paying court to Bob! The insufferable insolence of it! Why, I consider it a personal affront." "Where do you come in and get all het up?" Tom growled. "What?" Halloran's irascible face reddened. "Where do I? My God, haven't I? Don't I stand in loco parentis to the girl?" "You ain't as loco parentis to her as I am. She's my son. Trouble is, I like Mr. Gray. You don't think Henry could be lying?" "He wouldn't dare. It's too serious. No, Tom, there's just one thing to do. You and I will go directly to the scoundrel and tell him we are aware of his infamy, and order him out of town. Ha! That's the way to go about it. Cut deep and quickly. Tar and feathers are too good for—" "Trouble is," Tom repeated with a reluctant sigh, "I like him, and I ain't sure—" "Trouble is, you're a weakling," Halloran snapped. "You are a sentimentalist. You lack my stern, uncompromising moral fiber. Like him? Pah! What has that to do with it? I have no weakness, no bowels of compassion. I am a Spartan. I am—" "You're a damned old fool if you think you can run him. He's liable to run you." Judge Halloran was furious at this. He was hurt, too. He sputtered for a moment before managing to say, "Have it your own way. You are trying to be unpleasant. Not that it requires conscious effort, but I won't argue with you." "Don't. I hate arguments. That's why I don't like to talk this over with Mr. Gray. When I'm mad enough to argue, I'm mad enough to fight, and I fight better than I argue." If indeed Calvin Gray's affairs were in a condition as precarious as Nelson believed, he showed no signs of it when he returned to Wichita Falls. On the contrary, he was in an exultant mood, and even on the train young Briskow, who accompanied him, was amazed at the change that had come over his friend. With every mile they traveled Gray's buoyancy increased, and upon his arrival He trod the street to his office like a conqueror. McWade and Stoner, who had come in for a conference with minds preoccupied and faces grave, left with a smile and a jest. When they had gone, Gray rose with relief and surprised Buddy by saying, "That's enough for now, thank goodness. Business is only one side of life, my boy. You are going to make this city your home, so you must begin by meeting the right people, the influential people. Nicest people in the world right here, Buddy. Nicest place in the world, too." Now to a youth who, for months, had been immured in the oil fields, Wichita Falls did indeed resemble a city of marvelous portent. Pavements, large buildings, bright lights, theaters. Buddy was thrilled. He prepared himself for introduction to oil operators, to men of finance sitting in marble and mahogany offices. He made ready to step forth into the big world. Great was his astonishment, therefore, when after a swift walk, Gray turned into a tiny frame insurance office on a side street. Funny place to look for people of influence, Buddy cogitated. A girl was seated at a desk. She rose at sight of Gray, and her face broke into a smile. Her greeting was warm. Her hand lingered in his. For the moment neither of them seemed to remember Buddy's presence. When she did hear his name, however, her face lightened, and she gave her hand to him as an old friend. When she smiled at him, as she had smiled at his companion, Buddy dropped his hat. He had never seen anyone in the least like this creature, and she knew Allie. She knew his mother. That was astonishing. He wondered why they had never said anything about it. Before she had finished telling him about that meeting in the store at Dallas, Buddy realized that here indeed was an influential person, a citizen of supreme importance. He had missed her name, but probably she owned that Dallas department store, or was the mayor of Wichita Falls. He had never before been so embarrassed. Mr. Gray certainly was a wonderful man. His poise, his air of respectful but easy familiarity with this angel, raised him immensely in Buddy's esteem. Think of joking, chatting, making pretty speeches to an angel. That was going some. The gall of it. They were talking about that big gasser of Gray's, the fire, the overflow, and the melodramatic occurrences of the past fortnight. Gray was telling her how Buddy had saved his life at the well, how he had risked his own later in braving the flood, and she was listening with eager smiles and nods and exclamations. When she turned admiring, grateful eyes upon the hero of Gray's story, and the story had been told in a manner to make Buddy no less, that youth, he felt himself suffocating, burning up. Mr. Gray sure knew how to talk, and he could sling language. And lie? Gosh, how beautiful he could lie! It was splendid of him to exaggerate like this, so as to set him in solid with the most important person in town. That was noble. People were awful nice, and this certainly was a grand city. But he knew he was going to get along fine, and he'd never forget Mr. Gray for this. After a while, when the two men were on the street again, Buddy inquired, "Who is that young lady? I mean her name." Gray told him, then with a friendly twinkle, "Well, speak out. What do you think of her?" "Oh, gee!" Buddy cried breathlessly, whereupon his companion laughed in perfect satisfaction. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gray returned to his desk that morning after his call on Bob Parker, determined to tackle energetically the numerous business details needing his attention. But he found that he could not do so. As usual, his brief sight of the girl, instead of satisfying him, had merely increased his hunger, made him more restless, the more eager to see her again, alone. He gave up fighting his desires presently and invented the necessity of a hurried trip to the Avenger lease. Her ready acceptance of his invitation he construed to indicate an eagerness akin to his own, and during the several hours they were together he had hard work to keep from breaking his resolve and telling her all she had come to mean to him. Bob seemed to expect something of the sort, as a matter of fact. Her shyness, her fluttering agitation when his voice unconsciously became tender, and he realized that, in spite of himself, the tone of his voice conveyed a message quite at variance with his words, taxed his self-control to the utmost. Well, it wouldn't be long now. Another 2 weeks, perhaps. But 2 weeks is an eternity when hearts are pounding, when ears are strained, and lips are waiting. 2 callers were awaiting Gray when, late that afternoon, he mounted the stairs to his office, Tom Parker and Judge Halloran, and something in their formal, awkward greeting sent a quick chill of alarm through him. Mechanically, he ushered them into his private room and offered them chairs. He heard himself chatting casually enough, but neither his own words nor theirs conveyed much meaning to him. Nelson, it seemed, scorned no advantage, however dishonorable. Gray's hatred of the man attained deeper, blacker depths than ever. Today, of all days, what a reckoning was due! The 2 old men were talking, one lamely supplementing the other's efforts to lead up to the object of their visit. Gray turned a set face to Tom Parker finally and interrupted, saying, "Permit me to ease your embarrassment, sir. You object to my attentions to your daughter, is that it?" Tom dropped his eyes and mumbled an uncomfortable affirmative. "Not, I hope, because you question the nature of my intentions." "Oh, no." "I'd say yes and no to that," Halloran declared argumentatively. "Tom and I are gentlemen of the old school. We live by the code, and Bob is our joint property, in a way. Any man who aspires to the honor of even paying attentions to that girl must stand the acid test. There must be no blot upon his scutcheon." "You imply, then, that there is a blot upon mine?" "That is what prompts our visit, sir. Can you assure us that there is none?" After a moment of hesitation, Gray inquired curiously, "Judge, do you believe that a man can live down disgrace?" "Disgrace, yes. Dishonor, never. A man's honor is so sensitive that to stain it is to wound it. Like the human eye, it cannot suffer the slightest injury without serious damage." The younger man ignored the more pompous tone of his speech. He nodded. "I see. Someone said also that it is like an island, rugged and without landing place, and once outside of it we can never re-enter. That is your idea, I dare say." "Precisely." Tom Parker stirred. Irritably he broke out, "I'll be damned if I think you did it." "Did what?" Tom remained silent, but when his companion drew a deep preparatory breath, Gray lifted a hand. He rose nervously, and in a changed tone continued, "Again, let me speak for you and shorten our mutual distress. First, however, I must make my own position plain. I love your daughter, Mr. Parker." The declaration came at great cost. The speaker turned away to hide his emotion. I hope, she is not indifferent to me. I would give my life to marry her, and God willing I shall. So much for that." He swung himself about and met the eyes of first one old man and then the other. Harshly, defiantly, he added, "Understand me. Nothing you can do, nothing on earth, nothing in heaven or in hell for that matter, will stop me from telling her about my love when the time comes. Now then, Henry Nelson has told you that I was sent back from overseas in disgrace. You want to know if he spoke the truth. He did." After a moment of silence, Judge Halloran said, with stiff finality, "Under the circumstances, there is nothing more to talk about. You amaze me when you say—" "I want to know more than if he was just telling the truth," Tom interrupted grimly. "I want to know if you are guilty." "That was the verdict of the court-martial." "To hell with that. Innocent men have been hung." A faint smile softened Gray's face. "And guilty men have gone to the gallows protesting their innocence. Which are you to believe?" "I made the best defence possible, but it was insufficient. I have no new evidence. I would rather endure the stigma of guilt than to have you consider me a liar, and, of course, that is what you would think if I denied it." Halloran was on his feet now, and evidently anxious to terminate the interview. "There are two sides to every case, of course, and justice is not always done. However, that really makes no difference in this instance. The findings of a military tribunal are as conclusive as those of any court of law, and it is not for us to question them. To repeat what I started to say just now, I fail to understand how you can expect us to tolerate your further attentions to Miss Barbara, or how you can persist in your insane determination to ask her hand in marriage." "Perhaps you'll understand when I say that I propose to clear myself." "How? When?" "Soon, I hope." "And in the meantime?" Gray considered this question briefly. "In the meantime, if you will agree to say nothing to Bob, I will promise not to declare my feelings, not to see her alone." "That's a go," said the father. "Mind you, I might fail to right myself. In that event, I shall feel at liberty to tell her the facts and ask her to believe in me against the world. I trust she will do so. If she loves me as I love her, she will marry me, even though she knows I am a liar and a blackguard." "Never!" Halloran exploded. "Bob isn't that sort of a girl." "I hope it never comes to the test." "I hope so, too," the father declared earnestly. "I'm right fond of Bob, and I wouldn't like to see her team up with a man she couldn't be proud of. I wouldn't take it easy." Mild as were these words coming from Tom Parker, they had the ominous effect of a threat. Without further ado, the two old men left. There was little sleep that night for Calvin Gray, and the days that followed were a torture. It was a torment to avoid Bob, for self-denial only whetted his appetite to see her, and those cunning plans he had laid at the time of their last meeting, plans devised solely to bring them together, he had to alter upon one excuse or another. He even forced Buddy Briskow to substitute for him. Fortunately, there were certain negotiations requiring his presence in Dallas, in Tulsa, and elsewhere, and it somewhat relieved his irritation to put miles between him and the city he had come to regard as his home. The Nelson's Bank was known as the Security National, and it represented the life work of two generations of the family. Bell's father had founded it in the early cattle days, but to the genius and industry of Bell himself had been due its growth into one of the most influential institutions of the state. Other banks had finer quarters, but none in this part of the country had a more solid standing nor more powerful names upon its directorate. Bennett Swope, for instance, was the richest of the big cattle barons. Martin Murphy was known as the Arkansas hardwood king, and Herman Gage owned and operated a chain of department stores. The other two, there were but 7, including Bell and his son, were Northern capitalists who took no very active interest in the bank and almost never attended its meetings. For that matter, the 3 local men above named concerned themselves little with the actual running of the institution, for the Nelsons, who owned 9/10 of the stock, were supreme in that sphere. It was only at the annual meetings, when directors were reelected, and invariably they succeeded themselves, that they foregathered to conduct the dull routine business which is part of all annual meetings. After they had adjourned as stockholders, they reconvened as directors, and again mumbled hurried and perfunctory ayes to the motions put before them, so that Bell could the more quickly get out his bottle of fine old bourbon, the one really ceremonious procedure of the day. The Security National was as conservative, as rock-ribbed, as respectable, and as uninteresting as any bank could well be, and its directors were always bored when election time came round. In spite of the fact that the program this year was as thoroughly cut and dried as usual, the day of the meeting found both father and son decidedly nervous, for there were certain questions of management and of policy which they did not wish to touch upon, and her nervousness manifested itself in an assumption of friendliness and good fellowship quite unusual. Senator Lowe, the bank's attorney and secretary, was arranging his minute books, his reports, and his miscellaneous papers. Martin Murphy was telling his latest story when a knock came at the door to the director's room. Bell himself answered it, but his protest at the interruption died upon his lips when he beheld Calvin Gray, Gus Briskow, and the latter's son, Ozark, facing him. Gray spoke sharply, and his words fell with the effect of a bomb, at least upon Bell and Henry, for what he said was, "We are attending this meeting as stockholders, and we came early to enable the secretary to record the necessary transfer of our shares." Disregarding the president's gasp of astonishment, the speaker pushed past him and entered, then introduced himself and his companions to the other men present. Henry Nelson experienced a sick moment of dizziness. The room grew black before his eyes. It was Bell who broke out harshly, "Stockholders? Where did you get any stock in this bank, I'd like to know?" "We bought it. Picked it up here and there." "I don't believe it." Bell glared at the speaker. Then he turned his eyes upon Swope, upon Murphy, upon Gage. "Did any of you sell out?" "We don't own enough to make it worth while," Swope said, dryly. Murphy and Gage agreed. Bell's peculiar display of emotion surprised them. They exchanged glances. "I thought there wasn't any stock outside of what's owned by our group. What's the idea?" Gray answered easily. "There is now a considerable amount outside of that, a very considerable amount." Henry Nelson made himself audible for the first time and sneered angrily. "Quite theatric, Gray, this 11th hour move. How much have you got? What's your object?" In spite of himself, his voice shook. "My object is purely selfish." Gray's tone was equally unpleasant. He had expected to create a sensation, and he was not disappointed. "Mr. Briskow and his son are looking for a secure investment, and I have convinced them of the soundness of your institution. My operations make it necessary for me to establish a close banking affiliation, one where I can ask for and receive consideration." His mockery was now unmistakable. "So where should I turn except to my friends? I assume you make no objection to the stock transfer? Very well." He drew from his pocket a bundle of shares and tossed them across the table to Senator Lowe. Henry made his way to his father's side. They withdrew to a corner and bent their heads together, murmuring inaudibly. Gray watched them with unblinking intensity. He nodded to Buddy Briskow, and the latter, as if heeding some prearranged signal, removed his hands from his pockets and stepped farther into the room. He, too, watched the agitated pair. "Why, look here," the secretary gasped, after a moment or two. This gives you control." Bell Nelson raised a stricken face. "Control?" he repeated faintly. "Control?" He strode to the end of the table with shaking hands. He ran through the sheaf of neatly folded certificates. "Sold out, by God!" He fell to cursing certain men, the names of whom caused Swope and Murphy and Gage to prick up their ears. Gray was still staring at the junior Nelson. It was to him more than to the father that he spoke. "Sold out is right. It came high, but I think it was worth the price. We intend to vote our stock." "By that I infer that you're going to take the bank over, take its management away from Bell and Henry?" Bennett Swope ventured. "Naturally." The elder Nelson voiced an unintelligible exclamation. "That's a pretty rough deal. Bell has put his life into it. It is an institution, a credit to the community. It would be a misfortune if it fell into the hands of into the control of somebody who—" The ranchman hesitated, then blurted forth angrily, "Well, I don't like the look of this thing. I want to know what it means." "I'll tell you," Henry cried unevenly. "I'll tell you what it means. Persecution, revenge, hatred. I quarreled with this man in France. He's vindictive. He followed me here, Tried every way to ruin me. Cost me thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Father and I, we were pinched. We had to realize some quick money to protect our oil holdings, offsets, and the like, and we sold a lot of our stock with the understanding that we would buy it back at a higher figure. We only borrowed on it, you might say. We hypothecated it. We thought we were dealing with friends, but friends, my God!" The speaker seized his head. "The stock was not hypothecated. You sold it," Gray said quietly, "and we bought it in." "It is all a personal matter, a grudge." "Is that true, Mr. Gray?" Swope inquired. "Substantially. But I'm waiting for Colonel Nelson to tell you more, to tell you the whole story of our antagonism." Martin Murphy, who had been a silent onlooker up to this point, made himself heard. "Mr. Gray, I don't like the look of this any better than Swope does. Your quarrel with Henry is wholly your and his affair, but the welfare of the Security National is partly ours. Banks are not toys to be juggled and played with in mischief or in spite. You say you paid high for your stock. Do you intend to wreck the institution, lose a fortune?" "By no means." "That's precisely what you will succeed in doing." "I had ventured to hope that you three gentlemen would remain on the board." "Am I dreaming?" Bell Nelson's collar appeared to be choking him, and with clumsy fingers he tugged at it. "Going to kick Henry and me off the board, eh? Rob us? Well, I'm damned if you do. You'll not kick us off." "He doesn't want the bank," the son exclaimed hoarsely. "That's all a bluff. He wants blackmail. That's the kind of man he is. He wants his price. I know him. How much, Gray? What will it cost us?" "I'll tell you what it will cost." "Ha! Didn't I say so?" "Oh, there is a price for everything. Mine will surprise you, however. It is so low. Can't you guess what it is?" The speaker's intent gaze had never left Henry Nelson's face. It was fixed there now, as cold, as relentless as the stare of a python. Bell Nelson leaned forward, his lips parted. A new eagerness came into his purple countenance. "Well, well, what is it?" he demanded querulously. "Vindication." There was a moment of silence. "What is he talking about, Henry?" Bell's eyes were strained toward his son. "I don't know," the latter said in a thin voice. "He's crazy. Always was." "I'm giving you a chance, Colonel. You'd better take it. Think carefully." When there came no response to this warning, Gray shrugged. "Very well. There's nothing further except to complete the transfer and proceed with the business of the meeting. Mr. Briskow will be the next president, and I shall occupy the position of vice president and treasurer, now held by you." The effect of this declaration was electric. With a cry, the younger Nelson lunged forward. Confusion followed. It was of short duration, however, for Henry found himself locked in the arms of the Briskow giant. Others lent Buddy their assistance, and in spite of his struggles, the vice president was flung backward upon a deep leather divan. He rose unsteadily, but meeting Buddy's threatening gaze and realizing the impossibility of getting past him, he cried, "Let me out of here! Let me out, damn you! I'll get you for this, Gray! Let me out, I tell you!" "Buddy!" Gray jerked his head in the direction of the door to one of the adjoining offices. "He keeps a gun in his desk top drawer. Get it? Before he makes a fool of himself." Young Briskow stepped out of the room. Gray continued, speaking to the others. "I have something to say to you, gentlemen, before we go on with the meeting, and I wish to say it in the presence of Colonel Nelson and his—" "You'll not keep me here. I refuse to stay," Henry shouted, and he pushed past Swope toward the door. "Wait!" It was the elder Nelson speaking, and in his voice was a new note, a note of triumph. "Stock can't be transferred at an annual meeting. It has to be done in advance, 10 days, I think it is. Am I right, Senator?" "That is the usual procedure," Senator Lowe agreed. "Better look it up and make sure," Gray directed. There followed a few moments of uncomfortable silence while the bank's attorney ran through the bylaws. It seemed to those waiting that it was a long time before he frowned and shook his head.
I can't find nothing against it. It seems I have nothing to do except transfer the shares." "Then there won't be any meeting," Bell loudly declared. The three directors greeted this remark with exclamations of genuine relief. "Sure, let's adjourn. Put it over until," one of them began, but the bank's president was bellowing in rising fury at the interlopers. "Get out! Get out of my office! Do you hear? Get out!" "Looks to me like it's my office," Gus Briskow said quietly, "or it will be, directly. You, Bell, put on the muffler. I came a long ways to attend this meeting. It's the first one I ever been to, and it's going to happen. Shut up your fuss. I want you to hear what Mr. Gray has got to say." "To hell with him and you too," stormed the financier. "Hold this meeting, eh? Hold it if you dare. I defy you. Steal my bank, double-cross me? We'll see about that. Come along, Henry." "You're in," Gray said menacingly. "You'd better stay and vote your stock, or you may never get back again." But neither father nor son heeded him. When they had gone, he frowned. "I'm sorry, really I am. I hoped I could force—" "I think we'd better go, too," someone said. "This is too extraordinary. We're in no frame of mind to go ahead." "I must insist that you remain long enough to hear me out. You have no right to refuse. There is something you must be told." "I'll admit I'm curious to know what the devil this all means," Murphy, the lumberman, confessed. "But I don't know that I should accept an explanation from you. Not after Henry's accusations. I've known him and Bell for years." "I respect your friendship for him, and I shan't expect you to put trust in my words. It seems to me, however, that you owe it to that friendship to hear me. The incident has taken a turn wholly unexpected, and I must confess disappointing. I looked for a different outcome, hoped I'd be able to force an explanation." The speaker shook his head and frowned again, perplexedly. When, after a moment of indecisive murmuring, the three directors seated themselves, Gray thanked them with a bow. "I'll be as brief as possible, and if you don't mind, I'll stand as I talk. I'm in no mood to sit. I'll have to go back a bit." It was several seconds before he resumed. "When it became evident that the United States was going to war, I managed to get in at Plattsburgh and took the officers' training course. It was easy for me to complete that course because I had served in the Spanish War and had kept up my interest in military affairs. Something convinced those who ought to know that I possessed qualifications of unusual value to the country, a wide business experience at home and abroad, a knowledge of languages, perhaps. Anyhow, I was called to Washington. There I met Henry Nelson, a valuable man, too, in his way. We were commissioned at the same time and sent overseas on the same ship to engage in the same work, military intelligence. I didn't like the job, but it was considered important, and naturally I couldn't pick and choose. Of course it was secret, confidential work. No need of going into that here. Nelson's and my duties were identical. Our authority was equal. We were ordered to work hand in hand, and although we were commissioned together, technically he outranked me, owing to the fact that he was given his commission a moment before I got mine. That's where the trouble started. We clashed even on shipboard. He proved himself to be authoritative, overbearing. He immediately assumed the position of my superior officer. I'm not a mild-tempered man, but I put up with it, figuring that our paths would soon separate, but they didn't. When we arrived in France, I tackled my job with all the energy in me. I tried for results. Nelson, I discovered in time, was concerned only in taking entire credit for all that he and I and the whole organization under us accomplished and in advancing himself. I worked, he played politics. You are not military men, so I shan't bore you with army terms or technical details, but by one means or another he managed to entrench himself in a position of actual authority over me, not at all in accord with our purpose or our instructions. I swallowed my resentment, for it seemed rather petty, rather selfish, in a time like that, to divert my attention from the important work in hand to quarrel with him. You understand. Then, too, he was not making good and I was, and I thought time would surely cure the trouble. He must have appreciated my feelings, nevertheless. He persisted in abusing his powers. He began finally to really interfere with me, to call me off important tasks and humiliate me with futile assignments, and I realized that I was threatened with failure through his meddling. This may sound trivial to you, the speaker raised his eyes to his audience, but take my word for it, there were many instances of the kind over there. Jealousy, intrigue, malevolence, petty spite drove more than one earnest patriotic officer to rebellion and ruined many a career. I rebelled. I had to, or be made ridiculous. I warned him privately, as man to man. He ignored the warning. Then I prepared a complete report, showing by copies of his orders, by the records of our respective accomplishments, by our correspondence, how he had systematically and maliciously endeavored to nullify my work, and the like. It was not a pretty report to read. I turned it in to him for submission higher up. Then it was that he outgeneraled me. He was furious, of course, but he apologized abjectly. He admitted that he had been wrong, that he had imposed upon me. He promised to play fair if I permitted him to withhold the report, and I was deceived. No man likes to be thought a crybaby. Those were eventful times. Personal complaints were not welcome in any quarter, not with the world rocking on its foundations. I was glad to accept his promises. For a while we worked in harmony. I became engaged in an intricate case, having to do with a leak concerning transport sailings and routes, a matter involving the lives of thousands of our boys, millions of dollars in supplies, and I went to Brest under cover. It had to be handled with extreme care, some danger about it, too. A very interesting case, I assure you. I lived in a house with some of the people under surveillance. One of them was a woman, extremely attractive, thoroughly unscrupulous. My avenue of approach was through her. Nelson, of course, knew what I was doing. He was about the only one who did. I worked a long while, and I was upon the verge of success. It would have been a real accomplishment, too, when, without apparent cause, the gang took warning, scattered, the whole thing blew up. Months of work for nothing. I had made worse than a failure this time. "You mean to accuse Henry of treachery of that sort?" Swope inquired. "I do, and that's not all. Out of a clear sky charges were preferred against me, outrageous charges in which that woman figured." Up to this point Gray had spoken smoothly, rapidly, but now his tone changed. His words became hesitant, jerky. I was amazed. Joke, I called it at first. Sort of a blanket indictment it was, charging me with inefficiency, negligence, exceeding my authority, dishonesty, and things even worse. Those were some of the least serious, the least nasty. It was all too absurd. Being peculiarly vain and sensitive, my impulse was to shoot Henry Nelson, but I couldn't believe the charges would be taken seriously. Well, there was an investigation. I was court-martialed. I disproved a good deal. I think I'd have exonerated myself on every count only for the woman, the one I spoke about. She turned a trick. I was found guilty, disgraced, sent back. Even though you're not military men, you can appreciate the extent of my dishonor. There, gentlemen, you have in a few words an unconvincing summary of a long and complicated story, the one I detest telling. However, I could not permit you to sit with me at the directors' table of this bank without knowing who I am, what I am, and why I have run that rat into his hole. Colonel Nelson spoke the truth when he said this was purely a personal matter between us. It is so purely personal that I am willing to spare humiliation to his father, leave old Bell in control of his bank, and end our fight, if he'd right that old wrong. But you heard him refuse, so they both must fall. He said I've been persecuting him. Gray smiled grimly. "Let me tell you how. That disgrace cost me my friends and what money I had, for I tried long and earnestly to get back, to get a rehearing, to enter the Navy, anything to reestablish myself. Failing that, I came to Texas. I came without a dollar, without an acquaintance, and began my persecution of Henry Nelson. I began it by coming here to the bank and telling him what I was up to. I put him on guard, and we engaged each other, as the French would say, to the death. I won. That's all there is to the story." "Well, I'll be damned!" Martin Murphy exclaimed. "At least Henry played fair in this. He didn't betray your secret," Gage said coldly. "Oh, I meant to tell you that he didn't dare betray me, for he, too, came back in disgrace. The pot couldn't very well talk about the kettle." "What? Henry Nelson? Impossible!" "I mean exactly what I say. No man of his type would have lasted over there. Then, too, the story of our quarrel leaked out. That old report of mine turned up. Yes, he got the same medicine he gave me, but he had influence in Washington, and he managed to delay the final action almost up to the day of the armistice. Even then he succeeded pretty well, covering up the reason for his dismissal." "Why, even Bell doesn't know that." "Henry's been a terrible hero hereabouts," said Gus Briskow. After a moment he addressed the other men. "Mr. Gray told me this, and I wanted him to tell you. I don't know what you all think of his story, but I know him and I believe every word of it. What's more, I believe this bank is going to be run as well as ever it was, even if I am president. A man can be president and stay at home if he's got folks under him that know more than he does. What do you say if we start that meeting we've been talking about? I'm willing to see Mr. Gray sitting in yonder at Henry's desk if you are." "I don't see that it makes much difference whether we're willing or not," Swope confessed. "You have the votes between you to do about as you choose." "Of course we have, but with Bell and Henry gone, it seems like some of their neighbors ought to stay and look out for what potatoes they left in the ground. What do you say?" Swope eyed his companions briefly, then he nodded. "We'll stay." "Then, Mr. Secretary, let her go." End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One morning, several days after the annual meeting, Gus Briskow opened the door between his and Gray's office and inquired, "Busy?" The new vice president of the Security National raised a preoccupied face to the new president and said, "I'm never too busy to talk to you. What is it?" "Nothing. I'm just kind of lonesome, kind of tired of looking bright about things I don't savvy." Gus seated himself and crossed his thin legs. "Folks give an owl credit for being wise just because he keeps his mouth shut. Probably he's got nothing of interest to say." "Perhaps. But you can say no, Gus, and that's about all the average banker is called upon to say." "Mm-hmm." The older man nodded reflectively. "I heard about a captain of industry that always smells a pink when he did his heavy thinking. Now me, I'm going in for bananas. I keep a bag of 'em in my desk. I 'most killed myself on bananas when our first well came in. Never thought I'd be able to afford all I wanted." "How's the bank?" "Why, it's still here, as you see." "I know. That's the remarkable part. I keep thinking it's going to bust. I mean blow up and disappear. I wake up nights dreaming it's gone. It's all right, is it?" "Positively. I've put an accountant to work on the books, and he should be ready to report any time now." "No chance of Bell Nelson throwing us out, is there? He's in Dallas trying to stir up money." "Not a chance, unless you want him to do so. Unless you're afraid we'll make a failure of the business." "We?" Gus smiled quizzically. "You won't fail. Folks around town are talking about how quick you're taking hold, and they're beginning to think
you'll make a better banker than the Nelsons. Funny, ain't it, how easy reconciled folks is to losing a couple of prominent citizens like that? Looks like Bell and Henry are about the only ones to take it hard." "The funny thing is," Gray frowned perplexedly, "they don't take it hard. At least Henry doesn't appear to do so. That's what puzzles me. No move of any sort. That's not like him." Gus agreed to this. "I've been expecting him to cut some capers. That's why I've been hanging around so steady." "I know. Every time I peel a banana, I peel an eye for Henry. I worry whenever you go out alone." The younger man rose and nervously paced the floor. "I'm completely mystified," he admitted. "The whole affair has been a great disappointment to me. I thought I'd sprung a coup, but I'm at a standstill. I'm stumped, checkmated." "About that trouble between you and him, eh? Why, we took your word for that." "Unfortunately, that didn't help me very greatly. Other people aren't so easily convinced as you and Swope and Gage and Murphy. Damnation, I thought my troubles were over." "Well, your money troubles is over." "They're the smallest part. I'd go back and start all over again if I could clean up that. The Army record, it's a pretty flat triumph." "Humph. Most triumphs is. A fellow has a dream, a longing, and he bows his back and works his life away trying to realize it. If he does, the chances is he's disappointed. He finds it keeps his back bent so long he can't straighten it. Look at me, poor as dirt and scarcely enough to eat. I used to pray for a miracle, pray for money enough to do something for Ma and the children, for $1,000. Here I am, president of a whole bank. But Ma's sick, Allie's miserable, and I can't sleep nights for fear I'll lose what I got." "Poverty wouldn't have helped Ma's health." "Oh, I ain't saying I'd trade." Gus wagged his sandy head. "I get my shoes shined every 2 hours because that bootblacking stand is a nice place to look at the bank from. I set there and tell myself I'm president of it, but that's the biggest dividend I've got so far. 5 shines a day and all the bananas I can eat. Flat is the word." Gray smiled affectionately at the speaker. "At least Buddy is happy. He's reaping his dividends, if I'm any judge." "I figure he's in love again." "Good heavens!" Gray paused in his restless pacing and turned an expression of almost comic dread upon the father. "With that woman, eh?" "Well, I refuse to interfere again. I haven't fully recovered from his first infatuation for her." "I can tell the boy's symptoms. I felt the same way when I was courting Ma. I acted just like him." "He's been trying to tell me something for a week, but I've been too busy, too worried to listen." Briskow's kindly face had settled into graver lines when next he spoke. "You probably wonder why I take it so easy. Well, I remember what you told me once about judging people I don't know. Maybe Allie was right, too, when she said a little genuine happiness is worth all its costs. Anyhow, if Buddy wants that woman, I won't say a word. She's turned out pretty good, and people speak well of her. Buddy's a man, and some men just have to get married. The sooner it's over, the better for 'em. He's like that. But what's more than that, love between 2 young people is a pretty sacred thing, and when old folks keep interfering, it seems to me they're setting themselves up to be wiser than God. Ma's folks didn't care much for me." "I feel a rebuke in your words," Gray said, "and no doubt I've earned it, for it has always been my weakness to rearrange the lives of those I love. But who am I, after all? If I were so divinely wise, why is my own life what it is? When I marry, perhaps I'll have to ask the girl to ignore in me things as disagreeable to think about as those which Buddy will have to ignore in Margie's past. That boy, in fact, all you Briskows, have put me so deeply in your debt that I'm afraid I shall have to conquer my meddlesome instincts." The speaker looked up suddenly. "You'll never know, by the way, how deep is my debt of gratitude. When a vainglorious, supersensitive man finds himself under a cloud, it is pretty nice to know that there is somebody whose faith is unshakable, somebody who needs no legal proof that he's... Proof? Here I am, back again right where I was when you came in. Back to my own selfish concerns. I can't get away from them. What to do next? The Nelsons are on their last legs. The loss of this bank will certainly destroy what credit remained, and even a good well now would scarcely tide them over. But damn it, Gus, I can't kick a man if he refuses to stand up. I can't beat a corpse. There came a rap at the door, and the accountant, whom Gray had put to work on the bank's books, entered. "I'd like to talk to you about this report," the man began. "Don't go," Gray said, as Briskow unfolded his legs and rose. But the president of the Security National shook his head, saying, "Bookkeeping is all Choctaw to me. I saw one statement, and I thought liquid assets meant that bottle of whiskey Bell left in his desk." "Mr. Gray," the auditor announced, when they were alone, "I wish you'd ask somebody else to take this job off my hands." "Why?" "Well, somebody else could probably do it better." There was a pause. "I've known Bell Nelson all my life." "That is why I engaged you. You have been over these books before." Again there was an instant of silence. Then into Gray's face there flashed a curious alertness. "Come," he cried sharply, "what is it?" "I'm sorry to be the one to..." The auditor shrugged. "If you insist on an explanation, I suppose I shall have to tell you. Perhaps it is just as well, anyhow. They say figures don't lie, but you and I know better. I only wish they didn't." "Have you caught them lying here?" "I have, and it has made me rather ill. You'd better prepare yourself for a shock." It was nearly an hour later that Gray telephoned to Senator Lowe, the bank's attorney, and to Bennett Swope, the latter being the only member of the board available at short notice. This done, he wrote a note to Henry Nelson. In spite of his effort to control his hand, it shook when he signed his name, and on second thought he destroyed the missive. There is something ominous about the written word. If Nelson grew suspicious, he'd never come. Gray stepped into Gus Briskow's office and asked him to call the former vice president, first, however, explaining exactly what he wished Gus to say. The ruse succeeded. Then Gray returned to his own office. He drew a deep breath. Within him he felt a ferocious eagerness to take fire, for it seemed to him that the day of reckoning had come. Henry's behavior was now easily understandable. The fellow was cringing, cowering in anticipation of a second blow. Well, the whip was in Gray's hands, and he proposed to use it ruthlessly, to sink the lash, to cut to the bone, to leave scars such as Henry had left upon him. Nor was that his only weapon. There was, for instance, old Bell Nelson's honor. If coercion failed, there were rewards, inducements. Oh, Henry would have to speak. The Nelson fortune, or what remained for salvage from the wreck thereof, the bank itself, they were pawns which Gray could and would sacrifice if necessary. His hunger for a sight of "Bob" had become unbearable. Freedom to declare his overwhelming love, and that love he knew was no immature infatuation, but the deep-set passion of a full-grown man, was worth any price he might be called upon to pay. Yes, Henry would speak the truth today, or, for one of them at least, there would be an end to the feud. Gray, too, kept a revolver in his desk. He removed it and placed it in his pocket. Buddy Briskow chose this of all moments to thrust his grinning visage into the door and to inquire, "Got time for me now, Mr. Gray?" "Not now, Buddy." "When?" "Why, almost any other time." "I wouldn't bother you, but it's important, and I promised a certain party." The youth's face reddened, his smile widened vacuously. "Later, if you don't mind." It was plain that Buddy did mind. Nevertheless, he withdrew. When Swope and Lowe arrived, Gray could with difficulty restrain himself from blurting out the reason for his urgent summons, but he contented himself by asking them to wait in the president's office. Henry Nelson entered the bank with his head up, with a contemptuous smile upon his lips and an easy confidence in his bearing. His hand was outstretched toward the knob of Briskow's door when the one adjoining opened, and from the office he himself had so long occupied, Calvin Gray spoke to him. "Please step in here, Colonel." Nelson recoiled. "No, thank you," he said curtly. "Briskow and I are amateur bankers. There is a matter upon which we need your advice." "Indeed." "Finding it isn't as easy to run a bank as a drilling rig. He said you were out. Otherwise "Will you come in?" Stiffly, reluctantly, as if impelled by some force outside of himself, Nelson stepped within, but he ignored the chair that was proffered him. Gray closed the door before saying, "The deception was mine, not Briskow's. You prefer the stand, huh? I appreciate your feeling of formality. I felt a bit ill at ease on the occasion of my first call here, when our positions were reversed." "If you've got me here just to be nasty." "By no means. Nevertheless, it gratifies my vanity to remind you that you considered me a braggart, a bluffer, whereas I haven't changed my opinion." "So be it. One matter only remains between us. I'm about to ring up on the last act of our little comedy." "Theatrical as always, aren't you?" Nelson's lips curled. For a moment Gray stared at the speaker curiously. His tone had altered when he said, "You're a better poker player than I thought. You're almost as good a bluffer as I am. That, by the way, is probably the last compliment I shall pay you. Come, I've no time to waste." "You will soon have ample time, if not to waste, at least to meditate." "What do you mean by that?" The query came sharply. "I've had an examination of the bank's books. That, as you will readily understand, explains why I sent for you." "Why, no, I don't." "I wondered how you and your father got the money to keep going so long, for I discovered you were in a bad way even before I turned up. It is no longer a mystery. When you and he, as directors of the Security National, lent yourself money as individuals, you must have realized that you were, well, arranging ample leisure for yourselves in which to meditate upon the stringency of the banking laws." "Nonsense." "That's nothing serious." Nelson's ruddy color had slowly vanished. With uncertain hand he reached for the nearest chair, and upon it he leaned as he continued jerkily, "Irregular, perhaps. I'll admit it was irregular, but there's nothing wrong. Oh, you'll make it look as bad as possible, I dare say, but you don't understand the circumstances. Anyhow, father is getting it straightened out. All he needs is time. We'll be able to handle it all right. We're good, you know, perfectly good." "You're broke. Everybody else knows it if you don't. Irregular, ha! There's a choice of words." The speaker laughed silently. "It is an irregularity that carries with it free board and lodging at the state's expense." An incoherent protest issued from Nelson's throat. When next he managed to make himself audible, his words were such as really to amaze his hearer. "I didn't do it," he cried in a panic-stricken voice. "It was father's idea. You had us crowded. There was no other way. I warned him." "Wait a minute. You blame it on him?" Gray's inquiry was harsh, incredulous. After a momentary pause his lips moved, but for once he stammered. His ready tongue refused its duty. He exploded finally with an oath. He jerked open a drawer in his desk. From his pocket he removed his revolver, flung it inside, then jammed the drawer back into place with a crash. "You rat!" he exclaimed. He turned his back upon Henry Nelson and made a circuit of the little room. "It's a thing you and I can easily fix up," the latter feebly insisted. "Now that personal matter of yours, perhaps I could help you reopen it somehow, clear it up." "Ah, indeed." Give and take, I say. I'm willing to do anything I can if—" "There won't be any ifs. No conditions whatever." "Is that so?" Nelson flamed forth in a momentary explosion of resentment. "If you think I intend to stand the brunt of this, you're crazy. I can't afford to figure in a scandal, banking scandal like this. I'm a young man. Bell has had his day. He's old. You can hush this up. There are lots of ways to do that. Keep me out of it and I'll do what's right by you. I'll do anything you say." "You'll do that anyhow," Gray replied, in a voice that grated. He flung himself into his desk chair, and seizing a pen and paper, he began to write rapidly, shakily. "I want to see what I'm signing," Nelson warned. A growl was his answer. For an interminable time the only sound in the office was the scratching of that pen. When at last it came to an end, Gray rose. He thrust the loose sheets into Nelson's hand, then indicating the vacant chair, said, "Sign that." The wretched recipient of this curt command read the lines carefully. He read them twice, thrice, for his mind no longer functioned clearly. He raised a sick face, finally, and shook his head. "Wouldn't I be a fool?" he queried. "Listen, you." Gray's body was shaking. His words were uneven. "I'm sorry for Bell, but not for you. I'll never forget nor forgive what you did to me. Nothing can undo that. Disgrace clings to a man. You're going to get yours now, and you can't squirm out of it or lie out of it, no matter how you try, for I shan't let you. You're ruined, discredited, blown up. But I don't think I want to send you to the penitentiary. I'd rather see you walking the streets with dandruff on your collar. I'd rather keep you to look at. Anyhow, you'll have to sign that. If you'll guarantee to keep this bank matter quiet, if you'll protect me, I'll sign. Otherwise, you can go to hell. We'll beat it out somehow. We can do it." Inflexibly, Gray asserted, "I'm going to turn you over whether or no. But I'll help Bell get the money to repay those loans. He'll probably manage to save himself, and save you, too." "I won't do it." Nelson flung down the pen. "Not on those conditions. You can't bulldoze me. It's your day to crow, but I warn you, don't push me too far." Gray voiced an epithet. It was low-pitched, but its explosive force, the impelling fury back of it, fairly caused the room to vibrate. He was white of lip. His rage had reached the foaming point. "Don't make me lay hands on you, choke you into it," he cried hoarsely. "If you do, by God, I'll finish you." Like a man fighting some hypnotic influence stronger than his will, Henry Nelson took up the pen and signed his name waveringly. The next moment Gray smote the door to Briskows' office a heavy blow, and as it flew open, he barked, "Come in here, all three of you." He stood aside as Gus, Bennett Swope, and Senator Lowe entered. "Yonder is a statement which I want you to read and witness. When you've done that, I'm going to tell you why Henry Nelson signed it. The rest will be up to you." It was mid-afternoon. Swope and Lowe had left the bank. Briskow drew a deep breath and said with genuine relief, "I'm glad that's over. We can handle the debt between us, and, after all, old Bell's a pretty good citizen. As for Henry, I suppose he'll wiggle out of it somehow. I don't know as I'd have been so easy on him if I'd been in your place." "I'll tell you why I was easy on him," Gray confessed. "I'm tired of fighting. I'm worn out. I've won my point, and he'll carry the sort of load I've been carrying. But there is this difference. For him there will be no vindication at the end." Taking from his pocket Nelson's statement, he stared at it. Then slowly his face lightened. "I was blind mad at first. I felt as if I couldn't keep my hands off of him. It was such a dirty trick he did me, and so reasonless. He had no excuse whatever for injuring me, Gus. However, I suppose most quarrels sprout from tiny seeds. Well, I'm square with the game. I'm afraid, even yet, that it is all a dream." I wanted to yell. The speaker chuckled. The chuckle grew to a laugh. "There's magic in this document. Gus, old boy, I've grown young all at once." "You needn't have took it so hard. Us fellows would have stood by you if you'd turned out to be a horse thief. Texas men are like that." "You proved it, but that wasn't enough. A man's business associates will frequently overlook a lot more than their wives and daughters will overlook. There's a certain loyalty that doesn't apply outside of the office." Gray rose and filled his lungs. "Do you know why I felt this thing so keenly? Why I fought so long? Of course you don't, for I've held out on you. Fact, I've held out on my partner. Had a secret from him. Now then, steel yourself for a surprise. I'm suffering from Buddy's complaint, only 10 times aggravated." "What?" Briskow stared up at the animated countenance above him. "You're thinking about getting married?" "I'm thinking about nothing else. That's what ails me. Why, Gus, you've no idea what a perfectly charming person I can be when I can be what I am. I thought I was too old and too blasé ever to become seriously interested in a woman, above all in a girl. But do you remember when Ma and Allie came to Dallas that first time? Something happened about then to upset all my ideas." Briskow's sun-parched face slowly lightened. His bright, inquisitive eyes grew bluer, brighter. "I'm mighty glad. I always hoped—" He tried to finish his sentence, then shook his head and murmured huskily, "Mighty glad." Here was a marvel, a miracle, for which he had never dared even hope. He thought of Allie, and a lump came into his throat. She had reached the stars. His girl. He would be mighty glad to— Gray was speaking, and in his voice was a new, vibrant quality, a new vigor. "Now you'll know why this is the biggest day of my life. Why I thought those men would never go. I'm shaking all over, Gus. You'll have to run the bank for a while. I'm too young and irresponsible. I'm going out to buy a hoop and a jumping rope and a pair of roller skates." Again he laughed, boyishly. Then, with a slap that knocked the breath from Briskow's lungs, he walked lightly into his own office and seized his hat. For a long time the father sat at his big empty desk, staring, smiling into space. This would make Ma well. Money wasn't altogether a worry after all. It bought things that nothing else could buy, stars and things. From the expressions on the faces Gray passed in leaving the bank, he realized that his own must wear a grin, but in spite of his dignified effort to wipe it off, he felt it widening. Well, this was his day to grin, his day to dance and caper. People were too grave, anyhow. They should feel free to vent their joy in living. Why act as if the world were a place of gloom and shadow? Why shouldn't they hop, skip, and jump to and from business, if so inclined? He visualized the streets of the city peopled with pedestrians, old and young, fat and thin, thus engaged, and he laughed aloud. Nevertheless, it was a good idea, and when he became mayor, or perhaps the junior senator from Texas, he'd advocate public playgrounds for grown-ups. Bob would help him put it through. There was a girl who would never grow old. They would grow young together. He caught sight of his reflection in a shop window and slowed down his gait, telling himself that pending the time his new idea was definitely planted, it might be well to walk in the old-fashioned manner. Men of substance, bankers, for instance, shouldn't rush through the streets as if going to a fire. They shouldn't dash over crossings and take curbstones as if they were hurdles. It wasn't being done. No reason, however, why a banker shouldn't throw his shoulders back and walk springily upon his toes. When he beheld the familiar painted sign, "Tom and Bob Parker, Real Estate and Insurance," he paused. The mere sight of the little wooden building, the name, gave him an odd shortness of breath. It was weeks since he had been here. He realized of a sudden that he had brought nothing with him, no gift, not even flowers. But there was enough to talk about. She'd forget that. What a shower of gifts he would pour upon her, And upon old Tom, too. Good old Tom. Tom had wanted to believe. Tom and he would be great pals. They couldn't help being pals with just one thing between them to love, one thing in all the world. It was a disappointment to find the office empty except for the father himself. But Gray began with a rush. "Well, I told you I'd clear myself, and here I am, walking on air." "You did it, huh? That's good news." "We had a showdown at the bank. Henry Nelson and I locked horns, and but here, read what he signed. That cleans the slate. He'll do anything further that may be necessary officially. Where's Bob?" "They're fishing for a bit in one of your Avenger wells. She's out there." "So? I'd forgotten." "Did you see? Did Buddy talk with you? Today, I mean." "Buddy? Oh, Buddy Briskow. I saw him for a moment only. She'll be back soon, I dare say." Tom Parker stirred. It was a moment before he spoke. Then it was with apparent irrelevance that he said, "I'm sorry you and he didn't have a good talk. Bob asked him to see you. Sent him there a purpose." The sight of Gray's smiling, eager, uncomprehending face caused the old man's steady gaze to waver. He cleared his throat. "Buddy's a fine boy." "Finest in the world. I claim responsibility for him in a way. He's part mine." Gray laughed. His eyes sparkled. "Him and Bob are out there together. They've been together a lot, Mr. Gray. Both of 'em young, that a way. Of course I knew you both liked." Some quality in Tom's voice, some reluctant evasiveness to his eyes, bore a belated message to the younger man, snapped his chain of thought, dried the words upon his lips. Into his eyes leaped a sudden, strained incredulity. Sharply he cried, "What do you mean?" Then, after an instant, "Why did he want to see me?" The two men gazed squarely at each other for the first time. "My God!" "Why, that's absurd. I brought him here. He's just a boy." "And she's just a girl, Mr. Gray." The younger man shrank as if at a blow. He closed his eyes. He raised a shaking hand to his face, which was slowly assuming the color of ashes. "That's too rottenly unfair," he said faintly. "I brought him here, made a man of him. Of course he doesn't know." His eyes opened eagerly. He ran on. "Why, Tom, it's just the boy and girl of it, puppy love. You know how that is." "I didn't notice how things was going till it was too late. We might as well talk frankly, Mr. Gray. Probably it is well you saw me first, eh? Well, when I understood where they was heading, I worried a lot. After what you said that day, understand? But those two, pshaw! It was like they had known each other always. It was like Bob's mother and me when we first met. Her beautiful and fine and educated, and me rough and awkward. Only Buddy's a better boy than I was. He's got more in him. I suppose all women folks have the mother feeling that makes 'em yearn over the unlikeliest fellows." Parker looked appealingly at his stricken hearer, then quickly dropped his eyes, for Gray's countenance was like that of a dying man, or of a man suffering the stroke of a surgeon's knife. "After all, it's youth. You're a good deal older than Bob, and I suppose you sort of dazzled her. She likes you. She thinks you're great. You kind of thrill her, but I don't believe she ever dreamed you was actually that you actually cared for her. You've got a grand way, you know, and she ain't a bit conceited about herself. Why, I know she never figured it that way, because she made Buddy promise to tell you the first thing. Sent him to the bank a purpose, thinking you'd be so glad on his account." "Then they've settled it between them?" Tom nodded gravely. "She told me last night, and from the way she told me, I know it's not just boy and girl love. She's been singing like a bird all day. And Buddy, he's breathless. I know how he feels. I couldn't draw a breath for 2 weeks after Bob's mother." Gray uttered a wordless, gasping cry. He moved unsteadily toward the door, then paused with his hand upon the knob. Tom Parker was surprised when, after a moment, he saw the man's shoulders shake and heard him utter a thin, crackling laugh. Time is a grim old joker, isn't he? No way of beating him, none at all. Now I thought I was young, but lucky I found you here and spared my vanity. He turned, exposing a face strangely contorted. You won't mention my foolish mistake, will you? No use hurting the ones we love. You know how we feel, fatherly. That's it, fatherly love. I was a silly old fool. They'll be happy. Young people like that. The speaker choked. Young people. Well, adios, old man. He opened the door and walked blindly forth. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Calvin Gray did not return to the bank. He went straight to his hotel, and as soon as he could sufficiently control himself to do so, he telephoned Gus Briskow, telling him that he intended to leave town. Then he began mechanically to pack his bag. He moved like a man in a trance, for the blow had fallen so suddenly as to numb him. His only impulse was to escape, to hide himself from these people who, of a sudden, had become hateful. His city of dreams had collapsed. The ruins, as they lay, meant nothing as yet, for his mind refused to envisage them, and he could see them only as they had stood. He groped amid a hopeless confusion of thought, at one moment bewildered, piteously hurt, at the next suffering a sense of shameful betrayal. He had grown old and dull and feeble, too, and for the time being he was incapable of feeling the full force of a strong man's resentment. This surprised him vaguely. Soon, however, like kindling fires among the ruins, his fury rose, fury at himself, at Buddy, at Barbara, and in the heat of those scorching flames he writhed. She had loved him, he'd swear to that. He had swayed her, overpowered her. He had lacked only the courage to trust his instinct. Coward's luck. It served him right. He had held her in his arms and had let her slip through. Her lips had been raised to his, and he had refused to press them. Imbecile. He groaned. He tore the collar and tie from his neck, for they were choking him. Old, huh? Too old? That was the grimmest jest of all, for at the mere thought of Barbara's lips unruly forces took possession of him. He experienced a fierce, resistless vigor, such as he had never felt in his younger days. It was dreadful, an unappeasable yearning of soul and body, and when the paroxysm had passed, it left him weak. He sank into a chair and lay there, stupid, inert, until again those fires began to lick at him, and again he twisted in dumb agony. Buddy Briskow, Buddy of all people, that lout, that awkward simpleton, who owed him everything. But Buddy was young. Gray heard himself laughing in hoarse derision. He rose and tramped heavily around his room, and as he went, he crushed and ripped and mutilated whatever his hands encountered. His slow, deliberate, murderous rage demanded some such outlet. All the while he felt within himself two conflicting impulses, heard two voices. The one voice shouted at him to search out Buddy and visit upon him the punishment warranted by a base betrayal. The other told him jeeringly to lay the scourge upon his own shoulders and endure the pain, since he had betrayed himself. His mind was like a battleground, torn, upheaved, obscured by a frightful murk. He remembered a night in France, a black night of rumbling, crashing terror, when, as now, the whole world rocked and tumbled. Some remnant of self-control induced him to lock his door and pocket the key, for Buddy might come. He probably would look him up, all grins and smirks and giggles, to tell him the glorious news, to acclaim the miracle. That would be too much. One thing was certain. There was no safety except in flight, ignominious, cowardly flight. After all, how could Buddy have known? He was a good boy, and he had shown his love, his loyalty, in 1,000 ways. Gray hated him at this moment, but more bitterly even, he hated himself. It was fate. He fell to cursing aloud, but there was no relief in that, and again the appalling irony of the situation silenced him. He had deified himself, set himself upon a high place, bent men and affairs to his own ends, until he had acquired a godlike belief in his power to accomplish all things. His victory had been complete. He had won all except the one thing he most desired, the very fruit of victory. Some time later he heard Buddy come whistling merrily down the hall and knock at his door. Gray cowered in his chair, listening in breathless dread until the footsteps retreated. When he rose, he moved about stealthily. When night came, he took his bag and slunk out of the hotel, for it seemed that men must surely know what a fool he had made of himself. It would have been a relief to feel that he was leaving never to return, but even that was denied him, for after his first panic the truth had come home. He could not run away. He had forged chains for his own limbs. Like a tethered mustang, he could plunge only to the end of his rope. Friendship again. There was simple, trustful, faithful Gus Briskow, and the bank. God, what a mess things were in. Gray knew he would have to return, have to see Bob and Buddy day after day, month after month, and the prospect was too distressing to dwell upon. Again his mind grew weary, baffled. He experienced a wretched physical illness. Where to go, where to hide, until his sickness had passed? That was the question. For the first time he appreciated the full extent of his loneliness, his utter lack of resource in a crisis like this. Most men, however solitary, lay by material things for themselves, build homes, and surround themselves with personal possessions from which, or amid which, they can gain some sort of solace in times of trial. But he had not fashioned so much as a den into which he could creep and lick his wounds. Once he had left his hotel room behind him, he was in the open and without cover. Not a single soul cared whether he came or went. Not another door stood ajar for him. And he had planned so much upon having a home, a real home. But he could not trust himself to think much along that line. It induced an absurd desire to weep at his plight. It made him feel like a child lost in a wood. That was silly, just an emotional reaction. Nevertheless, the impulse was real and caused him to yearn poignantly for human comfort. He thought of Ma Briskow finally. She was human. She had a heart. And Dallas was a sort of homey place. Anyhow, the bellboys at the Ajax knew and liked him. That was probably because he had tipped them handsomely. But what of that? If they had been kind to him, now he'd tip them more handsomely than ever. Lonely men, old ones, must expect to pay for what they get. He bought a ticket to Dallas. Ma Briskow's eyes were dim. Nevertheless, she saw the change in Calvin Gray when, late in the following afternoon, he came to see her. "Land's sake!" she exclaimed in a shocked voice. "Pa never said you was ailin'. Why, Mr. Gray!" "I'm not really ill," he told her wearily. "Just old. I had a bad night." Seating himself beside her couch, he took her hand in his and made her tell him all about herself. He had brought her an armful of flowers as usual, and extravagant gifts for her adornment. Giving, it seemed, was his unconscious habit. While she admired them with ecstatic ohs and ahs, he busied himself with bowls and vases, but Ma noted his fumbling uncertainty of touch and the evident effort with which he kept up his assumption of good cheer. She told him finally, "Something mighty bad has happened to you, Mr. Gray." He gazed at her mutely, then nodded. "Is it something about the Princess of Wichita Falls?" "Yes, Ma." Tis, tis, tis. It was a sympathetic cluck. "Was she a wicked princess?" The query was gently put, but it deeply affected the man. He tried to smile, failed, then like a forlorn little boy he came and bowed his head beneath her hand. "I knew you'd understand, Mother Briskow, so I ran to you with my hurt, just as I used to run to my Mother Gray." After a while he continued in a smothered voice, "She isn't a wicked princess. She didn't mean to hurt me, and that's what makes it hurt so deep. She tumbled the old Duke's castle down upon his head, tumbled the old Duke out of his dreams. He isn't a Duke any longer." "He'll always be a Duke," Miss Briskow firmly declared. "He was born that way." "At any rate, he's a sad old Duke now. All his conceit is gone. You see, he was a vain old gentleman, and his courtiers used to tell him he was splendid, handsome. They said he looked as handsome as a king, and by he began to think he must be a king. His enemies sneered at this and said he was neither duke nor king, but a mountebank. That made him furious, so he went to war with them, and by Jove, he fought pretty well for an old fellow. Anyhow, he licked them. When they fell down and begged for mercy, he knew he was indeed a great person, greater even than he had suspected, and worthy of any princess in the land." "Pshaw! Ain't a duke higher than a princess?" "No, Ma, not higher than this princess. Her father made all the laws. She is very noble and very good. Good princesses are scarce, and so, of course, they're very high. But the Duke of Dallas didn't stop to think of that. He told himself that he was so strong and so rich and so desirable that she would be flattered at his notice. He got all dressed up and went to call on her, and, on the way, whenever he looked into a shop window, he didn't see the buns and the candies and the dolls inside. All he saw was his own reflection. It looked so magnificent that he strutted higher and thought how proud he was going to make her. I guess that was the trouble with the old Duke all along. He had never looked deeply enough to see what was inside. Anyhow, what do you think, Ma? While he'd been off at war, conquering people and making them acknowledge that he was a king, the little princess had fallen in love with his nephew. Nice boy, that nephew, and the Duke thought a lot of him." Ma Briskow's hand, which had been slowly stroking Gray's bent head, ceased its movement. She drew a sharp breath. There happened to be an old mirror in the princess's boudoir, and while the Duke was waiting for her, he saw himself in it. He saw himself just as he was, not as he had looked in the shop windows, for it was a truthful mirror, and it told everything. My, that was a bad moment for the Duke of Dallas, when he saw that he wasn't young and beautiful, but old and wrinkled and funny. That was bad enough, but when he looked again and saw the princess whom he loved in the arms of his handsome nephew, why, he gave up. All his fine garments fell off, and he realized with shame that after all he was only the withered mountebank. When he got home his castle had collapsed. There wasn't a stone standing, so he ran away, ran to his mother. "Oh, Mr. Gray," Ma Briskow quavered, "I could cry. After all you've done for Buddy." The man shook his head vigorously, still with his face hidden. "It isn't Buddy. It's youth. Youth needs no fine adornment, no crown, no victory." "What are you going to do?" she asked him. Go on playing the Duke, I suppose. Rebuild the castle the best way I can. That's the hard part. If I could run away and forget, but I can't. The old Duke walled himself in. He must grin and strut and keep people from guessing that he's only a fraud until he can find a hole in the wall through which he can creep." There was a long silence. Then Ma inquired, "Would you like to tell me something about the little princess? Sometimes it helps to talk." "Not yet." "You're a duke, and the best one that ever lived, Mr. Gray. You can't fool me. I've met too many of 'em. That looking glass lied. Real dukes and kings and such people don't get old. It's only common folks. There's lots of magic. The world's full of it, and your castle is going up again." "After a fashion, perhaps." Gray raised his head and smiled crookedly. "But it will never be a home, and that's what I wanted most of all. Do you think I'm very weak, very silly, to come to you for a little mothering?" "That's the kind of children mothers love best," the old woman said. Then she drew him down to her and laid her cheek against his. "There, I've made you cry," he exclaimed reproachfully. "What a selfish beast I am. I'll go now." "Won't you stay and have supper with Allie and me? We're awful lonesome with Pa gone. Allie's out somewheres, but it would do me good to know you were here, and it'll do you good to stay. You can rest yourself while I take my nap." Ma Briskow did not wish to take a nap, but she knew that Gray needed the solace of his own thoughts just now, so, when he agreed, she sent him downstairs. First balm, indeed, had come to the man. The smart was less intense. To put his trouble into words somehow lightened it. Then, too, the grateful knowledge that some warmth of sympathy was his made it easier to bear, but it remained a cruel burden. That gentle, dreamy soul up yonder could not know how it hurt. How could she understand, for instance, what it meant to go back and face the deadly dull routine of a life from which all zest, all interest had fled? A routine broken only by moments of downright torture. Yes, and the effort it would take to smile. God, if there were only some way to break his fetters, to slip his jayons. Gray's brain, like his body, had grown tired and feverish. To be sure, little more than a day had gone by since he had sallied forth like a knight, but it seemed a year, an age, and every hour brought a new and keener distress. He found it possible now, for the first time, to relax a bit physically, so he closed his eyes and lay back in an easy chair while the twilight stole in upon him. Sooner or later his mind, too, would cease its torment, for pain distills its own anodyne. Then he would sleep. It would be a blessing to forget for even an hour, and thus gain strength with which to carry on the fight. But what a useless battle it was! He could never win. Peace would never come. He heard Allie enter the house, but he did not stir. He would have to put on the mask soon enough, for, of course, she must never suspect, on Buddy's account. The room, which had grown agreeably dark, was suddenly illuminated, and he lurched to his feet to find the girl facing him from the door. She was neither startled nor surprised at his presence, and when he tried to smile and to greet her in his accustomed manner, she interrupted him by saying, "I knew you were here." "So? Then Ma's awake again?" Allie shook her head vaguely. "I knew you were here the minute I came in. I can almost always tell." There had been a shadow of a smile upon her lips, but it vanished. A look of growing concern crept over her face. "What's the matter? What has happened, Mr. Gray?" "Why, nothing. I was feeling tired, worn out, indulging myself in a thoroughly enjoyable fit of the blues." His voice broke when he tried to laugh. Allie uttered a quick, low cry, a wordless, sympathetic sound. Her eyes widened, grew darker. She came forward a step or two, then she halted. "Would you rather be alone?" she asked. He signified his dissent, and she went on. "I know what the blues are like. I sit alone in the dark a good deal." She busied herself about the room for a few moments, straightening things, adjusting the window shades. Allie had the knack of silence, blessed attribute in man or woman, and to Gray's surprise he found that her mere presence was comforting. She startled him by saying suddenly, "You're hurt badly." He looked up at her with an instinctive denial upon his lips, but realizing the futility of deceit, he nodded. "Yes, Allie." The girl drew a deep breath. Her strong hands closed harshly. She said, "I could kill anybody that hurt you. I wanted to kill Buddy that time. Is it those Nelsons? Have they got you down?" There was something fierce and masterful in Allie's concern, and her inquiry carried with it even more than a proffer of help. She had, in fact, flung herself into a protective attitude. She suggested nothing so much as a lioness roused. "No, no, it's nothing like that. I merely fooled myself, had a dream. You wouldn't understand, my dear." Allie studied him soberly for a moment. "Oh, yes, I would. I do. I understand perfectly. Nobody could understand as well as I do." "What do you mean by that?" "I've been hurt, too." She laid a hand upon her breast. "That's why I sit in the dark." "My dear child, I'm sorry," Gus said. "You were unhappy. But I thought it was merely the new life. You're young. You can forget. It's only us old ones who can't forget. Sometime you must tell me all about it." The girl smiled faintly, but he nodded positively. "Oh, it's a relief to tell somebody. I feel better already for confiding in Ma. Yes, and your sympathy is mighty soothing, too. It seems almost as if I had come home." He closed his eyes and laid his head back. Allie placed her hand upon his forehead and held it there for a moment before she moved away. It was a cool and tranquilizing palm, and he wished she would hold it there for a long time, so that he could sleep, forget. Allie Briskow went to her room, and there she studied her reflection in the mirror carefully, deliberately, before saying, "You can do it. You've got to do it, for he's hurt. When a girl is hurt like that, it makes a woman of her. But when a man's hurt, it makes him a little boy. I guess it pays to keep on praying." It was perhaps a half hour later that Ma Briskow heard a sound that caused her to rise upon her elbow and listen with astonishment. It was the sound of low, indistinct, but joyous singing. It came from Allie's room. Allie singing again. What could have happened? Slowly Ma's face became wistful, eager. "Oh, Mr. Fairy King," she whispered, "please build up his castle again. You can do it. There's magic in the world. Make him a duke again and her a queen. For yours is the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen." End of chapter 30. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. End of Flowing Gold by Rex Beach.